Blackstone Audio presents To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. This book is read by Grover Gardner. Dedication to Private Joe Saja, killed in action on the Anzio beachhead, January 1944, and Private Latty Tipton, killed in action near Ramatuelle, France, August 1944. If there be any glory in war, let it rest on men like these. Chapter 1. On a hill just inland from the invasion beaches of Sicily, a soldier sits on a rock. His helmet is off, and the hot sunshine glints through his coppery hair. With the sleeve of his shirt, he wipes the sweat from his face. Then, with chin in palm, he leans forward in thought. The company is taking a break. We sprawl upon the slope, loosen the straps of our gear, and gaze at the blue sky. It is my first day of combat, and so far the action of the unit has been undramatic and disappointingly slow. Just trust the Army to get things fouled up. If the landing schedule had not gone snafu, we would have come ashore with the assault waves. That was what I wanted. I'd primed myself for the big moment. Then the timing got snarled in the pre-dawn confusion, and we came in late, chugging ashore like a bunch of clucks in a ferry boat. The assault troops had already taken the beach. The battle had moved inland. So for several hours we have tramped over fields and hills without direct contact with the enemy. It is true that the landing was not exactly an excursion. There was some big stuff smashing about, and from various points came the rattle of small arms. But we soon got used to that. Used to it. A shell crashes on a nearby hill. The earth quivers, and the black smoke boils. A man, imitating Jack Benny's Rochester, shouts, "Hey, boss! A cargo of crab just landed on Pigtail Ridge!" A ripple of laughter follows the announcement. "Hey, boss! Change that name to No Tail Ridge. The tail go with the cargo." The second shell is different. Something terrible and immediate about its whistle makes my scalp start prickling. I grab my helmet and flip over on my stomach. The explosion is thunderous. Steel fragments whine, and the ground seems to jump up and hit me in the face. Silence again. I raise my head. The sour fumes of powder have caused an epidemic of coughing. "Hey, boss! The cargo—" The voice snaps. We all see it. The red-headed soldier has tumbled from the rock. Blood trickles from his mouth and nose. Beltsky, a veteran of the fighting in North Africa, is the first to reach him. One glance from his professional eye is sufficient. Turning to a man, he says, "Get his ammo. He won't be needing it. You will." "Who, me? I got plenty of ammo." "Get the ammo. Don't argue." Snuffy Jones does not like the idea at all. A frown crawls over his sallow face, and beneath a receding chin his Adam's apple bobs nervously. With shaky fingers he removes the ammunition from the cartridge belt. One would think he was trying to neutralize a booby trap. "Who is he?" asks Brandon. "He was a guy named Griffin," Kerrigan answers. "I got liquored up with him once in Africa. Told me he was married and had a couple of kids." "That's rough." Brandon's eyes are suddenly deep and thoughtful. "He could have stayed out, I guess, but he volunteered. Had to get into the big show." Novak, the Pole, has been listening with mouth agape. Now his lips curl savagely. "This sons of beaches," he growls to nobody in particular. Unfolding a gas cape, Beltsky covers the body with it. "That'll do him a lot of good now," says Brandon. "It's to keep the flies from blowing him," explains Horseface Johnson soberly. "Flies go to work on him right away. Fellow from the last war told me they swell up like balloons. Used 'em for pillows out in no man's land. Soft enough, but they wouldn't keep quiet. They was always losing wind in the dead of the night. Such sighing and whistling I never heard." "For Christ's sake, shut up," says Kerrigan. Johnson's blue eyes twinkle sardonically. His long, lean face stretches into a grin, and his laugh is like the soft whinny of a horse. "Don't let it get you down, son. Used to be skittish myself till I worked as an undertaker's assistant out in Minnesota. Took my baths in embalming fluid. Slept in coffins during the slack hours. Grave error. Damn nigh got buried one day when I got mistook for the late departed." "Shut up." "It's the dying truth, son." "Then why don't you get hooked up with a body-snatching outfit? You look like a natural for the buzzard detail." Why, son, the Army wouldn't be guilty of giving a man a job he knowed anything about. Got tired of the racket anyhow. Couldn't argue with the late departed. Whatever I said, they was always dead right. Oh, for Christ's sake, mutters Kerrigan pleadingly. Hee. Okay, men, says Belsky. You've seen how it happens. Maybe you know now this game is played for keeps. Everybody on your feet. All right there, what's the matter with you? Me? Drawls Snuffy. I'm getting up. Just give me time. Snapped 2-1 so fast that I mislocated my backbone. Would you like to be carried on a stretcher? Stretch who? Okay, let's move across Sicily. He was just sitting there on the rock, says Steiner, his face filled with awe. I was looking at him just a minute before. So what? Snaps Antonio irritably. He shouldn't have been making like a pigeon. He ought to kept his head down. He taps himself on the chest. You didn't see me giving out with the coups, did you? How could he know it was coming? Ah, nuts. You could hear it coming a mile. As we plod over the hills in sweat-soaked clothes, the uneasiness passes from my stomach to my mind. So it happens as easily as that. You sit on a quiet slope with chin in hand. In the distance, a gun slams, and the next minute, you are dead. Maybe my notions about war were all cockeyed. How do you pit skill against skill if you cannot even see the enemy? Where's the glamour in blistered feet and a growling stomach? And where is the expected adventure? Well, whatever comes, it was my own idea. I had asked for it. I had always wanted to be a soldier. The years roll back, and in my mind I see a pair of hands. Calloused and streaked with dirt, they look like claws, and they shook as they cupped around the match flame. He puffed on the cigarette, and as I waited, all ears, he bent over in a fit of coughing. It's that gas, he explained. Nearly 18 years, and it's still hanging on. But you knowed where they were, I said. From the shade of the tree, he gazed over the cotton fields. Course I knowed where they was, he said. Any idiot would have. It was still early morning, and when they crawled through the field, they shook the dew off the wheat. So every blessed one of them left a dark streak behind. That give their positions away. So what'd you do? What would you done? I lined up my sights on the machine gun and waited. The machine gun? Yeah, it's a devil's own weapon. When they got to the edge of the patch, I could see 'em plain. There was nothing to it. I just pulled the trigger and let 'em have it. Fascinated, I glanced at the hands again, picking out the trigger finger. You killed 'em? I didn't do 'em any good. Did they shoot at you? Now what do you think? This was war. But I kept my head down and got along all right until that night they throwed over the gas. We didn't get the alarm until I'd already breathed a lungful. What was they like? The Germans? I never took time to ask them. They was shooting at us, so we shot at them. But you whipped them? We whopped them all right, but it wasn't easy. They was hard fighters. Don't ever kid yourself about that. Someday I aim to be a soldier. A soldier? He said disgustedly. What for? I don't know. If you want to fight, start fighting these weeds. He coughed again, spat out a glob of phlegm, and muttered, a soldier. He was still shaking his head when he gripped the plow handles and said, Get up, to the mules. A soldier. Steiner is a soldier, but you would never see his kind on the recruiting posters. Short and pudgy, he has the round, innocent face of a baby and a voice as gentle as a child's. He cannot get the knack of the army, though he tries hard. His gear is forever fouled up. It drips from his body like junk. Now he stumbles and falls. It is the third time he has tripped today, and Olson, a huge blond sergeant, is fresh out of patience. What's the matter? What's the matter? He snarls. Pick up your dogs. It's the legging strings. They keep coming unlaced. For Christ's sake, paste 'em on if you ain't got enough sense to lace 'em. All right, come on, snap to it. Go to hell. What's that? Why'n't you let him alone, says Antonio. The kid can't help it. Keep your big nose out of this. Okay, break it up, says Belsky. You'll soon have a belly full of fighting. No, it was not the least bit like the dream I had as a child. That afternoon in Texas, I'd followed the veteran of World War I into the field. The sun beat down and the rows of cotton seemed endless. But I soon forgot both the heat and the labor. The weeds became the enemy, and my hoe a mysterious weapon. I was on a faraway battlefield where bugles blew, banners streamed, and men charged gallantly across flaming hills, where the temperature always stood at 80 and our side was always victorious, where the dying were but impersonal shadows and the wounded never cried, where enemy bullets always miraculously missed me and my trusty rifle forever hit home. I was only 12 years old, and the dream was my one escape from a grimly realistic world. We were sharecrop farmers, and to say that the family was poor would be an understatement. Poverty dogged our every step. Year after year the babies had come until there were 9 of us children living and 2 dead. Getting food for our stomachs and clothes for our backs was an ever-present problem. As soon as we grew old enough to handle a plow, an axe, or a hoe, we were thrown into the struggle for existence. My mother, a sad-eyed, silent woman, toiled eternally. As a baby, I sat strapped like a papoose in a yard swing while she fought the weeds in a nearby field. Our situation is not to be blamed on the social structure. If my father had exercised more foresight, undoubtedly his family would have fared much better. He was not lazy, but he had a genius for not considering the future. One day he gave up. He simply walked out of our lives, and we never heard from him again. My mother, attempting to keep her brood together, worked harder than ever. But an illness overtook her. Gradually she grew weaker and sadder, and when I was 16, she died. Except for a married sister who was unable to support us, there was no family nucleus left. The 3 youngest children were placed in an orphanage. The rest of us scattered, going our individual ways. Boarding out, I worked for a while in a filling station. Then I became a flunky in a radio repair shop. God knows where my pride came from, but I had it, and it was constantly getting me into trouble. My temper was explosive, and my moods, typically Irish, swung from the heights to the depths. At school, I had fought a great deal. Perhaps I was trying to level with my fists what I assumed fate had put above me. I was never so happy as when alone. In solitude, my dreams made sense. Nobody was there to dispute or destroy them. After the death of my mother, I was more than ever determined to enter military service. When the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, I was half wild with frustration. Here was a war itself, and I was too young to enlist. I was sure that it would be all over in a few months, and I would be robbed of the great adventure that had haunted my imagination. On my 18th birthday, I hurried to a Marine Corps recruiting station. This branch seemed the toughest of the lot, and I was looking for trouble. Unfortunately, the Corps was looking for men italicized. A sergeant glanced over my skinny physique. My weight did not measure up to Leatherneck standards. Leaving the office in a blaze of unreasonable anger, I tried the paratroops. This was a new branch of service, lacking the legendary color of the Marines, but it sounded rough. There was another point in its favor. Paratroopers wore such handsome boots. That office was more sympathetic. The recruiting sergeant did not turn me down cold. He suggested that I load up on bananas and milk before weighing in. My pride was taking an awful beating. The sergeant was the first on a long list of uniformed authorities that I requested to go to the devil. The infantry finally accepted me. I was not overjoyed. The infantry was too commonplace for my ambition. The months would teach me the spirit of this unglamorous, great-hearted fighting machine, but at that time I had other plans. After my basic training, I would get a transfer. I would become a glider pilot. Thus, with a pocket full of holes, a head full of dreams, and an ignorance beyond my years, I boarded a bus for the induction center. Previously, I had never been over 100 miles from home. Nor had I reckoned with realistic Army training. During my first session of close-order drill, I, the late candidate for the Marines and the paratroopers, passed out cold. I quickly picked up the nickname of Baby. My commanding officer tried to shove me into a cook and baker's school where the going would be less rough. That was the supreme humiliation, to reach for the stars and end up stirring a pot of sea rations. I would not do it. I swore that I would take the guardhouse first. My stubborn attitude paid off. I was allowed to keep my combat classification, and the Army was spared the disaster of having another fourth-class cook in its ranks. But I still had to get overseas, and my youthful appearance continued to cause much shaking of heads. At Fort Meade, where we had our final phase of training in America, I was almost transferred to the camp's permanent cadre. An officer, kindly attempting to save me from combat, got me a position as a clerk in the post exchange. Fuming, I stuck to my guns, and in early 1943 I landed in North Africa as a replacement for an infantry company. The war in this sector was about over. Instead of combat, we were given another long, monotonous period of training. Finally, the great news came. We were to go into action in the Tunis area. We oiled our guns, double-checked our gear, and prayed or cursed according to our natures. But before we could move out, the order was cancelled. The Germans in the area had surrendered. I took no part in the general sigh of relief. Perhaps now I would react differently. At this moment, the fluttering roll of an enemy machine gun is causing my flesh to creep. The devil's own weapon, the veteran had said, and of course I knowed where they was. Does the enemy know where we are? He could, easily. We are stretched in an open field, and the cover is something less than adequate. Before us lies a railroad track along which the machine gun crew is dug in. The gun has suddenly become quiet. I hear the labored breathing of our men. I see Beltsky's worried face, feel my heart churning against the ribs. "What would you have done?" the veteran had said. I lined up my sights and waited. He had no corner on that little game. It, too, could be the enemy's. The order comes down the line. "Spread out. We're going over the track." Olson's mouth sags, and the fear in his eyes is sickening. My jaws clamp. My heart slows down. I have seen the face of a coward and found it loathsome. The secondary order is passed along in hoarse whispers. "When you get the signal, make a run for it. Stop for nothing until you find cover on the other side of the track." Beltsky studies his wristwatch. His hand goes up in a wave. We scramble to our feet and take off. Brrrup. From the corner of my eye, I see two men in the center platoon reel backward and fall. Then I hear the crackle of rifles, the blast of a grenade. I leap the track. Johnson passes me. "Son," he calls, "get the lead out of your shoes. Them Krauts have started a shooting war." I find a gully, drop into it, and sprawl out. A body thuds on top of me. It is Novak. "By God, you excuse," he says. "I see nothing when I jump." "You were coming too fast to take in the scenery." He has an odd, crooked smile. His nose is bent, and a mop of oily black hair tumbles over his forehead. Carefully breaking a cigarette in two, he hands me half. "I don't smoke." "Nah, you got to smoke to stay happy. You try it." "No, thanks." "Did they get the machine gun?" "They get it." His eyes burn fiercely. "But the sons of bitches knocked over two of our men." "I saw them." "When they tear up Poland, that is bad enough. But when they shoot our men, it is too much. From now on, Mike Novak is not to be soft. No chicken heart. He uses his gun." The following day, I am ahead of the company with a group of scouts. We flush a couple of Italian officers. They should have surrendered. Instead, they mount two magnificent white horses and gallop madly away. My act is instinctive. Dropping to one knee, I fire twice. The men tumble from the horses, roll over, and lie still. "Now why did you do that?" asks a lieutenant. "What should I have done? Stood here with egg on my face, waving them goodbye?" "You shouldn't have fired." "That's our job, isn't it? They would have killed us if they'd had the chance. That's their job. Or have I been wrongly informed?" "To hell with it. I guess you did the right thing." I later discovered that such mental confusion is common among new men. In the training areas, we talked toughly, thought toughly, and finally we believed we really were tough. But it's not easy to shed the idea that human life is sacred. The lieutenant has not yet accepted the fact that we've been put into the field to deal out death. I have. If there was any doubt in my mind, it began to vanish in the shell explosion that killed Griffin, and it disappeared altogether when I saw the two men crumpled by the railroad track. Now I have shed my first blood. I feel no qualms, no pride, no remorse. There's only a weary indifference that will follow me throughout the war. Again, my youth catches up with me. My company commander, looking at my thin frame and cursed baby face, decides that the front is no place for me. He has me transferred to headquarters to serve as a runner. I should be grateful, but I'm not. I'm constantly sneaking off with patrols and scouting parties. The company commander finally calls me on the carpet. "I hear you can't stay away from the front, Murphy." "Yes, sir." "What's wrong with you? You want to get killed?" "No, sir." "I tried to do you a favor. Most men would have appreciated it." "Yes, sir." "Now I'm going to do myself a favor. I'm putting you back in the lines, and you'll stay there until you're so sick of action you'll want to vomit." "Yes, sir." "And incidentally," he grins, "you've been made a corporal. You may have to take over a squad. Now get up there and give 'em hell." I did not only want to vomit, I did. Not long after I returned to the front, the enemy defenses began to collapse, and speed on our part became urgent. The march toward Palermo became virtually a foot race. We had to average from 25 to 30 miles a day over rugged terrain. Dust lay over the highways like a smokescreen. Not a cloud appeared in the sky. Often we could not stop even to eat. We gulped our rations as we walked. My brain swam, and my internal organs rumbled. Finally, I could take it no longer. I fell out of the ranks, lay down on the roadside, and heaved until I thought I would lose my stomach. A major paused in his jeep. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Are you sick, soldier?" "No, sir, I'm just spilling my guts for the hell of it." "Maybe you better report to the medics." "Yes, sir." But I did not. I rose to my feet and staggered up the road, cursing the war in detail. The next day I black out completely. When I regain consciousness, I hear voices, but they seem to be coming through a thick wall. I open my eyes, and the bright sunshine dazzles me. This is odd weather indeed. Despite the sweat rolling from my face, I am shivering. A face bends over me. "Something wrong with you, soldier?" a voice asks. "No, I'm perfectly all right. Where am I?" "At an aid station. How do you feel?" "I feel like hell. I'm cold." "You look like hell. Must be malaria." It is. Darkness blots out my mind again, and I awake in a field hospital. A week later, I am marked fit for duty. As we pass through Palermo on the way to the front, the streets swarm with our men. The natives gape, and supply trucks speed through the town. Lines of soldiers, with their weapons slung on their shoulders, stand before brothels, patiently awaiting their turn. Individual dignity has been transformed to fit the nature of war. The regiment reaches the west bank of the Furiano River on its drive toward Messina in the final phase of the Sicilian campaign. Across a narrow strip of water from Messina lies the Italian mainland itself. The Furiano area, including the streambed itself, is heavily mined. The eastern terrain slopes down to the river, and on the west bank is a series of hills rolling toward rugged Mount Fratello, which dominates the area. The enemy is entrenched and determined. On our approach to the stream, we are caught in a concentration of artillery and mortar fire. The earth shudders, and the screaming of shells intermingles with the screaming of men. We fall back, reorganize, and again storm forward. For a second time, the barrage hits us. Again we withdraw. Olson is the first to crack up. He throws his arms around the company commander, crying hysterically, "I can't take any more!" The harassed captain tries to calm him, but Olson will not stop bawling. So he is sent to the rear, and we watch him go with hatred in our eyes. "If I ever throw a wing-ding like that, shoot me," says Kerrigan. "Gladly," I reply. "In North Africa, I thought he was one tough boy." "Yeah, he threw his weight around plenty." "He seemed to me to be everything the War Department was looking for. He was my ideal of a real soldier. Then one night that little Italian, Corrego, came in drunk and Olson beat him up. He should have been shot right then. It was against regulations. At least we should have mauled hell out of him." "Yeah, I'll never judge a man by his appearance again." "Nor women either," says Kerrigan, thoughtfully scratching his groin. "I thought that dame in Palermo was perfectly okay until I woke up with the mechanized dandruff." "Maybe you got them from a latrine." "No, Army regulations say that only officers can catch the bugs in there. I've been fighting them with gasoline and my skin is blistered. I ought to have introduced Johnson to that girl." "Sure, that's what you get for holding out on a pal." "Think I'll plant a few of the bugs in his britches anyhow. He drawed a blank in Palermo and won't know where in the hell they came from." "Why make it a few?" That'll be enough. They spread faster than a rumor. Part of the regiment crosses the river under the cover of a smoke screen. I remain behind to help guard a machine gun emplacement. The assignment suits me. I now see that the fighting will not run out. There will be plenty of war for everybody. While the battle grows in violence, I lie in a vineyard, eating grapes and watching the fight. Our men are pinned down on a slope. They cannot advance, and they cannot retreat because the Germans have laid a curtain of fire between them and the river. Our company commander is among those killed before they can withdraw during the night. A coordinated attack consisting of a surprise landing at the enemy's rear thrusts its way around Mount Fratello, and a direct assault on the hills themselves finally reduces the German defenses. I contributed little to the battle, gained much. I acquired a healthy respect for the Germans as fighters, an insight into the fury of mass combat, and a bad case of diarrhea. I had eaten too many grapes. Chapter 2. The Sicilian campaign has taken the vinegar out of my spirit. I have seen war as it actually is, and I do not like it. But I will go on fighting, even as Brandon, Steiner, Kerrigan, Johnson, and Jones will go on fighting. Experience has seasoned us, made us battle-wise and intensely practical, but we still have much to learn. We land with undue optimism on the Italian mainland near Salerno. The beachhead, bought dearly with the blood and guts of the men who preceded us, is secure. The Italian government has surrendered. We are prepared for a quick dash to Rome. The dash soon slows to a walk, however, and the walk to a push. Right now we are not moving at all. We sit in a ditch near a road northeast of Salerno. Ahead, a bridge over a shallow stream has been blown, and just beyond the ruins is an enemy machine gun emplacement. We have heard it sputter, spotted its position. Kerrigan is irritated. He flings off his helmet and mops a sweating brow. "If those Krauts don't stop monkeying with those guns," says he, "somebody's going to get hurt." "A feuding and a fighting? Damn, I've had it all my life," remarks Snuffy Jones as he shifts a cud of tobacco in his cheek. "Bitch, bitch, bitch," says Kerrigan mincingly. "You scrambled-eyed hillbilly from Croken Hollow, you never had it better." The Irishman does not speak a language so much as he spits it. "Steiner," says Horseface, "you damn nigh broke my back when you tumbled in that hole on top of me. Get tripped up in your cartridge belt?" "I'm sorry. If there was a hole around, I might have known you'd be at the bottom of it." "If this was a horizontal war, you'd win it single-handed." "I don't go around reaching for splinters. I'm not bucking for the Purple Heart." "Speaking of Purple Hearts," says Horseface, "I seen a couple truckloads coming up from the rear. Must be expecting some heavy scrapping ahead." "There's going to be a little scrap right away," I say. "That gun has got to be knocked out." "Wait for the tanks," suggests Kerrigan. "And let those kraut-headed babies get dug in further up?" "Uh-uh." "Okay," says Steiner, putting on his helmet. "Let's go." "I thought you wasn't the Purple Heart kid. Stay here, son, I'll go." "Nope. Afraid I'll catch cold in this ditch." "You done got it. Your teeth are chattering like a katydid." "Like a Katy-Dun, you illiterate rumhead." "I go," says Novak. "I itch to bump up some krauts." "It's the lice," remarks Brandon. "Just scratch yourself and wait. Somebody loan me a couple of grenades." "You got two." "Here," says Snuffy. "Take my 2 eggs. Don't say I'll never give you nothing." "Eggs? Looks like you've been carrying them around so long they're about hatched." "That's what makes them so chicken." "They'll be hatched in a few minutes," says Brandon quietly as he buckles on the grenades. I check my watch. "It's 9:20. In 15 minutes start laying down your blast and keep the lead high. We don't want to walk into it." "For Christ's sake," says Antonio. "If you miss, the Krauts will have us zeroed. How are we going to get out?" "Ring for a bellhop." "Yeah, room service," says Kerrigan. "Make plenty of room between you and them goose-stepping bastards." "Ah, shut up. You always got to be the wise guy." "Ready?" "I'm okay. How about you, Steiner?" "I've been ready so long I'm about to get unready." I would rather have any other 2 men in the squad to accompany me. It's not because they lack courage, but Brandon takes too many chances, and Steiner is apt to stumble. We crawl in a wide arc through the weeds to reach the stream. It's almost dry. The banks are lined with brush. We can advance up the bed in a crouching walk. I slip forward while Brandon covers me. Then Steiner passes me while I cover him. Brandon jumps us both, and I go again. It's like a grim game of checkers. If lead flies ahead, the man in the forward position will get it. We're nearing the bridge when Steiner reaches an open space in the bushes. The Germans have anticipated such a maneuver as ours and cut the brush away for the fire path. For a moment, Steiner hesitates on the edge of the clearing, then he runs for the bridge. The machine gun blurts. Steiner pitches forward and lies with his flesh quivering. Our men in the ditch lay down their blast, but the bullets are snapping too high to keep the Germans down. It's Brandon's move. Suddenly a picture pops into my mind. It's that of his 9-year-old daughter. I see the eyes, eager with life, her pert freckled nose, her pigtails with bows of ribbon at the ends, and the letters scrawled on rough tablet paper. "Dear Daddy, I am in school, but the teacher is not looking. When are you coming home? I miss you." Let the war wait. I signal for Brandon to remain where he is, but I may just as well try directing the wind. He thumbs his nose at my gesture and moves up. I part the bushes quickly, spot the machine gun emplacement, and dig into it with a hail of lead from my Tommy gun. Brandon rapidly scuttles over Steiner's body, and I shift to a new position. A head pokes warily out of a foxhole to the rear of the gun emplacement. I give it a burst and drop to my knees. Brandon has reached the bridge ruins. Now he jerks the pin from a grenade, holds it briefly while the fuse sputters, hurls it. Before the smoke can clear from the explosion, he has thrown 2 more. A Kraut staggers out of the machine gun nest with a pistol in his hand. I send a burst into him, and he topples to the ground. Brandon crawls up the bank, rises, and starts walking with the last grenade in his hand. Keep down! Are you nuts?" I yell. He pays not the slightest attention. Suddenly he wheels, lobs the grenade to the opposite side of the road, and falls. From the muffled sound of the explosion, I guess that the grenade has hit another foxhole. I scramble out of the stream bed. The 5 Germans are dead. Brandon surveys the scene with a frown on his face. "Jesus," he says, and from the manner of his speaking I cannot tell whether the word is meant as an oath or a prayer. I shout for the squad to move up. We carry Steiner's body to the highway, where it will be easily found. In death, he still bears the look of innocent wonder. He could not have lived long after tumbling. The bullet ripped an artery in his throat. The heat of summer has passed, and a sharpness is in the air. It is October. When we pause on our marches, Novak gazes over the earth, sniffing strangely. He must be thinking of the season and harvest. He grew up on a farm in Poland and has a feeling for land. In his squat, gnarled body one can see the record of toil. His knotted muscles bulge through his clothes. The long, hairy arms dangle like an ape's. The hands are large and calloused. In his eyes is a strange broken light which heightens the habitual sadness of his features. We all like him. He is a top-notch soldier, seldom complaining and fearing little. He has a great love for coffee and cigarettes, of which he can never get enough. They must have been scarce items in his former days. When drafted, he had been in America only 5 years, so he has not got used to the idea of plenty. He is forever scrounging, and his pack is crammed with extra rations. But there is nothing selfish about Novak. He would divide his last drop of blood with a comrade, or his last bit of lead with the enemy. To him, all Germans, dead, living, or wounded, fall into one class: sons of beaches. He hates them personally and passionately. "They ruin Poland, they ruin America," he says one night when we're holed up together. "It's a good country, America. By Guy, no. Is to eat, is to speak, is to drink as you will, is America. Is to work, to save, to buy a farm maybe, and nobody take it from you." "You want a farm?" "Sure, a little farm, few babies." I write to the girl and say, "Mike's coming back, you wait. Few years in the steel mill, then the farm, you wait." And what'd she say? She don't answer yet. She busy working too. You got a girl? No. That's bad. Everybody should have girl. I know it. My Alice speak good English. By gosh, she teach the babies speak without accent. You wait. You like her. Blue eyes, yellow hair, and built like a smokestack. Smokestack? Yeah, round, tall. Sounds okay. How long have you known her? Few months, few dates, but she wait. I write her. When? Africa, I think. So that's why you've always got your nose poked in the mailbag. Sure, why not? Someday she write, plenty time. Yeah, she'll write. She's one popular girl, but I sew her up. Sew her up? Sure, give her lots of things. Beads, ring, hat, clock with a bird on it. By gosh, she don't forget Mike. No, it's in the bag. She's no bag. I didn't mean that. It's another way of saying she's all sewed up. In the bag. Hey, it's a good English? It's a bad English. Slang. Was it a cuckoo clock? Cuckoo, buku, Elgin. What's the difference? It's a fine clock. $15.98 with tax. What did she give you? She give me plenty when I go home. You wait. You ever figure on not going home? Who, me? No, I go home. Sunset beaches don't get me, you betcha. I'll bet we're in for a soaking. Clouds are getting lower than Kerrigan's mind. Sure, I smell it. So what? We get a bath. We got more than a bath. The good weather is temporarily over, but the drive does not let up. As we plod through the country, seeking contact with the enemy, the rain slashes down, wetting us to the skins. Some are also wet internally. The natives, whether from fear or friendliness, have been slipping the men bottles of wine as we pass through the villages. Snuffy is drunk. Reeling through the mud, he sings, "Glory, glory, hallelujah, for I am marching on." His voice is about as musical as a crow's. "That guy claims to have been a bootlegger," snorts Kerrigan. "Be like a rabbit running a lettuce market." Probably invented the blind staggers and the 7-day hangover. Yeah, the smoke from the Smoky Mountains got in his brain. "A little wine is good for the stomach," declares Snuffy, his eyes beginning to flame. "But cussing is abomination. Repent and mend your ways, Kerrigan. Hell yawns for an Irishman. If you pass out, we're going to drag you to the front and throw you to the krauts." "Repent, brother. Been aiming to talk to you about your language. There's time yet for salvation." We stop for a break in a deserted home. Snuffy strips down to his underwear and falls asleep in a large box. When we are ready to leave, he answers our pleas with snores. Kerrigan and I drag the box out into the rain. Snuffy awakes with a mighty oath. At dusk, we halt in a grove with orders to dig in. Novak's prowling eyes discover a straw stack. "We sleep tonight like a hotel," he says. "Soft like a goose feather." "Yeah, complete with running water." "We fix that too, you wait." As we load our arms with straw, voices sound on the opposite side of the stack, but we pay no attention to them. There's plenty of straw for us, too. "We make a roof, too. Weave. I show you. We get dry, you betcha." "We better get some sack time in tonight. Tomorrow things are liable to start popping." "Sure, we get it easy too long." As we prepare to leave, 2 straw-laden figures round the stack. "You build a cover too. It's easy, you weave," says Novak. "Gott in Himmel! Sons of peaches!" For an instant, the 4 of us stand stupidly, sharing a mutual paralysis of surprise. Then, still clutching our straw, we take off. If those 2 Germans ran any faster than we, they must have broken some track records. Chapter 3. The rain still falls in a steady drizzle when we reach the banks of the Volturno River. It's early night when we creep up to a dugout built by the enemy. It's supposed to be abandoned, but Kerrigan is not sure. He is a stickler for frontline courtesy. Before entering strange places, he first sends in his favorite calling card, a sputtering grenade. We crouch on the slope while he sneaks up to the mouth of the tunnel leading into the cave. At the sound of the explosion, we dive for the dugout entrance, rolling over a wall of sandbags. The krauts may just be curious enough about the noise to send up a flare. The interior of the cave is as dark as a bat's wing, and the biting fumes of powder linger in the damp air. There's another smell, too. The sour stench of decaying food and moldy clothing tells us that the Germans have been up to their usual job of bad housekeeping. Striking matches, we carefully search for booby traps. Even Snuffy Jones bestirs himself to the task. The place is evidently safe. Mentally, we each mark off a few square feet of the earthen floor and unload our equipment. There is no way of knowing how long we will be here. Our orders are to hold the dugout until we are relieved. Swope, a Cherokee Indian, volunteers for the first watch. He has nerves of iron, a fine eye for targets, and a weakness for automatic weapons. Novak digs into his pack, hauls out a fat, squat candle, and lights it. Kerrigan sniffs at the procedure. "By the gods above us," says he, "a holy candle. Our pal has been robbing churches." "I find it in ruins," Novak explains. "I burn it for you, and may the saints have mercy. Soon in hell you burn like the candle." "Amen," adds Snuffy, "the sinful son of a bitch." "For Christ's sake," snarls Antonio, "ain't you guys got no respect for nothing?" "Respect?" says Kerrigan, spreading his hands out pleadingly. "The boy talks about respect. For what? The ignoramus has been shooting up churches from here to hell and gone. Now he speaks of respect." Shut up," the Italian replies. "You got diarrhea of the mouth. Out of the whole army, I had the bad luck of getting tied up with an outfit like this. You're nuts. Every one of you nuts." "Nuts?" Snuffy echoes. "He calls us nuts. Why, the guy must have had a pull with the draft board even to get in the army. They took one look at him and say this guy ain't got a brain in his head, but he might make a good officer in the Air Corps. But no," he says, "please let me be a dog face. I'm a fighting fool just foaming to go. They say we ain't doubting the fool part, but it appears to us that the only thing you ever fought was a bowl of macaroni." It is Kerrigan's turn to say, "Amen. Keep right on talking, Reverend Jones." "Yep," Snuffy continues. "They soak him in a barrel of creosote to delouse him. Then they send him to school to build up his brain till he can tell the hayfoot from strawfoot. Can he learn? No. They give him an intelligence test to see if he's got enough sense to come out of the rain. He ain't. They have him try pouring water out of a boot. He don't know how. Just one thing left, they say. Can he or can he not pee in a hole in the snow? They fill him with beer and stake him out in a blizzard. Dog saves him. Comes by and cocks a leg on Antonio, making the purtiest hole you ever see. That done it. Draft board says that man ain't quite dumb enough for the Air Corps. Figure he was infantry material when he didn't know enough to come in out of the rain." "So they give him a gun," cuts in Kerrigan, "and ever since he's been trying to hand that rifle back." "Why don't you shut up?" says Antonio. "Why don't you all please step to hell and roast?" I crawl through the tunnel to check our position. Swope, with a Browning automatic between his knees, sits quietly behind the sandbag wall. "What's all the noise about inside?" he asks. "They're kidding, Antonio. He thinks we've lost our sense of respect." "That guy thinks the army's picking on him." "Yeah, he makes it rough on himself." Across the river, a machine gun chatters, a grenade explodes, and we know from the sounds that one of our patrols has been discovered. With his gun in readiness, Swope peers through a firing slot in the sandbag wall. If the Germans shoot again, they may reveal their position. But evidently they're too cautious for that. In the quietness, we hear only the murmur of the men inside the cave and the gurgle of the river below us. The Indian relaxes. "Boy, they're close," he says. "That gun couldn't have been over 200 yards away." "They're probably closer than that. They're supposed to be." "Is the river big?" "I don't think so, but the bridges are all out and the krauts are dug in like gophers on the other side." "They've probably got this joint pinpointed." "That, I think, is also according to plan. The krauts think we're going to attack in this area. As I get it, that's what they're supposed to think. Our job is to keep them busy while another outfit crosses upstream and hits them from the rear." "So we're pigeons? The damn decoy?" "I guess you could call us that." The Cherokee leans back on his elbow. "Suits me," he says. "At least we ain't going wading, and we're not in the rain." If there's an element of fear in his makeup, I've never seen it. When I awake next morning, the artillery is firing sporadically. It is a routine, harassing action, which means that no full-scale attack can be expected immediately. I go out to check the terrain. Across the river there is no sign of life. Rain still falls on the shell-battered trees. One tall poplar shimmers goldenly above the muddy water of the river. The opposite slope is covered with rock and scrub. If the Germans are there, they are well camouflaged. "I heard them talking just before daylight," says Kerrigan, who has been on guard. "I just hope they don't bring in armor. Heavy stuff would cave in this rat trap." I see a curious shrub in a thicket. Its leaves seem to be turned the wrong way. Borrowing Kerrigan's gerund, I take a few pot shots at the thicket. From two sides of it comes sniper fire. The bullets plunk into our sandbag wall. Zero and crossfire. If we're not in a hell of a trap, I'll be a cross-eyed Armenian. Pulling up his trouser legs, Kerrigan scratches circles of bumps about his ankles. "What do you suppose is eating on me now?" he asks. "Since hitting this country, I've been bit by everything but a mule and a mad dog." "You've probably got fleas. I've been itching myself." "That's it. I'll bet that cave is jumping with fleas." "And lice." "Why, don't worry about lice. They'll all make for Antonio." Inside, Novak is heating coffee on a little gasoline stove, which, next to his rifle, is his most precious possession. No matter how long the march or how heavy his equipment, that stove finds a place on his belt. Now its blue, purring flame sounds as cheerful as a cat in a sunny window. "Is good our spot here?" asks Novak. "Good as a graveyard. Looks like we're in a trap." "No? You make some coffee." "The Krauts are just across the river." "That's fine. We eat some breakfast and go kill 'em." Pouring water for my coffee, I notice that my canteen is light. "How's your water holding out, Mike?" "It's about gone. We get some." "Where?" "I hear it running from a pipe on the road last night." "If the Krauts have got us pegged, we can't get out." "We get out. We shoot hell out of 'em." During the day, we have nothing to do but pull our shifts at guard and fight insects. Kerrigan's guess was right. The cave is hopping with fleas. Time drags. Snuffy rattles a pair of worn dice in Kerrigan's face. "Go ahead, I'll fade you," says the Irishman. "On credit?" "Hell no. Cold cash, 10 lira. "Okay. Dice show this low-down stumblebum what you can do for a real man. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am." Snuffy rolls a 12. "Hot damn, midnight. A mighty hard point, but I think I can make it." "You horse's patoot, pass over my dough." "Where I come from, 12 is a winner." "Where I come from, it's a crop-out. Give me the folding stuff." "Put it on the war debt." "Do I get my do-re-mi or do I take it out of your hide?" Snuffy reluctantly fishes out the money. Then he gets an inspiration. "Kerrigan, I always figured you're the lousiest guy I ever met. So I'm giving you a break. I got another 20 that says I got more fleas on me than you have." "Under ordinary circumstances, you'd be a dead cinch on that proposition. But the bugs have got me hemmed in here. It's a deal, and you've got to catch the fleas before they hop." "Play the last wild." "Just the fleas, man." They shed their clothes and search industriously. I make a side bet on Kerrigan and win 10 lira from Horseface. "Might have knowed it," drawls Snuffy. "Them Irishmen draw fleas like the sun draws water." Antonio is glummer than usual. He lacks patience with our situation. "All my life I wait to come to Italy," he says, "and here I am buried like a goddamn mole. I write my old man that the country stinks. Wait till you get to Rome," he says. "Wait till you see your grandfather's place. Then you'll see the real Italy." His voice rises jeeringly. "The real Italy. Rome. In a pig's eye. We ain't going nowhere but to another son of a bitch motherhole crawling with lice." "It's no vacation," declares Novak. "We come here to fight." "Yeah," Antonio says. "We fight? And for what? I'm asking you, for what?" "Plenty," Kerrigan replies. "For $60 a month and a few dog biscuits. For the privilege of living in a nice cool dump like this." "And such other punishment as the court-martial may direct," adds Horseface. "For the opportunity of associating with such a bunch of genteel, clean-cut Christian gentlemen as you'll find here." "And such other punishment." "For excitement, for adventure." His voice lowers reverently. "For the cause, my boy, for the cause. If you keep your bowels open and your mouth shut, your head down and your chin up, you too may become a civilian." We have heard the story of Antonio's grandfather many times, but we still regard it with a cynical tolerance. In the army, life is a bog of monotony marked by moments of excitement. We are used to repetition. So if a man wants to retell his story, well and good. It is a way of passing the time. The Italian stares at his boots. Yeah, he says, in a pig's eye. I've seen all I want of the country, and you can have it. But it would have been nice. I was going to get myself a pass, maybe a furlough. Whee! Laughs Horseface. So what? Snaps Antonio. A man's got a right to a furlough. It says in the regulations. Whee! Let him alone. This is getting good, says Kerrigan. Tell us about the cousins. Antonio glares, but resumes his tale. There are 8 girls, all living near the old man. You introduce me? Asks Novak. Remember that dame back home? She wait, she know nothing. Sure, says Antonio, magnanimous with self-importance. I'll introduce you all. We'll have a party, but no monkey business. These are my kinfolk, see? Kerrigan yawns and stretches himself. I can see it now. Family reunion. Tony kicks open a door, tosses a grenade, and counts 10 before entering the old homestead. By God, yeah, he do that, cackles Novak. Kerrigan nods. Certainly, cousins and all baloney. Antonio's mood shifts. There ain't a one of you coming along, he decides. For Christ's sake, I wouldn't take you to a dog funeral. That night, the artillery fire is stepped up. The cave rocks. I cannot sleep. So I go out to the tunnel mouth where Brandon is on watch. One always feels a gentle strength in his presence. This tall, quiet man from the hills of Kentucky is closer to me than a brother. We have shared much in silence. He is as solid as the earth, a sticker. If the gates of hell burst open, Brandon would stick to his position. The quality of stubbornness is in that square-cut jaw. His eyes, as deep and dark as mountain lakes, betray nothing. Only in odd moments, such as when he passes those letters from his daughter around, do we get a glimpse of the sentiment in him. He has his moods, but he does not inflict them on others. Tonight I sense immediately that his spirits are low. That can mean but one thing. He has been thinking about home again, and that is bad indeed. Do you want to hit the sack? I can't sleep, so I may as well take over. No, he says, I'm wide awake. Anything been stirring? Nothing but artillery and a little small arms stuff downstream. Don't you want to go in for a cigarette? No, I'll smoke till my throat's raw. It's none of my business, but have you got something on your mind? Nothing but water, I guess. Drain it off. Oh, I've been thinking too much, maybe. About the little girl? Yeah, and about the ex-wife. Sometimes I think the old torch is burned out. Then it comes back. You're still in love with her? I don't know. I shouldn't be. If there's anything I hate in the world, it's a quitter, but I don't know. Maybe it was my fault. To hell with her. You can't say to hell with a girl that you've been in love with from the time you were 12. It's not that easy. I wouldn't know. I never had the chance to fall in love. Too damn proud to let a girl see the patches on my pants. He laughs quietly. I know what you mean. But we grew up together, and I see her all over again in my daughter. She was like a child, too, restless and full of mischief. You ought to have spanked her, maybe. No, you can't spank a child. You would have understood if you'd known Mary. She wasn't mean. We got married too young, and the big things I'd planned didn't pan out. I wanted to be an electrical engineer, but the baby came, and I ended up working in a brickyard. You can study engineering by mail. I know, I was going to get around to that. Then Mary got unhappy. Things were in a mess. We were trying to pay for a home and a car, and I don't suppose she had much fun. Neither did you. That's where you're wrong. I was blind happy. Maybe it was this other guy all the time, and I couldn't see him. Anyhow, she married again, and that was it. I'd had it. We sat in silence. Then from over the river comes a clattering sound, followed by laughter. A German must have fallen in a hole, and his comrades are amused at his clumsiness. I hope he broke his neck. Not a Jerry, says Brandon. Their necks are as thick as a bull's. The noise seems to have caused the front to stir in its sleep. A German shouts in English, "Sleep, swine! We kill you all before breakfast!" From a dugout below us, a voice yells, "Go to hell, you crowd-heads!" The plea is punctuated by a blast from a Browning automatic. It is the third day. The yellow, sputtering flame of the candle sends shadows skipping over the bearded faces of the men. In the flickering light, their strained red eyes gleam like the eyes of caged animals. The last of our water disappeared last night. Now thirst begins to torture our bodies. Lips crack, brains grow dizzy, talk becomes an effort. We still have rations, but we dare not eat lest the food increase our thirst. Nerves stand on edge. We growl at one another and quarrel over trifles. Johnson's face is longer than usual. Kerrigan has lost his bubble. Snuffy cannot sleep. And Novak is out of coffee. Gun duels have broken out. Swope has been exchanging fire with a German machine gunner who has our range to perfection. The slope to the river is as deadly as a gas chamber. No matter. Tonight somebody has to go out. We must have water. As the hours wear on, I say without belief, "Relief will come today. Headquarters knows our situation." Antonio turns upon me with glittering eyes. "Nuts! They're all a bunch of bat brains." "Remember the Articles of War," Kerrigan warns. "You'll not show disrespect for your superior officers by word or deed." "To hell with my superior officers." "Careful of your language. I carry a picture of my wife in my pocket," says Horseface. "Shove it." "Your grandfather," Novak suggests anxiously. But Antonio will not be diverted. He licks his parched lips, stares at the dim wash of light through the tunnel, and says, "You can take Italy and ram it. To hell with it. To hell with everything." "Brother," says Kerrigan, "the boy's got some original ideas." Wee-hee-hee-hee. The spurt of energy exhausts us. We sink to the floor. The talk ceases. The artillery is drumming furiously. Despite the noise, I doze. I dream that I stand in an open field surrounded by a forest in which birds sing. Then a dark shadow swoops over the earth, and all becomes expectantly, fearfully still. My feet seem rooted to the earth. I struggle to free them. Brrrp. I awake like an animal, instantly visualizing the picture. Novak beats me to the tunnel. Nobody is on watch. We drop to our knees and gaze through the slit. The burst of fire has knocked Antonio down. I shout, "Come back, you crazy fool, come back!" and seize the BAR to cover him. He scrambles from the ground, still clutching his canteen. Pure terror stands on his face. He takes a step, and his right lower leg bends double. The bone thrusts through the flesh, and he tries to walk on the stump. I cannot locate the enemy gunner, but he either has ammunition to waste or is bored with the lack of targets. His second burst is long and unhurried. The lead eats through Antonio's mid-parts like a saw chewing through wood. The Kraut is a butcher. Little Mike screams, "Goddamn sons of beaches!" and starts around the sandbag wall. I drop the gun and grab him. He kicks me flat. I recover and seize him again. He beats me with his fist, and I throw a hard punch to his stomach. He doubles up. I get a headlock on him and yell for Brandon and Kerrigan. The Irishman shakes and curses Novak back to sanity while I sit on the ground and wipe a bleeding nose. Swope joins us. "I should have known he'd popped his topper," he says. "I oughtn't to let him take over." "It wasn't your fault. He was bound to get that way sooner or later." "I didn't notice the canteen. Said he just wanted a little air." The Cherokee picks up the BAR, thrusts its barrel through the slot, and murder is in his eyes. I go inside to see Novak. He is stretched on the ground with his face in his arms. The little candle sputters. The men breathe heavily, and thick veins bulge at the Polak's temples. "Mike." He makes no response. "God damn it, man, it would have been no use. Antonio was already dead." He still does not move, so I rejoin Swope and Kerrigan. The Indian has his gaze fixed on the opposite bank. Kerrigan drums on his knees with his fingers. I peep through the slot. Antonio lies in the mud with his leg doubled beneath him. He has come home to the soil that gave his parents birth. Within a few hours, a furious firefight is raging across the river, and we know that our men have broken through the German lines. The pressure is off. Our relief arrives with water and ammunition. The next morning, we cross the river on a bridge and join the drive toward our next major objective, the communication center of Mignano. Chapter 4. Mignano lies in a broad valley through which run an important railroad and the famed arterial Highway 6. North of the town, steep, brush-covered Mount Lungo splits the flatlands like a spur. On the eastern side of the valley is oval-shaped Mount Rotondo. At its base is a rocky elevation known on the military maps simply as Hill 193. The highway curves around it like a horseshoe and winds onward toward Cassino and Rome. On both the mountains, the Germans are strongly entrenched, with their guns dominating the valley. The area forms a powerful outpost for the lines that the enemy has prepared for his winter defensive. Cassino, which soon will have the eyes of the world upon it, is now but a focal point in the German lines. Our strategy is to bypass Mignano and strike directly against the mountains protecting the city. The terrain over which we advance is a nightmare for offensive troops. The narrow trails, frequently on the edge of sheer cliffs and deep gorges, are so treacherous that pack mules often lose their footing and tumble to their death. Sometimes the mules cannot make it at all. Supplies have to be dragged up the slope by men inching their way on all fours. The Germans, holed up among the rocks, are difficult to locate until we are upon them. The ground is slippery with mud, and visibility is cut drastically by a heavy autumn mist that lies over the land. Beneath the mist, my squad moves cautiously forward on a reconnaissance mission. A German tank waits at the edge of a grove, but it is so expertly camouflaged that we overlook it. We are walking straight toward the tank when Novak stops abruptly. He cocks his ear to the right and left. His worried eyes dart all about. "Somewhere here are the sons of bitches," he whispers. "You're dreaming things, Mike. You're battle-wacky." No, smell 'em." "That's Snuffy's feet. They get washed only during landings." "Good God, look! There!" The snout of the cannon is being quietly lowered upon us. Our minds freeze. Like birds fascinated by the eyes of a snake, we stand motionless. The Krauts jerk the camouflage net from the tank. The engine starts. Our minds snap free of the spell. "Head," says Horseface, "stay with me. Feet don't let me down." He is off. I follow Novak's short, churning legs. Speed is the one essential. No adequate cover is at hand. The first shell screams overhead, smacks into the earth, and explodes just ahead of us. Horseface pivots to the right, and we follow him. "Wait!" cries a terrified voice. "I've busted my goddamn leg!" We pause, turn. It is Capehart, who came in as a replacement for Antonio. He is floundering forward on hands and knees, still dragging his rifle by the sling. Kerrigan and Brandon dash toward him. Seizing him by the shoulders of his canvas jacket, they drag him along like a sled. The tank has lurched out of its hiding place. Another shell cracks. We slide into a gully. Capehart has gone into a panic. "Oh, Jesus, don't leave me! Don't leave me! It's broke!" "Take it easy, son," says Horseface. "Nobody's pulling out on you." He peers over the gully's edge. "It's coming, all right. Somebody's got to pull a Samson. You, Kerrigan, you're the only one that's got the jawbone of an ass." "It's not funny," spits the Irishman. "I've been in worse spots, but I can't say just when." Novak whistles and motions us to a far end of the ditch. He's discovered a clump of bushes. We crawl toward it, flat on our bellies, and in this maneuver Capehart is the most energetic of us all. The tank has stopped. A crew member pokes his head out of the hatch and sweeps the terrain with field glasses. 6 inches of armor, and the bastards are still scared of the open," says Kerrigan. "I hope they stay scared," adds Horseface. "I got a skin that's allergic to lead." "You got a skin like an alligator." "Reminds me of an old girl I knowed once. Worked in a circus in summer and wintered in Baltimore. Says, 'Colonel—'" The door hatch on the tank closes. The engine starts. Says, "Colonel—" "For Christ's sake, shut up." The nose of the tank swings toward us. "And a hide like a real alligator," says Colonel. "Shut up." The tank turns completely around and rumbles back toward the grove. "A fraidy cat," says Snuffy. "Fraidy, hell, where have you been?" "I've been right here." "You've been so quiet I thought you'd died." "I was saving my breath for the rat race." Capehart's ankle has swollen badly. We have to cut off his shoe before carrying him on down the slope. In the valley, the battle grows in intensity. Several times, we try storming up the southern side of Mount Rotondo and are stopped cold. A ruse finally does the trick. While elements of our regiment attack from the south and southwest to divert the Germans, a battalion of the 30th strikes from the flank and rear, taking the enemy by surprise. The mountain falls into our hands, but counteraction is immediate and sudden. Barrages of artillery and mortar fire are thrown upon us. Groups are isolated. Lines become confused. As dusk falls, we wait for the company to assemble at the bottom of Hill 193, which our battalion is to take over. The clump of boots causes me to prick up my ears. It is time that the rest of the men were showing up. When the dark shapes appear on the road, I shout to give them the direction. The shapes halt, and I hear the growl of a German. It is too late to warn the men. I throw my rifle into position and start firing. The Krauts fall back, but they know where we are now, and there is no time to waste. We start scrambling up the slope of the hill, and we do not stop until we find an abandoned quarry, which we slip into for the night. Now the light of the new day is streaking the sky, beneath which the enemy is creeping. A combat patrol. 7 gray-coated and helmeted forms emerging like ghosts from the mist of an Italian dawn. Beneath the uniforms, 7 men. The warm blood throbs through their veins, their chests heave, and one casts an anxious eye toward the light that blooms in the sky. 7 soldiers seeking us out. Grenades swing from their belts, their rifles are ready, and the ears are bent for the slightest sound that will give our position away. Trained to kill without an instant's hesitation or an atom of mercy, they want only the opportunity to blow us into mincemeat. We accept the facts coolly, remove the safety locks on our rifles, and lie as still as the rocks among which we hide at the edge of the quarry. My mouth goes dry, muscles tighten, the heart beats in slow, steady pulsations. Quietly, rapidly, Swope checks his machine gun. He chooses his range, gauges his sights, and freezes into position. It is his job. If he fails, we must think and act quickly. Otherwise, we may think and act no more. But we have every confidence in that calm trigger finger and piercing blackness of eye. The Germans labor up a draw that cuts the slope like a wrinkle in a fat man's stomach. Despite all care, their boots slip on the stony soil, and at each small sound, the men start nervously. The leader is obviously an old-timer. I can see from his actions that he does not like the situation at all. The route he has chosen is dangerous indeed, but is the best that the area offers. On 2 sides, he has at least partial concealment. But what of the forward end of the draw? A greenhorn should know that that would be covered. Evidently the German knows too. He halts, waves his men down, and moves forward a few yards alone. He pauses and gazes straight in our direction. I glance at Swope. He has the tense, sensitive, motionless appearance of a bird dog at point. Apparently the German has not spotted us, but still he is not satisfied. Again he advances, stops, and scans the terrain. Then he shrugs his shoulders and motions for his men to join him. We know when they are in effective range of the gun. Still Swope waits. With his cold Indian cunning, he is letting them come dangerously close. "What's the chief going to do?" whispers Kerrigan irritably. "Shake hands with the Krauts before he shoots them?" The bronzed head snaps forward. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. 20 rounds, no more. Swope is not one to waste ammunition. "Okay," he says without turning his head. "They're yours." We spring to our feet, fingering the triggers of our rifles. Long ago we learned the wisdom of a stock army saying, "The only safe Germans are dead ones." 4 of the Krauts, with weaponless hands hoisted, register stunned surprise. No matter how much you expect it, you're always surprised when it comes. Their comrades lie on the earth. Already the blood wells from their middle parts. Swope aims not too high, not too low. he seldom misses the vital organs. From the ripped bodies comes only the sound of gasping. Shock for the instant stifles the pain that will soon stab through the flesh like thrusts from a red-hot sword. Brandon, for all of his experience, has never learned to accept such sights. He turns his head from the bleeding men, muttering, "Belly wounds." Snuffy is different. His pale, watery eyes view the scene placidly. Plopping to the ground, he hauls out a plug of tobacco, bites off a hunk, and chews. Thoughtlessly, he spits into the wind. His face is spattered with tobacco juice. He wipes it off with the back of his hand. "Looks like them three done drawed their rations," he says. Novak is ignoring the wounded. Jabbering fiercely, he frisks the 4 captives. "So, you go hunting, eh? You kill us, we kill you. To turn about is fair play." The Germans do not understand the language, but the attitude is obvious. They regard the angry little Polak with alarm. "Don't scare him any more, Mike," says Horseface. "We'll have a sanitation problem on our hands." A single German cannon opens up on Mount Lungo. The noise of the projectile grows to the roar of a freight train as the hills throw back the echo. The shell is not intended for us. It goes overhead and crashes on Rotundo. This book is continued on Disc 2. To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 2. A single German cannon opens up on Mount Lungo. The noise of the projectile grows to the roar of a freight train as the hills throw back the echo. The shell is not intended for us. It goes overhead and crashes on Rotundo. "Reveille," says Kerrigan. "Sons of beaches." The grey light washes about us, and mist is curling from the hill. Horseface is assigned to escort the prisoners back to company headquarters and notify the medics of the wounded. Looking over the bushy terrain, he grins sardonically. "If them guys are only Jerry Wacks or nurses," he suggests. "For just once, why can't we capture some women?" "Women," says Snuffy. "If I ever get married, gonna marry a cow. Something I can milk, love, and plow." Far down the slope, mortars begin to cough, but their firing is not in rhythm. The gunners are perhaps not yet fully awake. Horseface studies the terrain professionally. Suddenly he is all business. "I'll see you Joes in the graveyard," he says. "Hell's gonna hop on this hill." He arranges the Germans in a single file, and with the tip of his rifle gooses the rear one. The German wheels indignantly about. Horseface guffaws and waves him forward. We turn our attention to the wounded. They are all still conscious. One has the embarrassed expression of a man suddenly exposed while answering a call of nature. He appears too old to be gadding about with a gun. His face is shriveled, and his uniform fits like a sack. His lips peel back in a yellow grin. It is the forced smile of an unwilling loser. Or maybe he wishes to be friendly. He coughs. Red froth bubbles from his mouth. He ceases pretending. Fear and shame pass from his eyes. He must know now that he is dying, and we can harm him no further. The other 2 are not so sure. They are young, hardly over 20, and from the freshness of their uniforms we guess they are newcomers to the lines. They cringe and snarl defiantly, doubtless not knowing how badly they are wounded. I glance at the sky. On the eastern horizon, a lone shaft of sunlight knifes through a mass of dark clouds. The enemy artillery on Mount Lungo is limbering up in earnest. We can now see the bursting of the shells. The direction of fire is steadily drifting our way. The wounded must be got under cover. The peculiar ethics of war condone our riddling the bodies with lead. But then they were soldiers. Swope's gun transformed them into human beings again, and the rules say that we cannot leave them unprotected against a barrage of their own artillery. "Let's get them into the quarry," I say. "They'd die and start stinking," argues little Mike. "It's no good living with dead men." "I'll stay with them until the medics come," offers Brandon. "It won't be long." "Yeah," snorts Kerrigan. "That Cherokee's gun has probably telegraphed our position to every kraut in this neck of the woods." He may be right. The mortar fire has come so close that we can hear the whistling fragments. "Grab the men and get going." "Is that an order, sir?" asks Kerrigan. "It's an order." "Please do me the courtesy of shoving it, sir." Grinning, he seizes the largest German by the shoulders, while Brandon takes the feet. The man whines fearfully. "Do your bitchin' to the chief," says Kerrigan. "He handed you that lead, not me." The Irishman notices that Snuffy still remains seated, speculatively squirting tobacco juice. He lets go of the German, picks up a rock, and throws it at Jones. "Okay, gourdhead, get that cotton-picking butt off the ground and give us a hand." "Sich language," Snuffy replies as he creaks lazily to his feet. "God, are we supposed to kill him or cure him?" Kerrigan reaches for another rock. Okay, says Snuffy. "Don't get your bowels in a uproar." He and Novak lift the old fellow frowningly. A pool of blood has collected in his pants. It now pours in a stream from his sagging posterior. I remain with the third man until Brandon returns. The youngster stares at the sky, breathing laboriously. I loosen his collar and he mutters, "Danke." As we carry him up the slope, an enemy machine gunner spots us. He gives us a burst, but his distance is too great for accuracy. The bullets walk to our left, angrily kicking up gravel. Swope, sitting stolidly behind that gun of his, has lit a cigarette. He does not even take a professional interest in his targets. Kerrigan says, "Next time, Chief, shoot only the little ones. That one I had must have weighed a ton." The Indian shrugs. He has done his work without hatred, pride, or compassion. Now he relaxes. The artillery fire grows into a heavy barrage, but in our rocky hole we feel secure enough. If the mortars do not get our range, we are relatively safe. The chance of a direct hit or an air burst by the big guns is small. However, twice 88mm shells explode close enough to send showers of dirt and stone into the quarry. The shock is passing from the Germans, and as the pain awakes in the flesh, their dignity and manhood as soldiers vanish. One of the youngsters is openly weeping. We have broken open first aid packets and start dressing their wounds. It is a habit, no more. We are all aware that a battalion of doctors could not undo the work of Swope's gun. But through instinct and training we are compelled to act. Kerrigan has unbuttoned the old fellow's shirt, bearing a bony, shrunken chest. One bullet has pierced the left lung. "Superman," says the Irishman quietly. "You should have been home with your grandchildren." The German, seeing that Kerrigan is not angry, attempts a feeble smile. Then he closes his eyes, muttering, "Wasser." But 3 of the bullets have punctured his stomach. Blood clots around the ugly little holes, and a man with belly wounds must not drink water. "Wasser." Kerrigan attempts to explain. He rubs his own stomach, shakes his head, and says, "No water, it's bad for you." "Wasser." "Wasser verboten, goddammit." "Wasser." "Give him the water," says Brandon. "You give it to him, or shoot him right in the head. It's the same thing, only quicker." "He's thirsty?" asks Novak. "Give him coffee." "For Christ's sake, what's the difference?" "Oh, let him have a drink," drawls Snuffy. "He's gonna die anyhow." Kerrigan jerks a canteen from his belt and hurls it at Snuffy. "By God, there's the water. Give him the drink yourself." "What are you getting sore about? All I said is that he'll die anyhow." "No," says Kerrigan. "He's in good shape. All he needs is an oxygen tent, a new lung, 8 quarts of blood plasma, and 17 feet of unpunctured gut." "I'll go jump in a lake and pull the water up over you," says Kerrigan. I wish to Christ I could. As the morning passes, the clouds move inland, and rain, that persistent plague of the foot soldiers, sets in. I bend over the wounded Germans. The old fellow and one of the youngsters are unconscious. The third puckers his lips and fumbles with a coat pocket. It is a smoke that he is doubtless after. I search through his clothes and draw forth a package of American cigarettes. Anger flares inside me as I wonder whether he got them from a corpse or a prisoner. He reads my thoughts, flinches, and starts vomiting. Suddenly I feel ashamed. I wipe off his mouth, thrust a cigarette between his lips, and strike him a light. He smiles gratefully and sucks weakly at the tobacco. I remove my own slicker and cover him against the rain. In the late afternoon we hear the sputter of automatic fire. Novak, who is manning our machine gun, yells, "Our man, hurry!" Then he squeezes his trigger so long that I fear he will burn out the gun barrel. We snatch our weapons and disperse among the rocks at the top of the quarry. Our man lies in spread-eagle fashion. The bullets rip the ground about him. I shout for him to start crawling. He moves, and we lay a cover of fire overhead. That must give the Kraut something to think about. His gun is silent as our man snakes his way up the slope. We pull him into the hole. He is too weak to stand. Brandon hands him a canteen. He takes a slug of water and lies breathing like a terrified horse. Jesus. You bring mail? Asks Novak. Jesus. What's up? Let me get my breath. Here's a stick here. The old man's been hit. Bad? Nearly bled to death. Dylan finally got through for some plasma. It was all that saved the old man. Is he out? His mind comes and goes, but you don't put his kind out unless you kill them. When he's conscious, he's yelling orders, and when he's unconscious, he raves them. Between times, he's cussing the Krauts. What about the medics for these Jerrys here? They won't get up until morning, maybe not then. They're up to their elbows with our own men, and they couldn't get through anyhow. Dylan got through. With his luck, he could get through the Siegfried line on skis. He wears horseshoes around his shoulders and shamrocks in his shoes. No mail? Novak asks again. Mail? Now, good God, man, do I look like a postman? The old man says to keep on the alert for a big counterattack. We're expecting it. If it doesn't come, we'll attack ourselves. Sounds just perfectly lovely, says Kerrigan. We got about as much future as Snuffy's got sense. You'll probably get a lot of artillery. What the hell we been getting, birthday greetings? The old man says if the Krauts think they're going to have to pull out, they'll likely throw all their surplus at us first. You got any good news? Yeah, you won't be eating sea rations much longer. If some supplies don't soon get through, you won't be eating any rations at all. The rain falls harder. The Germans mutter feverishly. Pools of water have gathered about their bodies, but there's nothing we can do about that. Brandon tucks the covers about them. The poor bastards, he says softly. What is death waiting for? He understands the necessity of killing men when they advance upon him with arms, and in combat he is ferocious. But he does not comprehend the purpose of this drawn-out agony of dying. He does not approve of it. Yet he will do everything within his power to keep breath in these shattered bodies. So would we others, but we are all realists. Since there is no hope for life, we wish these men would die quickly. If they go into deliriums, it will be bad for our nerves tonight. And the noise of their raving may attract another enemy patrol. I sit down beside Kerrigan. My eyeballs burn, my bones ache, and my muscles twitch from exhaustion. Oh, to sleep and never awaken. The war is without beginning, without end. It goes on forever. Snuffy is unconcerned. Stretched in the mud with his helmet pulled over his eyes, he snores loudly. That, says Kerrigan, is how the South lost the war. All the Confederate soldiers ate a big possum dinner and fell asleep. The Yankees found them and beat out their brains, such as they were, with stove wood. The blue eyes snap. The nostrils quiver. The loose grin spreads over his face. He told me once that he was born tarred and never got rested. Said he comes from so far back in the hills that he had to swing into home on grapevines. He used to think there were just two kinds of people in the world, the whiskey-making kind and the revenuers. First letter he ever got was from the draft board. Sees War Department on the envelope and thinks right off it was from the revenuers. They were the War Department as far as he was concerned, and he wanted no part or parcel of it. Damn near got chucked in jail for not reporting. I'd like to have seen him during his basic. Got gigged every day, he said. Couldn't get the hang of the spit and polish. He usually spit and ended up polishing. Scooping up a handful of gravel, Kerrigan hurls it at the sleeping man's helmet. Snuffy pops up like a jack-in-the-box. Glaring wildly about, he grabs for his rifle. Damn you, he says, seeing the Irishman's broad smile. Can't a man have a little peace? Peace, he says. And Patton wanting to see him. With a skull as thick as his, the general thinks he can use him as a tank. Snuffy's neck seems abnormally long. At its top is a knob-like head from which the large ears stick out like flaps. His thin lips stretch into a grin, revealing short stained teeth and too much gum. "Kerrigan," he says, "I was just dreaming that you was ed up with crud and corruption and enjoying myself no end. The buzzards was pecking out your eyeballs and talking among themselves. One buzzard said, 'Times is getting mighty tough when we get low down enough to eat an Irishman.' Another buzzard pukes. 'Don't mention an Irishman to me while I'm eating,' says he. 'Makes me sick to my stomach.'" He stretches again in the mud, pulls his helmet over his eyes, and resumes his nap. For a while, Kerrigan sits silently, with his eyes roaming over the dismal prospects of our quarry. Finally, he says, "You wouldn't know where I could get a blonde 2 gallons of whiskey in a 6-months pass." "Write your congressman, rumhead." Sergeant Emmett J. Kerrigan. He sits in his rain-soaked clothes, 4,000 miles from his native New England. 3 men are dying before us, and we ourselves may not last the night. He runs a hand through his sandy hair, scratches an ear pensively. "Do you think," asks he, "that there'll be any beer left in America? I'm making my post-war plans." "You can limit those plans to 1 mattress cover and 6 feet of dirt in a military cemetery. I can see it now," I reply. The headlines: "Sergeant Emmett J. Kerrigan gives life for his country. Fell down the steps of an Italian cellar and broke his blasted neck. All cat houses south of the firing lines will be closed for 1 day of mourning." "Murph," he spits, "you get the goddamnedest ideas. When I was tapped for the draft, I was about to become a family man." "Some girl in trouble?" "Why, hellsfire, no. Nice girl. A proofreader in the print shop where I worked." "Sounds cozy." It was, scrambled brain. "Why didn't you marry her then?" "Duck under some woman's skirts to get out of the service." "You'd have been out of the draft, all right, unless—" "Don't say it. We're talking about Rachel. I didn't know what the war was all about. I still don't know." "Who does?" "Novak, maybe. And he may be all cockeyed. Anyhow, I felt it coming, and I didn't want to be saddled by a dame on this long, long trail a winding. And I didn't want her to be stuck with me." "I can hardly stand it. You got a conscience." "Conscience? Man, in my youth I was a choir boy." "So what's happened to religion?" "And that's not all. If somebody had given me a shove, I might have become a priest." Darkness closes in. The rain still falls, but a weird dull light remains in the quarry. Somewhere above the clouds, the moon shines. In our sodden clothes, we shiver like dogs. The runner has returned to headquarters. The artillery still pounds, but the mortar fire has let up. The elder German is delirious. For periods, he lies quietly. Then, as if seized by some sudden horror, he tries to get up, jabbering excitedly. We have lashed his arms together with a belt to prevent his clawing the bandages. As the hours wear on, he is joined in his raving by one of the younger men. In the night, they seem to be carrying on some ghostly conversation. "They kill us too. By God, you wait," says Novak, as if trying to salve our consciences. "It is unnecessary. Remorse does not bother us. The men had to be shot. Swope should have aimed a bit higher." When dawn breaks, 2 of the Germans are dead. Their eyes stare glassily, their mouths are open, and the old man's swollen tongue protrudes between his teeth. "Looks like he left us a Bronx cheer," says Kerrigan. "Who the hell is this joke on, anyhow?" "It's no joke if they stink," says Novak. "I'd rather smell them than Snuffy." "You go to hell." "Gladly, just give me the address." The third German has a rattling sound in his throat, and the feverish red of his face is becoming mottled with white. I remove the slicker from the corpse and add it to his covering. The act is useless. The man would not know if he lay in 10 feet of feathers. We heat water for our coffee in canteen cups, using wax strips torn from K-ration packages for fuel. It's a trick that Novak taught us, a tedious but smokeless process, handy when hiding from the enemy. The clouds scatter and the sun appears. Steam rises from our uniforms. We check our gear, cleanse our weapons of mud, and wait for orders. They do not come. Instead, we receive another barrage of artillery. It is far worse than the one thrown at us yesterday. The whole hill trembles. We huddle among the rocks, pulling our helmeted heads into our shoulders like frightened turtles. Swope is back on the gun. Concussion from a nearby blast sends his helmet spinning. I clamber up to him. Blood runs from his nose. He cannot hear. Otherwise, he is unharmed and refuses to leave the gun. In the afternoon, the last German dies. He takes a long, gasping breath, exhales with a sigh, and it is all over. I remove my raincoat from the body and spread it on a rock to dry. That night we all feel better. The clouds are gone. The moon washes the earth with a silvery light, lessening the probability of enemy patrols. In the light, the faces of the dead seem green and unearthly. That is bad for morale, as it makes a man reflect upon what his own life may come to. Brandon finally turns the bodies face downward. We should have thought of that in the first place. "If the people at home could only see this," says Kerrigan. "Home," echoes Novak. "Yeah, home is the place where they send you when you lose an arm or a leg. I've read all about it in the papers. You ride in a hospital train with beautiful nurses and Red Cross dames drooling all over you. With newspapers writing how you gave your all for your country. With the train stopping at little towns where the people are waiting at the depots to cheer. You look out of the windows and see the sweet little shacks around the railroad tracks and say, 'It won't be long now.'" "The hell you do," says Snuffy. "That's what the papers say," continues Kerrigan. "Oh, tell us more," I say with sarcasm. "Sure, just like a picture. Your mama cries and calls in the neighbors to see her hero. You sit around the old store with your chest full of ribbons and tell the people about the war. You say it wasn't so bad, and we're beating the hell out of the Krauts. No, I can't stand it. You get your picture taken, and the hometown paper gives you a headline. Local boy says Nazis not so tough. Yeah, they're a big bunch of sissies. You forget about nights like this. All you do is eat hot dogs and drink Coca-Colas, the absence of which has mostly occupied your mind in the field. Then you're discharged. Think of that. Discharged. For a while you miss the old gang, and you feel like a fish out of the water in civvies. You won't have to go back clerking in a grocery store, because the good old army has trained you for a better job. Come again? Sure. You've learned a lot of useful things. You can pick off a man at 300 yards with an M1. You can toss a grenade further than anybody else in town. You can sleep among corpses, bathe in ditch water without any complaint at all. As civilians will be in great demand. Horse manure, says Snuffy. The next day breaks quietly. The enemy is strangely silent. Then our own artillery starts whamming. The whizzing of the shells overhead grows into a mighty roar. Whoopee! Yells Snuffy. Hitler, start counting your boys. If there is one thing a dog-face loves, it is artillery, his own. Horseface comes up from headquarters. Sling on your gear and get the lead out of your pants. I got great news for you, sad sacks, says he. We attack. Chapter 5. Crawling with filth and sodden with weariness, we are pulled out of the lines in mid-November. The valley is clear of the enemy. Mount Lungo has fallen. From its heights we can see Cassino. The war drags north, its roar receding in the distance. In a short while, Hill 193 will be but another small rise in Italy's rugged terrain. Already burial squads scurry like ants over its slopes, seeking the bodies of men to whom the last order of forward has been given. Looking back upon the bloody valley, Snuffy says, What was all the shooting about? I wouldn't give one turnip patch in Tennessee for the whole damn country, and Sicily throwed in for good measure. As we straggle on foot down a shell-torn road, we become giddy at the prospect of living. Despite the lateness of the year, it is a pleasant sunny day. A light breeze whispers in the trees. The earth is solid and friendly. The clump of our boots is like stirring music. Our veins swell to the rhythm, and we regard one another with foolish, affectionate grins. It is as simple as that. An order comes through, and you are handed back life on a platter. Kerrigan is sure that there has been some mistake. Otherwise, we have been reprieved merely to be checked for venereal disease. All they'll find on me, says he, is mud sores. Our derision is turned on Horseface Johnson. In a newspaper, his wife has seen the picture of a GI vigorously embracing 2 Italian girls. She is sure that Horseface is up to the same mischief. That is why she has not heard from him in 3 weeks. We halt for a rest by a clear stream. Brown leaves fall in the water and spin in eddies. Novak, the cautious, removes his shoes and bathes his feet in the cool water. He doubts the official word that we are to walk only 6 miles. The army has a way of changing its mind, and the 6 miles may grow into 30. A group of replacements on the way to the front falls out on the opposite side of the road. The men are clean-shaven and newly outfitted as if prepared for inspection. All are subdued. A few are plainly white-faced, dry-mouthed with fear. They finger their weapons, pull at their canteens, and glance nervously in the direction from which come the dull, angry sounds of combat. Their leader, a leathery sergeant, lies on his back in the grass and puffs a cigarette. From his relaxed attitude, we know he has been in the lines before, perhaps many times. Kerrigan is elated by the scene. He flips his head toward the replacements and in a loud, sardonic voice asks, "Has anyone ever seen a nicer pack of fresh meat?" The sergeant's eyes twinkle. "Still rough going up there?" "Rough," says Snuffy. "Out of the whole damn battalion, here's all that's left. We're being sent back because the gravediggers run out of mattress covers." The replacements grin at us without mirth. The wind curls through the grasses, the stream gurgles cheerfully. The sergeant grinds his cigarette into the ground and gets up. "All right," he says, "let's go." The men fall in quietly, squaring their shoulders to their packs. We regard them with casual interest. Pity is a luxury we cannot afford. We have survived our stretch at the front. Now it is up to them to save their hides also. As they plod up the road, Kerrigan shouts, "Cannon fodder! Don't get those nice uniforms dirty." A man in the rear turns and thumbs his nose at the Irishman. At headquarters, we are ordered to strip and report to the medics for a checkup. The air nips at our skin. Our teeth chatter lightly. In uniform, we feel the strength of our union and manhood. Naked, we are all individuals, seeming suddenly alone and ridiculous. Kerrigan was partially right. We have seen no women for weeks. For days we have been in the lines. But Army routine is immutable. The first phase of our examination is a short arm. A young corporal glances at our organs perfunctorily. His cursory attitude brings an admonishment from Horseface. "Careful there, son," he says. "My wife thinks I've had half the women in Italy." "He's het up with gonorrhea," adds Kerrigan. The corporal casts a bitter glance at the two. "Why don't you go to hell?" he asks. "This ain't my idea of fighting the war either." The mystery deepens. We are not returned to the lines, but instead are sent to a swampy terrain near Naples for a period of rigorous training. Twice daily we have hot chow, and we sleep on cots in pyramidal tents. Weariness drains from our flesh. We kick up our heels at discipline. Snuffy is called on the carpet for not shaving. His stubbly chin might have gone unnoticed, but he also looked straight into the eyes of a natty headquarters lieutenant and failed to salute. The officer, bristling like a young Airedale, ordered him to snap to. By a mighty effort of will, Snuffy opened both eyes and straightened a shoulder, which was his idea of standing at attention. "Get that belly in and those shoulders back," says the wrathful lieutenant. "You're in the army." "Yes, sir," replies Snuffy. "And front-line slovenliness, either in appearance or action, will not be tolerated in this area." "Come again?" says Snuffy. The face of the officer purples. "No wisecracks, soldier. Get those whiskers off immediately. And don't let me catch you failing in your military courtesy again." "Yes, sir." Snuffy turns on his heel. "God damn it," says the lieutenant, "come back here. When being dismissed by an officer, you're supposed to salute." "Yes, sir." He throws a hand to his forehead. "Dismissed. This time I won't report you, but watch yourself. You're not in the lines, you know." "Yes, sir." Unperturbed, Snuffy ambles into our tent. "I got news for you guys," says he. "We're not in the lines. In all your life, did you ever hear such horse manure?" He studies his chin in a mirror. "What's wrong with that son of a bitch?" he asks. "I just shaved day before yesterday." Kerrigan gets drunk. He has paid an outrageous price for a pint of grain alcohol which a medic stole from the infirmary. The fiery liquid was cut with grapefruit juice. And now the Irishman sits in our tent, solemnly sharing a canteen cup of the mixture with Novak. As the liquor disappears, the Irishman's brain is aswarm with great plans. "When I get out of this man's army," he announces, "I'm going to buy me a place in the woods. A whole damned summer resort. There'll be cabins by the dozen, and a trout stream right in the middle." "Listen to that," says Snuffy. "If brick houses were selling for $0.25 apiece, he couldn't buy a one-hole privy. "Quiet," Kerrigan orders. "Have a drink." "Can't. I'm in trouble enough already." "Then be quiet and let a man drink in peace." His mind snaps into focus, and again the dream flourishes. "Yep," he continues. "I'll have a lodge to take care of the overflow guests. It'll have one big room with a fireplace at the end and a clock on the mantel that strikes bong, bong for them that cares what time it is. I won't. There'll be a bar 200 feet long, all made of polished oak." His face brightens with a new idea. "Say, I'll be needing a lot of help about the place. Who wants to work for me?" "Get me out of this army and I'll settle for a hard-tailed mule and some stumpy new ground," says Snuffy. "You give me a job?" It is Novak that speaks. "Why, hell yes," Kerrigan assures him. "I'll make you the head bartender. 150 a week. No, that's too damn much as a starter. How's 100 a week?" "Suits me." "Then you're hired." "By guy, never make so much money in the steel mills. In the old country, I farmed 7 years to get one ticket to America. Kerrigan, you are my friend. I never have such a friend before." The Irishman is touched. He passes the cup to the Polak. "Friend," says he, "drink. Drink it all. To my friend." A formation whistle blows. We pull Kerrigan to his feet, and he reels to his place in the company line. We are detailed to erect tents. Gone is the wonderful vision. Sweat pours down Kerrigan's face as he pounds stakes in the ground with a sledge. The exercise sobers him. To Novak he says, "I talk a lot of baloney. That place in the woods is a pipe dream. I hired you, now I fire you just to get things straight." "It is no difference," the Polak replies. "You are my friend." One afternoon, Brandon and I are walking down a road when we spot a chicken pecking in a field. It raises its head and struts stiffly about in alarm. "At this distance," Brandon says, "it'd be a damn crime, but—" His carbine cracks and the fowl is a flopping mass of feathers. I vault over the wall encircling the field and scoop it up in my arms. It is an old hen with a bald neck. Evidently she had been molting out of season. We crouch behind the wall, hastily plucking and gutting the carcass. Then we wrap the dressed flesh in a field jacket and hide it in a clump of grass. In combat we can destroy whole towns and be patted on the back for our efforts. But here in the rear, the theft of a chicken is a serious offense indeed. Army regulations say no looting. If anyone questions us about the shot, we will swear that the gun fired accidentally. I am in favor of broiling the fowl over an open fire. But Brandon insists that we must be sensible about the matter. He is certain that the flame will be seen. Taking the chicken to a farmhouse would be safer. If, I say, it's not the farm to which the hen belonged. "Oh, the hell with that," he replies. "We'll say we swiped it from our kitchen." We select a likely-looking house, and at dusk we recover our chicken and sneak across the fields, walking gingerly. While our brains do not concern themselves with mines, our legs are instinctively cautious. It is an old house with the yard reeking of manure. We hear the soft moo of a cow. A burly, fat man opens the door. As he stands against the candlelight, he seems almost gigantic. His voice has the arrogant weariness of one who has seen too many soldiers. "No wine," he says. Brandon dangles the chicken by the legs. The man peers at us suspiciously. "No wine," he repeats. "The hell with the wine," says Brandon. "We eat. Mangiare." "Ah," the Italian exclaims. "You hunger." "Damned hunger," Brandon assures him, weighing the fowl temptingly in his hand. "Damned hunger. You enter," says the man, carefully fumbling for English. His wife is as dark as a gypsy. Her hair is plaited into a stringy long braid. In her ears are large golden rings. She scrutinizes the chicken and speaks to her husband. He answers with an impatient volley of Italian. She shrugs her shoulders and thrusts a bundle of twigs into the stove. The flames leap, crackling. In their light, the woman's face seems ancient and lonely. We still clutch our carbines, but our host appears not to notice the weapons. Perhaps he has learned from experience that it is wise not to suggest that soldiers disarm themselves. Many disapprove of the courtesy. We seat ourselves at a table. Brandon passes his cigarettes. The woman takes one, says, "Thank you," and puts it on a shelf. In a war-torn country, nobody refuses anything offered. Even GI contraceptives have become a shameless medium of exchange. The man inhales expansively, then blows volumes of smoke out of his nostrils. His mood grows genial. He opens a cupboard and brings out a bottle of red wine, which he sets with 3 glasses on the table. "I thought the guy said he had no wine," remarks Brandon. If our host understands, he gives no sign. He fills the glasses, passes us 2, and says, "You drink. It's a good wine." We lean our carbines against the wall and toss our cartridge belts into a corner. The chicken bubbles in an iron pot. The smell of garlic and peppers fills the room. A second bottle of wine appears on the table. "New York?" asks our host. "New York," Brandon nods. With our ignorance of the Italian language, attempting to explain the existence of a state called Kentucky is not worth the effort. "Your friend? New York?" "New York," I reply, hoping the news never gets back to Texas. "I have in New York a cousin, Pietro Domenico," says the Italian. Brandon gulps down half a glass of wine, vigorously exhales, and rubs his stomach. "I know Pietro Domenico," he declares. The Italian gapes in astonishment. "Pietro Domenico, you know?" "My friend," answers Brandon, holding 2 fingers closely together. "Pietro and me are like that." The man speaks excitedly to his wife. Her eyes widen. She rattles a string of Italian in my comrade's direction. His imagination soars. He raps himself on the chest and turns to me half belligerently. "Do I know Pietro?" he snaps. "He asks me if I know Pietro Domenico." "Well, do you?" Brandon slams a fist on the table. The wine glasses dance. "Of course! He owns a macaroni joint on 5th Avenue, and he leads a gray kitten about with a rope. His wife is named Ruby. She's half Swede, 3/4 Chinese, and the other part Navajo Indian. She cooks her catfish with a sweet potato dressing and tells fortunes while she rests. Am I right?" "Right." The Italian bends anxiously forward. "I no understand what you speak." Brandon is exasperated with the limitations of language, but suddenly he has an inspiration. He raises his glass. "To Pietro Domenico, who's been better to me than my own brother. Salute and santee." "Ah," the Italian sighs. "It is Pietro." He drinks deeply. The little kitchen has become rosy with friendship. The stove purrs and the candlelight grows in its richness. We no longer have the feeling of strangers. The major portion of the chicken is put on our plates. It is so spiced with pepper that tears roll from our eyes as we chew. But we eat the last shred of it and mop up the gravy with chunks of dry bread. Then the magic dies. A roach crawls over the table. It pauses to twiddle its long antennae. The Italian crushes it with his hand, wiping the messy remains on his pants. The fire goes out in the stove. The room becomes stuffy and sordid. The enchanted bottles are drained. Talk ceases. The Italians regard us impatiently. We sink back into our old indifference. Our eyes grow heavy. We buckle on our cartridge belts and pick up our carbines. "Buonasera." "Buonasera, amici. Addio." Outside, the night is so clear that the stars seem liquid. To the north, we can see the flash of artillery fire, but we are too far away for the noise. We walk through the fields, alert for the challenge of guards. "This Pietro Domenico," I say. Brandon laughs. "You didn't for a minute believe that he had a cousin in New York," he replies. Discipline tightens. Night and day we spend hours executing new tactics against a supposed enemy. In full battle gear we wade to our hips in seawater and crawl through the marshes on our bellies. Our clothes are crusted with mud and salt, and we think longingly of the heat of Sicily. The men are in a dark mood. They are certain we are being prepared for slaughter. We pick fights with rear echelon troops. Tempers snap, and fists fly among old comrades at little provocation. Even Kerrigan is depressed. He becomes so dispirited that one day he even decides to write home. Rumors buzz. We are to spearhead an assault on a new beachhead. We are to invade southern France. We are to be sent to England for a cross-channel D-Day. And despite the amphibious training, some say we are to lead an all-out drive on Rome. Drago, an Italian native, has joined our company as a camp follower. The brass has not discovered him, and the men do not care. He is a born soldier of fortune, sliding from one uniform into another with little effort and no conscience. He avoids work with an artistry, whistles a great deal, and makes many jokes. Novak does not trust him, nor do I. I try to avoid him, but he cottons to me like a brother. There is a new rumor. Kerrigan swears he got the news from a headquarters clerk who heard a captain confirming it. We are to get overnight passes to Naples. Drago becomes suddenly popular. He has lived in Naples, knows the town, and has promised to get girls for half the men in the company. The idea of an actual girl sets my brain afire. As I lie in my blankets at night, she comes to me from the darkness, a tiny brunette with chestnut hair tumbling to her shoulders. She is delicate as a flower and beautiful as June, and God knows what she sees in me, but for some reason I am an exception. She is a virgin who has somehow escaped the rot and evil of war. No soldier has ever touched her. She has lips the color of cherries, and laughter is in her eyes. She is 18. The curves of her body show through her dress. It is a long gown of black velvet with a ribbon to match at the throat. Her shoes are absurdly small, with bows of red ribbon on the tops. An only child, she lives with her parents on a broad, clean street in Naples. 2 tall poplars stand in the yard, and in the house a caged bird sings. Her name is Maria. The introduction is superfluous. We feel that we have known each other forever. Have we not? She has lived in my dreams for years. So what is the need of Drago's introduction? A matter of form. Okay. He performs it and bids us a hasty good night. Her parents, sensing that we wish to be alone, start yawning. They are sorry to be such dull company, but after all it has been a hard day, and they have to get up early tomorrow. So buona sera, amico. We lie on a thick woolen rug by a stove on which a kettle bubbles tunefully. The fire crackles, and there is a good smell of wood smoke. Maria laughs at the canary because it is annoyed. With beady, resentful eyes fixed upon us, it chirps sleepily. "He's unhappy because of the light," she says. "Well, turn it out." "Oh, no." "Oh, yes." "Okay." At the touch of her fingers, the fever of war disappears. Weariness goes from the body, and hope comes again to the heart. Tomorrow becomes a golden word. Tomorrow. The girl snuggles to me hungrily, with her warm flesh filling all the hollows of my body. The brain does not think, time does not move. We grow together, and for the moment there is only one identity. We. This is the absurd dream that I fashion in the heart of night, when a man can be so much alone. Abruptly comes the terrified cry, "Tanks! Tanks!" Instinctively I bolt to a sitting position, but it is only Martinez and his nightmare again. Kerrigan thrusts out a leg and tumbles over the Mexican's cot. In the dim light, Martinez stares stupidly about as he rubs the sleep from his eyes. "Jesus," he says finally, "where are we?" "El Paso, Texas," Kerrigan replies. "You've been drunk for 3 days." The 6 occupants of the tent are all awake. Canteens clink and flames spurt as cigarettes are lighted. I squint at the luminous dial of my watch. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. For a while we lie without speaking. We have been together so long and closely that there seems not a detail of one another's lives with which we are not familiar. Nothing remains to talk about. Horseface smokes his second cigarette. Cupping his chin in his hand, he leans on his elbow. "That Martinez would have to scare up his tanks just as I was about to get places with an old girl," says he. "Blonde I met in Ohio. Saw her in a beer joint. Introduced myself. Asked her to dance. She said, 'Get away, soldier. I know what you're looking for, and I ain't that kind of a girl.' 'For Christ's sake,' says I, 'who said I was looking for what? I'm a lonesome dog-face just wanting a little fun before I take off for parts unknown to fight for the likes of you.' 'Oh, yeah?' says she. 'You're damn tootin',' says I. Finally broke her down, bought her a beer. She hissed at her glass and said, 'Here's to it.' Spent all my money getting her drunk. Then she rubbed herself all over me, had boobs as big as pumpkins. 'Honey,' says I, 'what are we waiting for?' Says she, 'My husband.' "You're kiddin'," says I. "You'll see," says she. Husband comes in looking like a damned gorilla. "Have a beer," says I. "Okay," says he, "you son of a bitch. I'll take splat." With that he gives me a punch in the jaw. Splat. I get off the floor and say, "Like a beer myself, I'll take crash." Pick up a chair, bust it over his head. Crash. Then I take off like a bat out of hell. Didn't have bus fare back to camp. Had to walk 7 miles. A few nights later, saw the girl again. Says she, "For the love of God," snarls Brandon, "shut up and let a man get some sleep." The cots creak as we twist our bodies into the taut canvas. Silence again. But the dream is broken. Maria does not return. Burning tobacco glows from Brandon's bunk. When he pulls on his cigarette, a red light falls on his face. His eyes are wide open. "Dear Daddy, I am in school, but the teacher is not looking. She is a good teacher, but gets awful mad sometimes. I ride my bicycle to school. It rained yesterday, and I made 100 in arithmetic, but I did not make 100 in spelling. When are you coming home? Granny says the war is about over. I hope so because I miss you. Mama come to see me Sunday and Granny would not talk to her. She brought me a new dress and took me walking. We met her new husband at the drugstore and he bought me some ice cream, but I was not hungry. When are you coming home? Well, I will close with love from your daughter Marion. We don't have to go to school, thank given. Uncle Jim fell off a horse and broke his arm." I hear the changing of the guard and know that it is 4 a.m. Still I cannot sleep. I pull on my shoes and walk to the latrine in my underwear. A yawning sentry, who has just finished his watch, is relieving himself at the urine trough. We do not speak. To the south, ack-ack shells are bursting in the sky, and tracer bullets stream upwards. Naples is having an air raid. Chapter 6. The pendulum swings with a loud tick-tock. The clock's hands stand at 3. A sprinkle of chimes spills over Naples. Slanting yellow light from a winter sun crawls up the sides of the buildings. It is January. At a corner table in the cafe, an American paratrooper sleeps. His head, nestled in his folded arms, rests on the marble top. He breathes heavily. A waiter, who has the mincing movements of a girl, removes 2 empty bottles and wipes off the table. He shakes the slumbering soldier, but the man does not stir. The waiter shrugs his shoulders. "Ubriaco," he says to us. "He's drunk." "Then let him alone, he's bothering nobody," Kerrigan replies. "Si, signore. He is a friend?" "He is a soldier." "It is obvious," says the waiter indignantly. He tosses his chin up and flutters over to the bar. "You have hurt his feelings," Brandon observes. "He is a butterfly," says Kerrigan. "A butterfly? A flutterbug, to hell with him." He glances at the stupefied GI. What a way to spend a pass, folded up like an accordion. "What's wrong with it?" Brandon asks. "At least he's unconscious." "Why don't you loosen up?" says Horseface. "We ain't got much time in this burg." "I've got the blue screamin' willies, and I can't shake 'em. This wine must be watered." "I've drunk worse," says Snuffy. "But if we just had a quart of Carolina corn like my uncle used to make." Kerrigan is slightly sarcastic. "Your uncle? He ever shoot any revenuers?" "Why, sure. But Uncle F was too soft for his own good. Used bird shot instead of buck. Had to still in a laurel thicket. Run the stovepipe up a holler tree to hide the smoke. Set the tree on fire. Revenuers happened to be in the neighborhood, seen the smoke, come up to see what goes on. Uncle F lets go with a double-barreled shotgun. But them bird shot just sting the revenuers, makes 'em mad. As I said, he should have used buck. But Uncle warn't no bloodthirsty man. Them revenuers mow him down like a rabbit. Then something moves in the bushes. Revenuers blaze away again. Kill my uncle's cow. It was a sad day. People from all over come to my uncle's funeral. Never seen such a turnout. People said, there goes the best damn moonshiner in these hills. Never bothered nobody. Allers give full measure. And his whiskey was smooth as a snake's hips. My aunt sure took it hard. Almost went nuts. Sich weeping and wailing you never heard the like. She sure thought a lot of that cow. Tick-tock, Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time, precious time, flows by. 3 British soldiers in heavy frayed uniforms enter. They are husky men with blithe red faces. One leads a terrier on a leash. They seat themselves near us. The dog hops into a chair, puts paws on the table, and perks up its ears. The waiter is distressed. "No dogs," he says. "He's forbidden." "Aye," replies the Britisher who's holding the leash. "The dog? No, he's a good bloke." Turning gravely to the terrier, he adds, "There is no beer, but if it's wine you want, speak, lad." The dog barks joyfully. "He's forbidden," the waiter repeats angrily. "Oh, get a move on, man. A bottle of wine and 4 glasses, hurry." "Si, signore, but—" The soldier half rises. "On your way, man." "Si, signore, 4 glasses." The dog gingerly laps the wine from the tumbler, pausing frequently to lick the red drops from his chops. Snuffy is intrigued. He goes over and pats the dog on his head. "What's his name?" "Cornwall," is the reply. "He's a bloomin' sot." "Had a dog myself once," says Snuffy, "named Lily. Smartest hound in the whole Smoky Mountains. Done everything but speak English. Could have learned that too, but she quit school at the age of 6 months. Didn't like the arithmetic teacher. I'd taken her to town and get her a job playing shortstop on a baseball team. Never missed a fly, never missed a grounder. Caught the ball in her mouth and run like hell with it to the baseman. Fastest thing on 4 feet. Circus man seen her and offered to swap me an elephant for her. I said no, be like trading off my own flesh and blood." "Hey," one of the Britishers interjects. "A dog, you say?" "Sure," Snuffy continues. "Old Lily. She kept my family in rations for years. Best hunter any man ever seen. I worked out a system with her. Tacked different-sized possum hides on boards. Say we had 1 person coming for dinner, I'd hang the littlest hide on the back porch. Lily'd get the measure, go out into the woods, and fetch back a possum the same size. Say we had 3 people coming. All I done was hang out a bigger hide. Lily never missed. She was a stickler for rightness." He pauses dramatically. The British are fascinated. "What happened to her?" asks one. "A sad thing. One day a man wearing a coonskin coat visited us, hung the coat on the back porch. Poor Lily. I can see exactly what took place. She took the measure of that coat and said to herself couldn't be. But she was a dog that knowed her duty. She took off into a woods and never come back. She's still out looking for a possum big as that coat." The faces of the Britishers register blank astonishment. Then, hearing our laughter, they turn to us, grinning good-naturedly. "I say, Yanks, we should breed old Lily to Cornwall here," suggests one. "We get the damnedest set of pups in the bleeding combined armies." Says Snuffy, "She'd never take to that wino." He glances at the glass in his own hand. "I'm scared to death she'll find out I've been hitting the stuff myself." The shadows spread in the street. The paratrooper has aroused himself and staggered through the door. It is Snuffy who is napping now. Brandon stares into space. Kerrigan and Horseface are bleary. They sing one of our ribald marching songs, keeping time, to the annoyance of the waiter, by tapping their glasses on the table. It is a ballad of endless verses that chronicle the mournful story of a GI who has lost a very private and potent part of his anatomy. I do not drink, but if the wine helps my comrades to a few hours of forgetfulness, well and good. I have my own form of intoxication, the dream of a girl. At 6 o'clock I am to meet Drago at the military parking lot and be taken to meet Maria. She's a nice girl, not one of your trollops that falls in with anything wearing khaki. Horseface perks up. He gives Kerrigan the elbow, and the Irishman squints his eyes into focus. 2 women have entered the cafe. Their dark eyes boldly, swiftly case the room. They see our stares and suddenly assume dignity. It is an old ruse. They are obvious prostitutes, but, begging our pardon, they would have us to know that they are ladies. I notice that they are more pertly dressed than the usual Italians. Doubtless they have bought their clothes from the black market. They seat themselves near us and address the waiter in Italian. His attitude is respectful, almost fawning. He goes to a room in the rear and returns with 2 tall, slender glasses of green liqueur. One reaches into a huge artificial leather bag and fishes out a bundle of occupation money. She tosses some bills on the table. The waiter bows. "Grazie, signora." At close range, they appear to be in worn middle-20s. A caking of powder on their olive skin makes their faces look dirty. Their lips are full and scarlet. One of the women has a scar in the middle of her forehead. The other has 2 gold teeth which gleam when she smiles. But for all that, they are still women with their feminine bodies, provocative, mysterious, and ready. I feel nervous and uncomfortable. Kerrigan pulls himself to his feet and goes to their table. "Come sit with us," he says. "I wish to introduce you to the most eminent set of sons of bitches that you'll ever have the pleasure of meeting." Goldteeth regards him with haughtiness. "No speak English," she declares. "Neither do I," says the Irishman. "The language I speak is bed." "What do you mean, is bed?" "Is bed. Leto." "Ah, Leto, you are a bed boy." She heartily laughs at her own pun. "Now will you come to our table?" "See, why not? You buy us a drink?" "I'll buy you 2 drinks, and there'll be bed for you," says the Irishman significantly. "Ah, you are phony." "What do you mean, phony?" "Phony! You make me to laugh." "I'll make you all right," says Kerrigan, pleased at the compliment. Introducing us, he uses the names of our company commander, platoon officer, and first sergeant. It is a precaution against possible aftermath. If names are mentioned, let the men who own them do the explaining to headquarters. Goldteeth eyes me intently. Then she runs her fingers through my hair. "He's a baby," she says. "He's too young for soldier." I grow cold inside and fling her hand off, growling, "Get away before I break your neck." I cannot explain the attitude. My scalp feels tingly and dirty. Horseface guffaws. "Be damn sure he don't get you in a corner. He'll baby you. He's the champion tomcat of East Texas and parts of Oklahoma. To get him in the Army, recruiting officer set a bear trap and baited it with a woman." "He is a baby," Goldteeth insists. "I teach him." "Let him alone," says Kerrigan. "I'll teach you. Plenty." He grabs her knee, and she lets out a yell of surprise. The waiter rushes over, alarmed. "Signore, the Polizia Militare. The cafe will be off limits." Okay, says Kerrigan. "Don't bust a blood vessel." "Where'd you learn English?" Horseface asks Goldteeth. "In school, from my boyfriend, too. He is a sergeant in the anti-tanks. Very rich. When the war is ended, he comes back to Napoli. We marry and live in America, California." Kerrigan howls. "It is true," she declares in the manner of one mortally offended. "It is positif," adds her companion. Brandon rises in disgust. "I'm blowing," he snarls. "You guys can have these bags." "A bag? Who's a bag?" Goldteeth's ears are tuned for slander. "Who do you think?" "Oh, take a walk, boy, take a walk. The fresh air'll do you good," says Horseface. After this, I think I need a bath, a Lysol bath. Outside, he pauses on the sidewalk, undecidedly. Loneliness sits on his face. He wheels and walks briskly away. "What's wrong with that character?" asks Horseface. "Every time he's a wet blanket." At Kerrigan's shake, Snuffy raises his head, blinking sleepily. "This," says the Irishman, "is a hillbilly who claims to be a soldier. But I've used more ink signing GI payrolls than he's drunk Army coffee." Snuffy glares at the women, then his head flops back to the table. "No ambition," Kerrigan explains. "Take me. When I was his age, I had already won 14 loving cups and 6 medals for sexual prowess. I was pursued by women far and wide, blondes, brunettes, and redheads. Got so many dames on my hands I had to hire a secretary to keep books on my dates. She quit after 2 months, nervous breakdown from overwork." Goldteeth fails to follow the speech. "What do you say?" "He claims he's hell on wheels with women," explains Horseface. "Knows all the ropes." "You want a woman?" Goldteeth suddenly becomes professional. "Sure, one will do for a starter," says Kerrigan. "But drink up. Hey, waiter, wine. More wine." Dusk is gathering in the streets as I stroll toward the parking lot. "Psst. Hey, Joe, you want the fried eggs?" "No." "You want the scrambled eggs?" "No." "You want the beefsteak?" "No." You want a nice girl? No. Fine type of girl. 16. I turn upon the ragamuffin boy who trails me. He darts back and pauses at a safe distance. Hey, Joe, you got a cigarette? Come here. What do you want? Come here, I say. He approaches with the timidity of a wild animal wondering how far it can trust a man. One suspicious move on my part, and he will be off like a rabbit. You give me one cigarette? No, chocolate. You're too young to smoke. For my papa. One cigarette for my papa. In the twilight, his lifted face is ghostly in its paleness. His round, large eyes are pools of darkness. I dip into a musette bag and hand him a bar of bitter K-ration chocolate. No cigarette? No cigarette. Now scram. You no want a nice girl? 14? I thought you said she was 16. 14. You no wanna? Scram. 14? I said scram. He dashes a few yards, halts, turns, and spits in my direction. I walk away. Hey, Joe! I pay no further attention to him. The cannon rusting on the beach, the blown bridge and the rows of crosses, the lines of cots in a hospital tent, a boy in the dusk. Hey, Joe. The rear area from which the tides of war have receded. She is not the girl of whom I dreamed. Oh, no. She is 18, all right, but already shadows dance in the hollows of her cheek and her eyes have the tiredness of age. Her dress is black, but not velvet. It is a short cotton affair that scarcely covers her knees. A broad belt, checkered with cracks, circles her waist. She wears no stockings, and the tiny shoes with the bright red bows turn out to be a pair of worn sandals. Her hair is in braids, and the long strands glisten in the brassy light. Her hands are long and fluttery, her body far too thin. There is a shyness in her attitude which does not fit the bold toss of her chin. Perhaps too many soldiers. So what? The corner of her eye is cocked my way while she sits primly, modestly. That is good. The mother studies me with frank anxiety. Giovanni, she finally says. 19, Drago explains, as unconcernedly as if he were discussing merchandise. To me he says, She thinks you are very young. It is well. There follows a sputtering conversation in Italian. Then Drago announces, I tell them you bring presents. You give me your bag. I am embarrassed. A can of stew, another of beans, a small tin of cheese, a pack of cigarettes make a ridiculously small heap on the table. One by one, Drago picks up the cans and solemnly identifies their contents. Fava, stufa, formaggio. The mother beams and addresses me in Italian. Drago translates. She says you are most generous. Many thanks. You are in. I am in. Drago excuses himself. His stay in town is to be brief, and he has many people to see before being off to the wars once more. A soldier in the American Army with big doings ahead. God knows when he will be here again. Grazie ed addio. I have a half mind to follow him. Seldom am I at ease among strangers, and here I am doubly uncomfortable. I do not understand the language of these people. I feel far more at home in the lines. I do not smoke, so there is not even the business of a cigarette to occupy hand and brain. The father sits in silence, drumming gnarled fingers on the table. As head of the family, he has dignity to maintain. A kindly perplexity shows on his face. Doubtless he wonders what to do with this young whippersnapper of an American soldier. A fat paragraph of Italian is thrown my way by the mother. I shake my head. She raises her voice and continues. Evidently she believes that volume will succeed where vocabulary has failed. Again I indicate lack of comprehension. She responds by elevating her tone to a shout. The situation grows ludicrous. Suddenly I burst into laughter, and Maria joins in with a giggle. The parents are puzzled. Then they see the humor. The ice is broken. I draw a small dictionary from my pocket and pass it to the father. He gravely peruses its contents, nodding approvingly. A word catches his eye. Calzolaio. He points it out to me and taps himself on the chest. A shoemaker. The dictionary is my undoing. The father eagerly races through the pages, finding new words. La guerra male. See, the war is bad. Mussolini uomo traditore. Yes, Mussolini is a treacherous man. Per Italia dannoso. For Italy he is evil indeed. Hitler. He searches through the pages of the dictionary but can find no suitable word, so he slashes his finger across his throat, clicking sharply with his tongue. I repeat the international gesture, indicating that I am in complete agreement. Hitler should have his throat cut. Germano arrogante vizioso. Vero, it is true, the Germans are arrogant and vicious. Mio figlio soldato. Your son is a soldier? Morto. Dead? Morto. I am sorry, it is the war. Io tristo. La guerra. Nessun rancore. La guerra male. I have heard such talk from conquered people before, but this man seems in earnest. It is the war that is bad, says he. Hatred for one another we must not hold in our hearts. The game is Maria's idea. We sit about the table throwing dice. There is a board on which is drawn an oval racetrack divided into segments. The points we make with the dice indicate the number of blocks over which we move 4 buttons. But suppose my man arrives in a square occupied by a rival? Too bad. The unfortunate button must return to the starting spot while mine takes over the position. The person who gets all his buttons home first is the winner. Years ago in Texas, I played the identical game with my brothers and sisters. What now of time and distance? Briefly, the memory returns. The checkered oilcloth, the warm kitchen stove, the wail of the wind about a shanty. I shake the thought from my mind and concentrate on the matter at hand. I have never been hotter. I talk to the dice in the loving manner of a GI who has his month's pay at stake. They respond beautifully. The way those 10s and 12s turn up is a miracle. As my buttons gallop around the board, Maria squeals with delight. Under the table, my knee finds her leg. She gives no sign of even noticing. Perhaps she thinks it is an accident. Despite his ill fortune with the dice, the father still has his sober dignity. With a wife and daughter looking on, he must not lose face. The mother sighs, "Ah, la fortuna." In quiet desperation, the father picks up the dice, rattles them slowly. Abruptly he pauses, his face flooded with alarm. The wail of an air raid siren falls over Naples. It is like no other sound on earth. The blood runs cold at its eerie warning. The excited parents grab coats and blankets. No time for the dictionary now. They shout at me in Italian, accompanying their speech with wild gestures. I shake my head firmly. I have only one night in town, and I have no intentions of spending it in the cold, damp depths of a bomb shelter. "Come," says Maria. "Come." She tugs at my arm, but I will not be moved. Suddenly she gives up and sits down determinedly beside me. Her parents grow frantic. The siren's wail continues. Maria turns a surprising spitfire. Arising, she wrathfully stamps her foot and hurls words with the rapidity of machine-gun fire. The mother's voice assumes a pleading note. Maria grabs both the father and mother and starts dragging them toward the hallway. The lights go out. A door slams. The siren has ceased. For a moment I can hear nothing but the beating of my own heart. Then the soft squeak of sandals sounds in the darkness. She sits opposite me at the table again. In the light spread by one tall candle, her white face seems to float. A marvelous change has come to her eyes. In their depths is a smile, a calm, strange smile that is like a veil hiding all that lies within. In the distance, the ack-ack is opening up. The crack of the guns grows into a fierce, churning rhythm. I reach for the dictionary and search for a word. Spaventato? No, she replies. I am not afraid. And you? You speak English? A little. You not afraid? Sometimes, but not now. No, I'm not afraid now. Good. She lights a cigarette and holds it awkwardly between her fingers. Puffing lightly, she blows the smoke from her mouth without inhaling. An amateur, obviously. Why didn't you speak English when your parents were here? My father do not like it. The English kill my brother in Africa. The drumming of the ack-ack is louder. We can now hear the popping of machine guns also. The first wave of the planes must be on the outskirts of the city. Then your father must have hated me too. I was also an enemy. He do not hate. He love my brother too much. He do not like his own sister remind him with speaking English. That is all. To think too much is, how you say, to go crazy. I'm sorry. No sorry. It is the war. You die too, maybe. One cannot be sorry for all who die. Why not? It is too much. I know. 5 bombs explode. The house rocks. The candle flame leaps and is almost extinguished. Why you talk sad? It is not good. I don't want sad talk. Good. She gets up and blows out the candle. Give me your hand. Fumbling in the pitch darkness, I find her outstretched fingers. They are as cool as the waters of a spring. The gunfire is deafening. The bombs are falling much closer. But after the front lines, it is nothing to get excited about. We live until we die. When the house shudders in the blasts, Maria's clasp on my hand tightens. I am glad you stay, she says. Why? It is not lonesome. It can be so lonesome when the bombs fall. I know. Rising to my feet, I put my arms around her. The body trembles. I kiss her full on the mouth. The trembling stops. Quietness again. But the all-clear has not sounded. The raid will probably last until dawn. The planes are coming over in spaced waves, keeping all of Naples on the alert. In the periods of silence, I hear the breathing of the girl. It is silky, like a wind stirring through the willows. Finally, I ask, why did you act so shy when I first came here? It is not your true nature. Shy? Yes, timid. Timid? Bashful, I mean. You did not seem pleased at all. She catches on and tinkles with laughter. Oh, that. I am, how you say, shy girl when my parents are here. It is my brother again. He says little sister is to have nothing to do with soldiers. They are bad men. He knows. He is a soldier himself. And you believe it? Maybe. Then I am a bad man? Maybe. But we do not talk of it. Her fingertips move through my hair. A ragged pom-pom of the ack-ack begins again on the fringes of the city. For a moment I visualize the pips dancing on the scope of a radar instrument, the strained eyes of men who are swiftly, deftly plotting the fire range, the tired, cursing gunners returning to their positions of action. Then I fall into a deep sleep that is not haunted by dreams. It is Maria who awakens me. You must go quickly, she says. It is all over. The day comes, and my father returns soon. Hurry. This book is continued on Disc 3. To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 3. It is Maria who awakens me. You must go quickly, she says. It is all over. The day comes, and my father returns soon. Hurry. A pearly light is already in the streets when I pause at the door. I'm sorry I slept, I say. It is all right. You were tired. Not even the guns awaken you. How could I? I'm used to the guns. I know. The hollows are back in her face. Her eyes are red, and in the cold air she shivers. You've been crying, I say. No crying. Don't kid me. You've been crying. It is not true. You must go quickly. I'll be back. You'll not come back. I'll write. I'll send you a letter tomorrow. No. A soldier never writes, never come back. It is not the first time. A civilian muffled to his ears in a tattered overcoat shuffles by. From a neighboring tower, a clock strikes. You must hurry. I'm cold. Goodbye. I'll write. I swear that I will write. Goodbye. Addio. Go with God. That was how it was. Blocks later, I remember that I forgot even to say thank you. Ahead of me staggers a GI, singing in a high tenor voice. I race up the street, yelling, "Kerrigan!" He is hatless, coatless, and his jaw has a long, shallow gash. He looks at me through bleary eyes, still continuing his song. "What in the hell happened?" "Happened?" he shouts indignantly. "That bitch! That gold-toothed slut! She... Where's my coat?" "You probably hocked it." "Where's my hat? Where's my money?" "You want to know? That lower than a goddamn snail's belly of a gold-toothed slut. She stole it. Rolled me cleaner'n a whistle." Suddenly he cackles. "Horseface, that son of a bitch, thinks he knows women. Hell, man, I invented women." With one arm around him and an eye cocked for military police, I move him toward the parking lot. A group of Japanese-American GIs round the corner and advance toward us at a brisk walk. Kerrigan halts, blinks his eyes incredulously, and crumples to his knees. "My God," he groans, "all is lost. The Japs have captured Naples." Chapter 7. Kerrigan does not have time to shake off his hangover before simulated combat again closes about us. For 3 days we storm a dummy beachhead. Naval artillery pounds the shore. The barrage lifts. We leap from landing craft and, falling, crawling, firing, advance upon assigned objectives. Then abruptly the maneuvers cease. We are put on a strict alert, confined to the company area, and except for a final inspection of equipment, given a day of rest. We know the signs. Tomorrow is on everybody's lips. Chaplains hold special services. There is much letter writing. We still have no idea of our destination. I am too sick to care. I lie on my cot, sweating and shivering alternately. The malarial attack puts me in an embarrassing situation. If I go to the infirmary, I think that it will seem I am deliberately trying to avoid the coming action. I lack the guts to take being thought a coward. Kerrigan finally reports me. My commanding officer sends for me and orders me to report to the medics. Novak accompanies me to the infirmary. With an arm around my waist, he steadies my reeling body while I curse Kerrigan furiously. As we wait our turn at the infirmary, I get a fresh hold on my spinning mind. The sweat drips from my face. To Novak, I say, "Don't leave me. I'll be back." "Damn fool, don't come back." "Wait for me." I wait. Remember the beachhead in Sicily? At first it wasn't so bad. Then Jackson got it, and after him, Pope. We needed men. "By God, I forget that Jackson. He steal the goat in Africa and tie it to Snuffy's bunk." "Yeah, that was Jackson. Remember the time you and I went AWOL from the boat in Casablanca and that second Louis got so mad?" "By God, he bust a gut. And you tell him, what you tell him?" "He threatens to bust us, and I say to him, 'Sir, we're already buck privates in the rear rank. What are you going to do, make us civilians?' By God, that's what you tell him. And just as he was ready to throw the book at us, the trucks come to move us up toward the front. Yeah, we wave back at him." A medic approaches, flicks a thermometer, and thrusts it under my tongue. Withdrawing it, he scans the scale, whistles sharply, and leads me back to a captain. The officer rolls back my eyelids and puts a hand on my forehead. "Get him to the hospital," he says. "I don't want to go. My outfit's leaving." "Get him to the hospital. Report him to his commanding officer. Malaria, temperature 105, absolutely unfit for duty." "But, Captain—" "That is all." I go out to Novak. "I'll slip off. I swear I will." "Damn fool. Go to bed. We have a dry run, maybe." "The hell you will. I know." A wave of giddiness seizes my brain. I sink to a chair. "Okay, Novak. Turn in my equipment." I do it. "And when you get where you're going, dig a big hole and keep the coffee hot. I'll be up, so help me, I'll be up." "By God, I dig the hole." I lie on a cot. Darkness strikes. I wake up in a hospital in Naples. A nurse, a pretty brunette with violet eyes, bends over me. "Do you feel better?" she asks. "I feel like hell. What's wrong with my feet?" "Nothing." "There is too. They're all swollen." "It's only a symptom. Nothing's wrong with your feet. Go back to sleep." "Nurse, what happened to the 3rd Division?" "I don't know." "The hell you don't. What happened to it?" "I tell you I don't know." "Where's Novak?" "Novak?" "The little short guy that brought me in here." You came in an ambulance. Then what happened to Novak? I don't know. If you want to get well, go back to sleep. How long will it take? A few days if you don't act stubborn. I'm not being stubborn. I've got to join my company. It's leaving. Did you know that? No. Go to sleep. Again, I drift into space. Hours later, Violet Eyes awakens me to give me medicine. I feel much better, but some dim regret bothers my conscience. I talked out of my head, didn't I? You said nothing. I remember talking. It's all right. You did nothing wrong. Down with your medicine now. Bottoms up. In less than a week, I am among a boatload of replacements headed for Anzio. 15 of us, just released from the hospital, are returning to our outfits. One man, who has had gonorrhea, bitterly claims he is not cured. He still has a run. That's the only kind of discharge you get in this army, dryly remarks a doughfoot. When we arrive, bright afternoon lies over the beachhead, which looks calm enough. Many boats stand offshore. Ducks and trucks drone over the sand with supplies. But scarcely have our feet touched land before 5 German planes buzz over at high altitude. The new men scatter like frightened chickens, but an experienced eye can see that the Krauts are after the boats. Black puffs of flak smoke blossom in the sky. The bombs fall into the sea, sending up spouts of water. The planes wheel up the coast. In 5 minutes they will be safely back over their own territory. As we hike inland, jeeps drawing trailer loads of corpses pass us. The bodies, stacked like wood, are covered with shelter halves, but arms and legs bobble grotesquely over the sides of the vehicles. Evidently, graves registration lacks either time or mattress covers in which to sack the bodies. My step quickens. I have an urgent need to learn how my comrades have fared. At divisional headquarters, we stop. A sergeant spots me. He is a regular army man who throws his weight about plenty. He boils at the irreverence for authority on the part of wartime soldiers. I try unsuccessfully to duck him. Hey, you. Speaking to me? Who do you think I'm talking to? Unload your pack. I've got a detail for you. Sorry, Mac. I'm going up to my outfit. The hell you are. This is an order. Oh, go bury your head in the sand. In the old army? To hell with the old army. I'll report you, he screams. You'll get the book. Report me, then come up to the front and get me. What's your name? He rages. That's all I need to know. George S. Eisenhower Bradley. Rank acting private. Serial number 1,002,500,000. Let me see your papers. Oh, go to hell. Slinging my carbine on my shoulder, I start up a road marked by an arrow and blue diamond, which is the code symbol of my regiment. As I plod along, I study the terrain instinctively. As a farm youngster, the land meant either hunger or bread to me. Now its shape is the difference between life and death. Every roll, depression, rock, or tree is significant. The earth over which I walk is flat, offering practically no cover against automatic fire. Drainage ditches crisscross the land. These would give shelter to the stationary enemy. The advance must have been murderous. In the distance is a chain of wooded rises. I guess that is where the Germans have dug in. The enemy and his eternal hills that must be taken with blood, guts, and steel. Night is falling when I reach the battered farmhouse in which our company headquarters is located. I push aside the blackout blanket in the door and see a sliver of light. Alone in the orderly room, Anderson is typing out reports by a gasoline lantern. Hello, Anderson. You can stop writing your letters of condolence. I'm back. He returns the greeting with a sardonic grin. Welcome to Hell's Junction. We can sure use you. Been rough? Jesus. His head shakes slowly, soberly. Plain slaughter. The company's down to 34 men. He resumes his typing, and my heart starts pounding. The 3rd platoon? Beat up pretty badly. Incidentally, congratulations. What for? You've been promoted to staff sergeant. Where's Kerrigan? He lifts an impatient eyebrow. In the rear. Shell splinter in his leg, I think. Nothing serious. He should be back up tonight. Tap, tap, tap. More figures go on the paper. How's little Mike? Who? Novak. He's dead. Dead? When? The 3rd day, I think. How'd he get it? For Christ's sake, how would I know? I don't run the meat wagon. Tap, tap, tap. How about Swope? Wounded. Badly? Man, I'm just a company clerk, not a medical report. Swope was knocked out, wounded, that's all I know. Except that I'm 12 hours late with these papers. You better check in with the old man. He's asleep in the next room. What are our orders? Same as they've been for 2 days. Attack. Tap, tap, tap. I open the door and hear the sound of laborious breathing. Sir? He awakes with a snort. Murphy reporting for duty. He lights a cigarette, and in the brief flare of the match I see that his face is etched with worry and weariness. How's the malaria? I'm okay. Good. Feel like taking out a reconnaissance patrol? Suits me. He spreads out a map by the orderly room lantern. I glance at the details for a sketchy picture of the terrain. Fields, patches of trees, to the right the Mussolini Canal. Parallel to it numerous ditches called fossi. At right angles a road, beyond it a highway, a railroad, a town called Cisterna. The captain points to the roadway. The Krauts, says he, are in this area and thicker than flies. They're up to something. We suspect that they're bringing up armor. It'll be your job to get behind the lines and find out. I'd stick to the fields as much as possible. Your direction will be about north-northeast. Any questions? Who's going with me? Martinez and Evans have volunteered. Are they all right? They're okay. You report to Sergeant Beltsky. Lieutenant Ward is dead. Goddamn sniper got him the first day. Yes, sir. I turn on my heel to go. Murphy. Yes, sir. When you're challenged in the area of our lines, for God's sake, sing out quickly. The boys are trigger-happy. They'll shoot at a shadow. Yes, sir. Outside, the night is crisp with winter. A chilling wind blows in from the sea, and in the western sky hangs one golden star. From the German lines floats a stream of white tracers, followed by the chatter of the gun. A spasm of loneliness seizes me. I'm not one to question the way of things, but, Almighty God, why did it have to be little Mike? I find Beltsky's dugout and slide in. He fastens a shelter half over the entrance and strikes a match to a candle. Mud covers him from head to foot, and he looks as though he has not slept in a week. It is a deep hole. The bottom is sticky with ooze. Water seeps in from the sides. Poles, grass, and sod form the roof. Bandoliers of cartridges and a case of grenades lie in a corner. Nice place you've got here. He smiles tiredly. I always wanted a home in the country. Guess this is it. Cooper's in here with me, and every time a shell hits within a quarter of a mile, he grabs a shovel and starts digging us in deeper. He's a funny guy. I've seen him cool as a button during a fight. Yeah, he's got a kink in his mind. Thinks it's the big stuff that'll get him. Where's he now? Out rounding up Martinez and Evans for a patrol. You like to get in on it? I am. Just got all the dope from the old man. Good. Not too shaky? I'm okay. You heard about that armor business? If the Krauts can get enough tanks in the field, it's the end for us. I hear we've not got enough stuff on the whole beachhead to stand up to a real armor attack. Oh, I feel my malaria coming back. He grins. You'll be back in the hospital soon enough, if you live. Kerrigan won't be up in time for the patrol? No, this is a rush order. I'd sure like to take that character along. Next to a shortage of booze, he hates patrols. I wish you could wait for him. You know how Swope and Little Mike got it? No, things were pretty awful. We got the holy hell kicked out of us. I did see Prouty get his. Burp gun caught him in the neck. I was about 10 yards away, but pinned down. He must have bled to death. I saw him before he was carted away. Looked like a stuck hog. You knew his family? Yeah, back in the States. I used to go home with him on passes. He had a nice old lady and a dreamboat of a sister, named Laura. You gonna write to them? Christ, no. What would I say? He was a good man. Yeah, he was okay. When the other men enter, Beltsky is all business. Don't take any unnecessary risks, he warns, and under no circumstances will you fire unless caught in a real jam. The Krauts expect you. 2 patrols didn't get back last night. Jesus, says Martinez. I volunteered for this job. Now I think I'll unvolunteer. Why don't we just get the Jerrys on the phone? It'd save a lot of time and walking." We toss our helmets to the ground. One clank of their steel would be like ringing a bell to the keyed-up ears of the enemy sentries. Then we scoop ooze from the side of the cave to smear on our hands and face. "This stuff is supposed to make you pretty," says Evans. "Women use it all the time to smooth out the wrinkles from the skin. Maybe I'll open a beauty parlor when I get out of this man's army." "It don't work," Martinez declares. "I know an old girl who's had dirt on her face from the time she got out of diapers, and she's still as ugly as a horny toad. Lives in Fort Worth." "Is that a town?" "You never hear of Fort Worth, Texas?" "Never even heard of Texas till I met a guy in my induction center. He claimed it was a state. I argued it was a brand of gasoline." Martinez spits mud from his mouth. "Evans, you're the most ignorant son of a bitch I ever knowed. In Central Texas, we got cow pastures bigger in Illinois, Chicago to boot. In East Texas, the cotton grows so high, we have to train monkeys to pick it. In West Texas, I know, all you need is water and a few good people. That's all hell needs." We buckle on grenades, throw shells into our carbine chambers, check the safety locks. Beltsky blows out the candle. "You'll run into Kraft at the outpost. He'll show you through the wire. Password is melancholy baby. Get back before daylight, and for Christ's sake be careful. We're short of men." We pause outside to adjust our eyes to the darkness. The sky is strewn with pale stars. The black ruins of a house loom in the foreground. Lakes of shadow mark the open fields. Martinez trips on a root. Evans and I flop down beside him and await breathlessly. "Halt!" The voice is barely audible. "Murphy, reconnaissance. Melancholy. Baby, come on up. What the hell are you guys doing, wrestling?" Martinez stumbled. He forgot his seeing eye dog. Kraft snickers. "You ever hear about the blind man who—" "Yeah, couldn't get in the army because his seeing eye dog had flat feet." "It's still funny." "The hell it is." Kraft waves his hand toward the German lines. "There it is, and you're welcome to it. Go to your right about 100 yards. There's a flare set straight ahead." We hit a plowed field and advance over it, crouching. The spongy soil absorbs the noise of our footsteps, enabling us to move with a degree of swiftness. Suddenly, the sky is quivering with light. We fall and freeze. It is an enemy mortar flare. In the shimmering white light, I feel like a naked child. I think, if a man could only pull the earth over him like a blanket. I raise my eyes slowly. Fields and scraggly trees dance about us. To our right is a ditch, on whose banks weeds begin stirring. My body snaps to tautness, relaxes. It is only a gust of wind. The glowing core of the flare sinks to the ground. Starlight again. And silence, utter silence. We rest the carbines in the crooks of our arms and crawl forward on knees and elbows. Perhaps 30, perhaps 60 minutes go by. I have a watch, but on these patrols we are concerned with only one factor of time: dawn. We halt to check our compass. As I cup the luminous dial in my hand, Evans gasps. I screw my head in his direction. Not 20 yards away is the blurred silhouette of a half-kneeling man. In this darkness, we cannot depend upon rifle aim. I ease a grenade from its case, pull out its firing pin, and wait. Tickety, tickety, tickety. The beat of the wristwatch is loud in my ears. The crowd is finally satisfied with his observation. He utters something in German. 3 other forms rise from the ground and steal off toward our lines. We give them time to get out of hearing range, then gulp air into our lungs. "Jesus," whispers Martinez. "I could already see the old lady cashing my life insurance." We return the pins to the grenades and again slip forward. Soon from the left come the thud of picks and rattle of spades. Now the same noises are on our right. We inch our way through the enemy lines and pause. Our trained ears interpret each sound. There is no joking among the Germans. They are working earnestly and hard. That means they are going in deep for a defensive stand. The throttled-down churn of engines and a cautious clanking of steel tell us that tanks are being sneaked into the area. I listen carefully. There seem to be 6. That is not too bad. The armor is probably only for infantry support. The humming of trucks and the plopping of boxes to the ground reveal that the Krauts are stacking in a lot of supplies. I remove the leather cover from my watch and check the time. It is nearly 1 o'clock. Our teeth chatter with the cold as we start back toward our own lines. Now a flare pops near our company position. A machine gun blurts. The German patrol has evidently run into trouble. As we hug the earth on the fringes of the light, I think that we must be doubly careful now. Otherwise we may be shot by our own men. For the remainder of the night they will be jittery of anything that moves. We approach our lines, crawling. A body lies before me. I slide up to it. It's a Jerry, all right. One foot is buckled under the torso. "Kraft," I call. "Halt. Reconnaissance. Melancholy. Baby, is it you, Murph?" "Yes, for God's sake, hold that gun." "Come on in." "What happened?" "A Kraut patrol. We got him. One of them was moaning, but I wasn't going out to investigate. I'm froze. What time is it?" "About 3 o'clock. "What are the Jerrys doing?" "Digging in." "Christ, that means we do the attacking tomorrow." "I guess so." What I wouldn't give for a cup of coffee and a cigarette." "What I wouldn't give for a lot of things. Good night, and don't get shot." In the orderly room, Captain Buckman is shaving a stubbly beard from his chin. He has cut himself, and a streak of blood shows on his cheek. "Where the Army gets these blades, I wouldn't know," says he. "I'd sooner use a trench knife." "What'd you find out?" He dries his face with a handkerchief and hauls out the map. "The Krauts are digging in about 400 yards this side of the road," I report. "They're moving up tanks, about 6, and supplies. The ground between here and their lines is still dry enough to support armor, but I don't believe they've got it in strength. Looks like they're going into a defensive." "Yeah, they'll let us do the attacking until they figure we're bled white. Then they'll try to knock us off the beachhead." "Was it bad going?" "No, sir. We passed the patrol that Kraft knocked out. Otherwise it was routine business." "Okay, you better turn in. Hell will likely be popping tomorrow." "Yes, sir. Good night." When I re-enter the dugout, Belsky is still awake, but Cooper is snoring vigorously. "I've been putting up with this every night. Artillery I don't mind, but this sawmill gets on my nerves. What happened?" "The Jerrys are digging in and moving up tanks." "God almighty." "Yeah, the old man didn't seem to like our situation at all." I pour a canteen of water into a helmet and try washing some of the mud from my face. Then I roll into a blanket and stretch on the ground. My brain whirls, and my body shakes. For a moment, I think the malaria has returned, but it is only the cold and exhaustion. Toward morning, shells begin falling in our area. I open my eyes. The cave shudders and dirt falls from the roof. I try to go back to sleep, but the effort is useless. Only Cooper and men like Snuffy can sleep in such noise. Belsky comes in with a box of rations. He strikes a light and begins counting out cans of corned beef and beans. The very sight of the stuff makes my stomach go queasy. "You better get some grub to your men," says Belsky. "It's almost daylight." His eyes alight on the still slumbering Cooper, and his head shakes in wonder. "Look at that son of a bitch. If he knew what had been falling around us, he'd be shoveling us into China." He gooses Cooper with his foot. "Rise and shine, you groundhog, and greet the goddamn dawn." I find my squad and distribute the tins. Snuffy and Kerrigan share a foxhole. They are both awake. Without asking, I know that the artillery aroused Kerrigan, and he punched Snuffy to consciousness. They greet me with hearty curses, and I return the compliment. "Since when did you and the Reverend begin bunking together?" I ask. "Tonight," Kerrigan answers. "The bird brain owes me $10, and I aim to keep an eye on him. It's blood money. On the boat coming up, I bet him a tenner I'd get hit before he did. Now he won't pay off." "We say it hit," Snuffy argues. "If you call that scratch a wound, I'm the man who took Sicily single-handed. A blind man could have seen that splinter coming, but this son of a bitch steps right into it. He howled for his money before he howled for the medics." "You can trust the medics, but who can trust you? You'll fall in a hole someday and break your neck. Then where'll my dough be?" "In the hole with me." "Is that any way to treat a genuine concubined member of the Distinguished Order of the Purple Heart?" "Heart, did you say? You ought to spell it different." Kerrigan turns to me. Say, have you been sucking around the old man again? I hear you got pushed up to staff. You heard right. I'm going to look for more respect from you characters. Go to hell, they chorus. A cannon cracks, a shell whizzes overhead. The banter goes from Kerrigan's voice. He thoughtfully fumbles with his shoelaces. You heard about Swope and Little Mike? Yeah, Anderson told me. I always said that coffee would be the death of him. How'd it happen? They went into a shack to heat up some Java and got a direct hit from an 88. At the aid station, I talked to the medic who tended Swope. He lost his right leg at the hip and part of a hand. He was conscious, but the medic said he never made a sound and never had any expression at all on his face. He had guts. Yeah, you can say that again. Mike was blown all to hell. Hardly enough of him left for identification. Stove was still burning. Medic told me where I could find it. But not me. I don't want to see it again. Wish they could bury it with Mike. Remember the time he got it caught in the bushes and the sniper started firing at him? Jesus, that was funny. There was little Mike jerking his pack, wrestling with that bush and hollering, "Sons of bitches!" He was a good soldier. Yeah, you'd have thought he was fighting a holy war. Maybe he was. Are you nuts? All he ever got out of life was work. What had he to save? A brain-bacon job in a goddamn steel mill? A room in a slum-gullion boarding house? A lousy dame who took his dough and then didn't have the decency even to answer his letters? Man, he had plenty to fight for. When I think of some of those 4F draft-dodging bastards I know back home, I want to spit nails. Whose the hell war is this? Was it Novak's? Is it mine? Is it yours? Is it Snuffy's? If it's mine, says Snuffy, I'd like to turn it in on what I owe you. Light trembles in the east. To our left, an artillery duel is growing fiercer. We hear the crack and thunder of our own guns, the whine and crash of incoming German shells. Kerrigan stands in his chest-deep foxhole and leans with his elbows on the bank. He studies the eastern horizon and shakes his head in mock ecstasy. Gee, says he, another beautiful day. Chapter 8. That afternoon we attack. It is a major assault designed to expand the beachhead. The buildup of our strength is steady but slow, and days may pass before we are ready to attempt to smash through the encircling German strongholds. Meanwhile, there is an urgent necessity of extending the terrain we have conquered. Every square foot of the beachhead is still in range of the enemy guns. Night and day they batter the men and materiel reaching the area. There's no question about it. The guns have to be shoved back. Otherwise, they will continue crippling our forces and draining our power, thus delaying our offensive indefinitely. In the operation, my company is assigned to clear a section of a highway along which the Germans are entrenched. We have been shown the maps, explained the details, and given our orders. Now we move forward. Stripped down to the essential equipment for combat, we advance by squads along the flanks of a dirt road that stretches toward the enemy lines. The weather is sunny, and though it is January, beads of sweat roll from our skin. Fear is moving up with us. It always does. In the heat of battle it may go away. Sometimes it vanishes in a blind red rage that comes when you see a friend fall. Then again you get so tired that you become indifferent. But when you're moving into combat, why try fooling yourself? Fear is right there beside you. Experience helps. You soon learn that a situation is seldom as black as the imagination paints it. Some always get through. Yes, but somebody usually gets it. You do not discuss the matter. It is quite personal. But the question keeps pounding through the brain. This time, will I be the one that gets it? I am well acquainted with fear. It strikes first in the stomach, coming like the disemboweling hand that is thrust into the carcass of a chicken. I feel now as though icy fingers have reached into my mid-parts and twisted the intestines into knots. Each of us has his own way of fighting off panic. I recall Novak and try working myself into a rage against the uniformed beings who killed him, but that proves futile. At this distance, the enemy is as impersonal as the gun that blew little Mike's pathetic dreams into eternity. I turn my mind to faraway things, the meadows at home, with the wind in the grass, a forgotten moment of laughter, a girl's face. But this also accomplishes nothing. The frosty fingers tighten their grip. Sweat drips from my forehead. The German lines are nearly a mile away, but our scouts prowl cautiously ahead with eyes alert for surprises. Over a long section of the front, our artillery pounds to prepare the way for our small arms. Behind us, the communication crew trails us with strings of telephone wire. In the gang, I recognize Dillon, who wears the shamrocks in his shoes. A green kerchief is knotted about his neck. He would not go into battle without it. That is another of his charms against bad luck. Horseface waves to him. "Ever play poker with that guy?" he asks. "No," I reply. "Don't. He's won $9,000 since we left North Africa. Bought himself a farm in Arkansas." That's one way of making the war pay off. Yep. It took him 9 years to collect that much gall bait in Arkansas. That place is worse than Texas. Thompson, a young replacement, walks just ahead of us. This is his first action. Horseface gives me a wink, strides forward, and taps him on the shoulder. "Pardon me, son," says he, "but did you volunteer for service in this outfit?" "What if I did?" replies Thompson, mildly belligerent. "Well, sir," continues Horseface with mock concern, "I hope you knowed what you was getting into." "I can take care of myself." "Good, but let it be my painful duty to inform you that you've got yourself hooked up with the roughest, toughest rootin' division in the ETO and parts of the South Pacific." "Oh, yeah?" "Oh, for Christ's sake," says Kerrigan. "Here goes Johnson again." "Yes, sir," remarks Horseface. "When we leave a field, the blood is running knee-deep, and bones stick up like sprouts in an Alabama new ground. Another whole division has to be sent up to fight off the buzzards while the burial squads snatch up the bodies." "Aw, go to hell." "It's the dying truth, son. Seen buzzards knock out 3 tanks once. North Africa. Boys call 'em Arab turkeys. They come in so thick the sky wouldn't hold 'em. Thousands had to walk. See 'em moving over the desert sands like a flopping ocean of tar. Colonel orders the tanks to start blasting, like trying to stop the Mississippi with a sandbag. Them birds didn't hesitate, swarmed right over the tanks, a-puking and a-squawking, and smothered every man inside. Our whole battalion fixed bayonets and charged, but it was like fighting a swarm of locusts with a slingshot. Buzzards parried with their beaks and stirred up such a wind with their wings that they blowed our helmets off. Fell back and called for the heavy artillery. Took 2 days, 2 nights, and 14 hours on Sunday. "Will you shut up?" snaps Kerrigan in a rare mood of depression. "Let the kid alone." "It's for his own good. Saw them buzzards with my own eyes." "Oh, blow it. We've got trouble ahead. Those krauts are staying too quiet to suit me." "They don't aim to suit you," says Snuffy. "Step to hell." Thompson walks stiffly. His chin is thrust forward defiantly. I catch his ear and say, "When we contact the Jerrys, stick with one of the old men, Brandon or Kerrigan. Watch them." "That son of a bitch thinks I'm scared." "He's only kidding. He tells that wild yarn to every new man." "It ain't funny." "Okay, it's not funny. But do as I say. Keep an eye on Kerrigan or Brandon. And if you get through this fracas, you'll know as much as the rest of us about this combat business." "And when you feel your draws," adds Mason, "don't stop to take 'em off. It'll give the medic something else to cuss about." He's a drawling Georgia boy who has just returned from the hospital. "How do you feel?" I ask. "Scared to death. It's always harder to go back up after a long rest." "Yeah, you can say that again. Lying there in the hospital, a man has too much time to think, and that's bad. He gets in the mood to live again." "I know what you mean." "A man in my ward had lost a leg, and he was as happy as a catbird in a cherry tree. Shipping out for home next week. Wisconsin. Figures he'll be out of the Army by the time the fishing season opens." "How's your shoulder?" "It's a little stiff, but I'm okay. Muscle was cut up pretty badly. The doc said if the splinter had been just an inch higher, it would have clipped the bone." "Yeah?" "Yes, sir. One-way ticket to Georgia." Speech ceases. Our artillery fire is dying off. We see the fresh sod thrown up by the shells and know that we are near the enemy lines. Nervously, the men give a final check to their gear and weapons. We pause while the crouching scouts move ahead. This is the worst moment. Just ahead, the enemy waits silently. It will be far better when the guns open up. The nerves will relax, the heart stop its thumping. The brain will turn to animal cunning. The job lies directly before us. Destroy and survive. The scouts wave us forward, motioning us to keep close to the ground. It happens with the suddenness of lightning. From hidden positions, 2 flakwagen guns churn. One of the scouts is caught squarely in the chest, and the upper part of his body is turned into a shower of seared, torn flesh. "Oh, the dirty bastards," mutters Kerrigan as he plows into the earth beside me. "They're using 20mm stuff." These are deadly small shells that explode upon contact. According to the international rules of warfare, they are supposed to be employed against planes and armor, never directly against men. But somebody is always forgetting the rule book. As if the fire were a prearranged signal for action, all hell erupts. From a dozen points come bursts of automatic fire. Branches and leaves clipped from the trees rain amid the whizzing steel. 2 men caught in the open squirm frantically for the doubtful cover of a slight ridge. Bullets kick all about them. They twist in every direction, but the spurting lead follows. The gunner finally gets his range. The bodies writhe like stricken worms. The gun fires again. The bodies relax and are still. "Where are our goddamn tanks?" fumes Kerrigan. "They're never up when we need them." The other men have the same idea. From all along our lines comes the call. "Tanks! Get the goddamn tanks!" A scream rises from a wounded man, but the noise is lost in the whistle of an incoming shell. The German artillery has begun a barrage. The shells fall to our rear, forming a wall between us and reinforcements, between us and the possibility of retreat. Now a second barrage is hurled directly upon us. Flames spurt, and the earth seems to roll weirdly. From right and left comes the cry, "Medics! Medics! Over here! For Christ's sake, come up! Over here! This way!" We open up with everything we have, shooting blindly. The mass fire is supposed to still the enemy guns until we are close enough to pry out their positions. But the Germans are dug in too well. The fiery blanket woven by their guns never lifts. We may as well be hurtling naked bodies against a wall of spears. I drag myself under a fence, pause, and intuitively run my fingers over the grenades I carry beneath me. My blood chills. The pin is missing from one of the grenades, and I lie directly above the prospects of being blown to bits. A precaution born of experience is all that has saved me. When preparing my equipment, I stuck thin strips of adhesive tape around the levers controlling the grenade fuses. I mutter a brief thanks to little Mike, who got the idea and passed it on to me. I grasp the grenade in my fist, and on one elbow inch backward, find the pin and replace it. Then I lie, blowing dirt with my breath. Once seized, I could have tossed the grenade away, but that would have endangered the men about me. Besides, I have no grenades to waste. Mason is ahead. He is stretched in a gutter so shallow that it barely covers his head. I wiggle forward and stop a few yards from him. We exchange grins, but there is sickness in them. "What happened to the kid?" he asks. "Thompson?" "Yeah. He's with Kerrigan on the other side of the road." "Where the hell are our tanks?" "Better ask the War Department. Does anybody know what we're supposed to do now?" "Knock off a few million krauts and get the war over by sundown." "Well, we can't hang around here. This spot's hotter than the hinges of hell." "Platoon!" A sniper sends in his calling card. "That son of a bitch," says Mason. "Think I'll walk over and twist his goddamn ears off." I move down the ditch, seeking a position from which I can shoot. A patch of seared weeds offers fair cover. I thrust my rifle barrel through the vegetation and wait. "Platoon!" The German seems to be behind a fallen tree. I turn to signal to Mason, but he is already rising to his knees with pointed rifle. The shriek of a huge incoming shell sounds. I drop to the bottom of the gutter and drive my head into the bank. The explosion is tremendous. It seems to lift me bodily into the air. For a second I lose consciousness. Then I find myself frantically crawling up the ditch. My brain whirls. My ears ring with the noise of 100 bells. Greasy black smoke drifts over the earth, and the stench of burnt powder fills my nostrils. "Mason?" He does not answer. "Mason!" I squirm up to him. A glance tells me that he is dead. His head is twisted unnaturally. Thin trickles of blood come from the mouth and nose. His brown eyes stare glazedly. I place my ear to his chest, The heart is still. No piece of metal touched him. The concussion alone was sufficient. I remove the helmet and straighten his head. His eyes are as empty as an unused grave. Briefly, a picture trembles in my mind. It is that of a white-haired woman who stands before a cottage on a shady street in Savannah. "I am his mother," she says. "What were his last words?" "Said, think I'll walk over and twist his goddamned ears off." "Whose ears?" "Those of a German who was trying to kill us." "My boy went to his God with a curse on his lips?" "His God will understand." I tap my forehead with my fist. Am I going batty? I shake the picture from my mind. For a moment I consider covering the body with the raincoat I carry in my belt. But Mason will not need it, and I may. I attach a strip of white bandage to his bayonet, which I drive into the bank above. The marker will help the burial squad to find the corpse at night. I crawl over the body and advance up the ditch, which grows more shallow by the yard. I can go no farther without exposing myself, so I twist myself around and retrace my path. The German sniper is strangely silent. Through parted weeds, I study the log behind which I suspected him of hiding, but I see no indication of him. Perhaps he thought the big shell got both of us and moved on in search of other game. Or did Mason fire? I cannot remember. He could have. The crack of his rifle would have been lost in the shriek of the huge projectile. But surely he did not stand there like a fool and deliberately give his life to take that of the snipers. Yet he might have. Near the roadway up which we marched, I find Kerrigan and Thompson. They are sprawled behind a small mound which is covered with scraggly, bullet-chewed shrubs. "Where have you been?" asks the Irishman. "Out for a walk. I got restless." "What's wrong with your nose? It's bleeding." "Concussion, I guess. A big shell landed near me. It killed Mason." "Good God." Two of our tanks have moved up beside a farmhouse. They lower their cannon barrels and commence firing. The vicious explosion of their shells is like a sweet melody. Now the Krauts are getting a dose of their own medicine. In a few minutes, a German clambers out of a ditch and starts running at a half-stoop up the road. I draw a bead on him, but Thompson's rifle pops first. The German falls, tries to get up, and Thompson shoots again. The body sinks quiveringly to the dirt. "Well, I'll be goddamned," exclaims Kerrigan admiringly. "The boy has talent." Thompson gazes at his handiwork in silence. When he turns to us, his eyes are bright with awe. He purses his lips and looks incredulously at his rifle. "I got him," he finally announces in a half-whisper. "Do you think he's dead?" "He's dead," replies Kerrigan. "You are now a full-fledged member of the Brotherhood of International Killers. Let me be the first to congratulate you." The tanks have evidently terrorized a pocket of Germans. In their fright, they forget caution. One starts up the road, and I pick him off. Then Kerrigan gets another, and Thompson 2 more. It is like knocking off ducks in a shooting gallery. Before we are done, 9 gray-clad bodies are sprawled in the road. "There's a lesson for you, Thompson," says the Irishman. "That's what happens when you lose your head under fire. A hog should have known better than to take off up that road, but not men when they blow their toppers." But our shots have revealed our hiding place. A machine gun is trained upon the knoll. Bullets buzz about us like mad hornets. It's time to check out. The Krauts will likely start lobbing over mortar shells any moment. Flattened to the earth and keeping the mound between us and the enemy, we crawl to a gutter in our rear, but we have scarcely settled down before we are ordered to advance with the aid of the tanks. Again we try the tactic of mass fire. The rattle of gunfire grows into a continuous ribbon of noise. We move forward for 100 yards and are stopped cold. The Germans remain firm and throw back as much as we give them. In fact, more. Their artillery fire is pulled up from the rear, and once more the earth is a seething hell of flame and whining metal, of screaming, cursing men. The ground erupts in thunderous explosions, and in the ghastly rain of debris are the limbs and flesh of men. In the furor, I catch sight of Brandon. He lies at the edge of a burning haystack, firing methodically, coolly with a Garand. Behind the stack, Snuffy sits with his helmet off, frantically jerking the bolt of his rifle. The gun evidently has a jammed cartridge, and he refuses to consider the problem of extricating it logically. Finally, he hands the weapon to Brandon, whose skillful fingers quickly remove the shell. Snuffy moves to the opposite side of the stack, fires 2 fast clips, then he begins jerking the rifle bolt again. The enemy locates our tanks and fires at them point blank. For a few minutes they stand their ground with cannons churning. A German shell hits the house. A section of the roof lifts, collapses. The tanks clear to the rear of the building. They are through. Before dusk, we give up. My platoon is left to cover the withdrawal of the remainder of the company. We scatter and continue firing furiously to confuse and distract the enemy. Then we pull out ourselves. Artillery shells follow us down the road, but once out of range of the small arms, we breathe more easily. 12 men are missing from the platoon. On the roadside, a body lies near a snarled spool of wire. About the neck is a green kerchief. At some moment during the artillery barrage, Dillon's luck ran out. There is little sleep that night. The artillery thunders for hours. Our foxholes are wet and cold. Cheerless rumors have spread. Our men have been beaten back over the entire front. The day has but served to deplete our forces. We are to attack again tomorrow. Tired and irritated beyond measure, we awaken a savage mood. The madness of battle grows within us. So does our indifference to life and death. We clean our weapons and wait for the dreaded order. By noon it comes. Attack. Like robots driven by coiled springs, we again move forward. This time the German artillery meets us. We spread out in the open fields and plunge directly into the fire. Our ears are delicately tuned to the sound of the oncoming projectiles. Instinctively we calculate their probable points of landing. The holes that they blast offer cover. We dive into them, sometimes before the smoke has cleared, get our breath and bearings, flounder out, and move on. Thompson is near me. He has changed vastly since yesterday. In a single afternoon he has acquired the cautious eye, the upcocked ear, the wary assurance of an experienced combat man. The whistle of an .88 shell has a threatening note. "Get down!" I yell to Thompson. I brace myself on the earth, close my eyes, open my mouth. Wham! Rocks rattle against my helmet. I raise my head. The shell struck about 20 yards away. When the smoke clears, I see the upper part of a body with a rifle still clutched in the hand. Somebody got a direct hit. Who? Names dance fearfully through my brain. Brandon, Kerrigan, Johnson, Ward? That's who it was, Ward. He returned to the company last night after 3 months of schooling in mountain warfare. I turn to Thompson. His face is white with horror. "I saw it happen," he quavers. "Saw what happen?" "He was lying there flat." I struggle for a grip on my own nerves. "Forget it. Come on." "He was just lying there flat." "Come on." "I can't." "God damn it, you've got to. You can't stay here." "Who was it?" "Fellow named Ward. Come on." "He was just lying there." I know. Let's move now. We've got to get to some cover." "Is he dead?" "Half of his body is missing, can't you see?" "I don't want to look. I got a headache. I got a bad headache." I crawl over to examine him. He suffers only from an acute case of panic. His teeth chatter, and his lips twitch in rising hysteria. I seize him by the shirt front and slap his face hard. "Now come on. If we stay here, we'll both get hit." He picks up his rifle and moves toward the battle line. In a little while he becomes calm. "You've got to learn to forget what you see," I say. "You remember those Germans yesterday? They lost their heads, so they lost their lives, remember?" "I'll be all right. Don't tell the other guys." "I'll say nothing. It was just the shock. Nothing to be ashamed of." "But I can't forget it." The Germans have evidently been reinforced overnight. The lash of their small arms has grown more terrible. Our artillery bores into their lines. Our tanks slam steel into every obvious strong point. We kill men by the score. But always when we come into range, a cyclone of automatic fire sweeps through our ranks. Repeatedly we get the signal to advance. We snake forward. A quick call on a German telephone sends their shells directly on top of us. The big guns have us zeroed in. Living now becomes a matter of destiny or pure luck. The medics are bloody as butchers. Unarmed and with plainly marked helmets, they are supposed to be spared by the Germans. But the projectiles have no eyes, and I see one medic fall dead on a man whose wounds he was dressing. A scrap of metal severed his backbone. Horseface duels with a sniper. The German is behind a chimney on a rooftop, and Johnson deliberately moves into the open to draw his fire. I set my sights on one side of the chimney. A gun barrel appears. I begin the squeeze on my trigger. But the German changes his mind and disappears behind the masonry. His gun cracks, and the bullet hits within a yard of Horseface, who now raises his gerund. Tensely, I aim again, but the Jerry is partial to Horseface. Their two guns seem to fire simultaneously. The German tumbles to the roof, rolls, and stops just short of the eaves. Horseface crawls over to me, grinning pleasantly. Seen a man knock a guy off a roof like that in a picture show once. Trick is to take it easy. Makes the other man nervous. Figured I'd get that guy's goat when I crawled out into the open. Did. Seen a man bluff a bull one time out in Indiana. Bull charged. Man picked up a rock and hit him smack in the eye. Bullseye. Son, that was a bullseye, wasn't it? The indestructible Horseface Johnson. His humor is as imperishable as his body. Under a hail of fire, he talks constantly of things as remote as the moon. All afternoon we throw ourselves against the enemy. If the suffering of men could do the job, the German lines would be split wide open. But not one real dent do we make. Again, we are forced to withdraw. We straggle to the rear, exhausted. It is an orderly retreat, not a rout. We still have spirit, but the company's strength has dwindled drastically. Replacements cannot begin to keep pace with the slaughter. On the third morning, a chaplain visits our company. In a tired voice, he prays for the strength of our arms and for the souls of the men who are to die. We do not consider his denomination. Helmets come off. Catholics, Jews, and Protestants bow their heads and finger their weapons. It is frontline religion, God and the gerund. Staggering with weariness and snarling like wolves, we meet the Germans again. Doubtless they know our condition. Today they are more arrogant than ever. We slip to within 200 yards of their lines before they turn the full force of their weapons upon us. Obviously, they intend our complete annihilation. Under the furious punishment, a man a few yards from me cracks up. He begins with a weeping jag, then yelling insanely, he rises to his feet and charges straight toward the German lines. A sniper drills him through the head, and a burp gun slashes his body as he falls. By night, we fall back to our original lines with orders to hold at all cost. Some of the companies have been reduced to 20 men. Not a yard of ground has been gained by the murderous 3 days of assault. Chapter 9. Now time becomes a dreary succession of light and darkness. Neither the day of the week nor the date of the month is remembered. We snatch food and sleep whenever we can as the endless cycle of hours ticks its way into eternity. A doom-like quality hangs over the beachhead. Just what it is I cannot say, but it is everywhere. I feel it in the howling of the wind, the falling of the rain, and the mud that sucks at our feet. It is in the yellow rays of the sun and the blue rot of trench foot, and above all, it is in the eyes of the men. Beltsky is gone. A shell fragment sheared off part of a leg. His combat days are over. I am in charge of the platoon. There is no thrill in the promotion. Already we old men feel like fugitives from the law of averages. Loosely we cluster together, bound by a common memory and loneliness. The need for reinforcements is desperate. But we are suspicious and resentful of the new men that join us. As the days pass, if they prove their worth, they gradually grow into our clique and share the privilege of riding other replacements. Jacoby does not yet understand this. He has just come into the lines, and he has a chip on his shoulder. He wears his rig like a rookie. There is no excuse for such sloppiness of dress on the part of one from the rear area. His speech is sullen, his eyes bitter. His attitude must be straightened out immediately. A detail is being sent out to bury 3 cows whose bloated carcasses have been causing a stench in our section of the front. Kerrigan and Brandon are in charge of the job. They curse me cordially and profusely for the assignment as they await their helper's arrival. We stand in a blacked-out room of a partially demolished house which we have made into a forward command post. To Jacoby I say, "Shed your gear and go with these men." "What for?" "To bury some cows." "I ain't no grave digger for a bunch of cows. What have they got to do with winning the war?" "Plenty. Get your shovel." "I come up here to fight." "You'll get plenty of fighting." "I ain't et." "You'll eat later on. Cut out the argument." "I'm tired. I've been walking all evening." "Get your shovel." "I ain't going to be ordered around." Brandon growls. Kerrigan steps forward. "Murph," says he, "it's my turn. You got to beat the hell out of the last one." "Stand back. This is my job." "For the last time, soldier, I'm telling you to get your shovel." "God damn it, I said—" I drive my fist into his stomach. He buckles, and I follow with a clip to the jaw that sends him sprawling. Then I jump astride his head, seize him by the throat, and batter his head against the floor. Brandon peels me off the prostrate man, and Kerrigan pulls him to his feet. He glares at me, but evidently he has decided he has had enough. "I'll report you," he snarls. "So help me, I'll turn you in tomorrow. A non-com hitting—" "Ah, go to hell. Are you ready to get that shovel?" "You'll report nobody," says Kerrigan in a voice trembling with rage. "Up here we don't run to headquarters with our problems." "I know regulations. A non-com—" "We left regulations in the rear. They were too goddamned heavy to carry." The muttering replacement slips off his pack, removes his shovel, and follows the men into the night. In a little while I join them. Enemy artillery fires intermittently, but it is not trained on our sector. I hear the murmur of the laboring men, smell the cows, and wonder how it would seem to have the odor of death out of my nostrils once more. Jacoby is silent. He works willingly enough. Perhaps he imagines he is digging the grave for me. I do not mind, because I understand how he feels, and it is one way of getting the soil heaved. I ignore him. To betray softness would be to undo the lesson in not questioning orders in the lines. When he pauses in his labor, his eyes turn toward the flash of the German guns. We dig for several hours. It is a fine feeling to get out of the cramped and muddy foxholes for a change. Our bodies sweat, muscles stretch freely. Brandon hums. Kerrigan swears softly. "If anybody hands me a shovel after the war," says he, "I'll brain him with it. An idiot spoon, that's what it is. Dig, dig. Get a good hole made, up you move. I've been fighting the whole war with this idiot spoon." "It's in the proper hands. An idiot's tool for an idiot." "Go to hell." "Reminds me of an old girl," remarks Horseface. "Something always reminds you of an old girl," says Brandon. "Did this one have a face like a shovel?" "Hell no. She was a beaut. But she was an idiot if I ever saw one. Comes up to me in a USO club in Nashville, Tennessee. Says, 'Soldier, you're lonesome looking as a duck in a henhouse. What's wrong?' Figure she's the sentimental type. Try appealing to her sympathies. Say, 'Lady, I got a lot on my mind. Just standing here thinking about my dear old mother out in Idaho, raises potatoes. Writes me the crop this year is total ruin. Bugs got everything on top of the ground, moles got everything under.' 'Had a mama myself once,' says she. 'Loved horses, always wanted to be a bareback rider in a circus.' 'You?' says I. 'No,' says she, 'Mama. Run Papa off with a double-barreled shotgun. Didn't like the way he had his hair cut. Too much off the back. Repented later. Went to a fortune-teller to see if he could help find Papa. Liked the looks of the fortune-teller, took off with him. Reminds me, got my car outside, how'd you like to go for a spin? Said I'd love to. Takes me riding in a yellow roadster." The story is snapped by a jerry shell that lands nearby. We see the belch of flame, hear the whining flutter of metal. "The midnight mail," observes Kerrigan casually. "Sons of bitches never forget. Now watch them start a waltz and barrage." His voice rises thinly to a melody which is interrupted. Here she comes." The diggers drop to the bottom of their holes. Kerrigan and I dive behind one of the cows and ram our heads into the smelly hides. Wham! Whiz! The Irishman raises his head with fingers pinched to his nose. "Cozy, ain't it?" "What was that?" asks Jacoby with rattling teeth. "Small stuff, an 88. "Let's get out of here." "What for? When your number's up you go. When the old man with the sickle gives you the nod, it's one detail you can't goof off on." As I was saying, Takes me riding in a yellow roadster. No use staying here and getting killed, says Thompson. These goddamn cows can wait. Hell, man, that was nothing but the crowd saying good night. Wait till old Annie opens up. That's the big gun, says Jacoby. Well, Kerrigan replies, you wouldn't call it an air rifle. Rumor says its barrel's not over a quarter of a mile long. Crowds use old railroad cars for shells and a pile driver for a ramrod. Ever hear it? No. You will. Takes me riding in a yellow roadster. Turns a hairpin curve at... No use us being damn fools, insists Thompson. How come you've got so gun-shy? You were the guy that was to clean up the beachhead single-handed when you first come. Couldn't wait to get into action. I'm just saying, you want to live forever? Oh, go to hell. Takes me riding in a yellow roadster. Turns a hairpin curve at 65. Try to get her to slow down. Says she, that's my speed, bub. Drove to California once by way of the Panama Canal. 3 days, 3 nights, never slept a wink. Figure now I've got a nut on my hands. Vow never to go into a USO again. Cop gets after us. Says she, don't open your mouth while I lay the charm on this character. Used to be in the movies, played opposite Valentino. Called him Rudy. He called me Cuddles. Folks said we were a born match. Tells the cop she's Martha Washington and I'm the general himself. Says she, we're on our way to Valley Forge with a message from Abraham Lincoln. Curfew shall not ring tonight. Cop thinks we're getting fresh, threatens to put the slug on us. Pulled out my military courtesy. Say, sir, I didn't claim to be Washington. Says, where'd you get hooked up with this dame? Says, I at the USO, sir, just standing there thinking about my dear old mother out in Idaho, raises potatoes. This woman's a snowball, says the cop. She's full of dope. Hot damn, says I, who'd have thought it? Tells me she used to be a leading lady to Valentino. Mama married a fortune teller. Valentino, says she. She's a hophead from way back. At this, the lady lets out a scream and pastes the cop in the eye. Never seen such a wildcat. Still believes she could have whipped that guy if his pal hadn't pitched in. They finally got the cuffs on her. She starts yelling that she'll foreclose a mortgage on the courthouse and threatens to get Roosevelt on the phone. Cop says to me, drive her car into town and don't try any funny stuff. Got you covered from the rear. May have to hold you as a witness. Hell no, sir, says I. Can't hang around. My outfit's leaving tomorrow. Where to, says he. For parts unknown, says I, to fight for the likes of you. Biggest mistake I ever made. Might have still been in Nashville sitting in a nice warm cell instead of on this godforsaken beachhead playing undertaker to a mess of cows. Horseface, says Kerrigan. Where in the hell do you get such lies? It's the darn truth, every word. Trouble with you slummy characters is that you never get around high society. Reminds me of another old girl I met in New York. See her walking down Broadway leading a poodle on a leash. Says, oh, for Christ's sake. You want me to tell you about that Naples trip? He anticipates Kerrigan's swinging shovel and ducks. When we quit work, the sky is paling. You'll find rations at the CP, I say to Jacoby. If you want to eat, ask the man on duty to give you something. I want to throw up. After smelling them damn cows all night, I feel like puking. Go ahead. Maybe it'll cheer you up. Why don't you quit picking on me? You're picking on yourself. I don't care whether you eat or whether you vomit, but you better get some sleep. We've got another date with those cows tomorrow night. God damn it, He breaks off his speech and walks away mumbling. 2 more sessions with the shovels are required before the cows are under the sod. On the 3rd night, Jacoby snickers quietly at one of Horseface's yarns. Rain falls in slanting black streaks, turning our area into a sea of mud. It pulls at our feet like quicksand. We slant the bottoms of our foxholes. Water drains to the lower ends, and we dip it out with our helmets. But when the storms really strike, we give up. For hours we crouch in ankle-deep water. The enemy never lets up. During the day, if one sticks his head above the surface of the ground, he risks sudden slaughter. Often we must use ration cans as chamber pots, hurling them from the holes like grenades after they have served their purpose. When the shells hit close, the soft walls of the dugouts crumble. Like turtles, we dig ourselves out of the mud and try repairing the damage before another shell arrives or the water rises in our foxholes. The rain is not without its blessing. As long as it keeps the ground swampy, enemy armor bogs down and cannot move against us. Once every 24 hours, we slip into the ruins of the house and heat our tins of rations in the embers of a small fire. This can be done only at night. We are in plain sight of enemy observers. By day, smoke would show and bring the artillery down on us. Stomachs go lumpy and sour. The bitter odor of vomit is everywhere, and it seems that the intestines themselves will be squirted out in diarrheal discharges. Kerrigan gingerly swallows spoonfuls of beans, chewing them uncertainly. "It is not any longer a question of losing your guts," he says. "It's only a matter of from which end." Snuffy cocks open an eye. "Want to make a bet?" he asks. "On what?" "Which end?" "Shut up." "That's just asking." "Shut up." In the house we have discovered a barrel of wine. It is of dirty reddish color and smells like bad vinegar. The men sip it wryly. Only Snuffy can down enough of it to get drunk. It happens one night when he is manning a machine gun. A German patrol trips one of our flares. When the light pops, there is no response from Snuffy. I hastily crawl to his emplacement to investigate. He is stretched on the ground, sleeping as peacefully as a cradled child. His mouth is open, and his breath reeks of wine. I straddle his body, seat myself on his hips, and fire the gun at skipping shadows until the flare dies. The noise does not awaken Snuffy, nor do I. Brandon takes over the watch, and the incident is not reported. Through our hearts and minds, resignation and futility crawl like worms. We cannot advance, and we cannot retreat another yard without adding further peril to the slim security of our beachhead. Rumors slide from hole to hole. The British are pulling out, while the pulling is good, leaving us holding a gigantic and ferocious wildcat with a very small grip by a very short tail. The Germans are only waiting until our build-up is worthy of a major attack. They will then thrust through the middle of our defenses, split our forces, and drive us into the sea. We believe nothing, doubt nothing. Our function, we know. It is to hold the lines until enough men and materiel arrive to try again cracking the iron wall that lies before us. We listen to the moan of the wind, curse existence, and snarl at one another. There is no escape with honor except on the litter of the medics or in the sack of the burial squads. Smathers leaves in a mattress cover. He should have been more careful. It was a foolish way to die, and he wanted so much to live. A Toledo girl, to whom he was engaged, occasionally sent him copies of Better Homes and Gardens. The magazines arrived frayed and dated, but Smathers perused them gravely, grinning at the sardonic comments of the other men. We all liked him, but kidded him plenty. He had joined us somewhere near Salerno, a lean, tanned, handsome fellow with humor and calm courage. I will never understand how he forgot that at night men on the outposts are as jittery as drunks with hangovers. Hearing our machine gun, I rush to the spot, but he is already dead when I arrive. Kate bends over the body, frantically loosening the clothes and muttering, "Oh, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ!" "What's the matter?" "Oh, Jesus Christ, it's Smathers! I've shot him! Get the medics!" I lean my ear against the sprawled man's chest. There's no sound. "He's gone." "No, he's not. He was talking a minute ago." "What did he say?" He just said, 'Oh, God, get the medics.'" "He's dead." "No, he's not. Get the medics. Go get the medics. He was talking just a minute ago." "I'm telling you, he's gone." "He was up helping string barbed wire. I hear somebody running my way and challenge him. He keeps on coming without singing out. And I've got to let him have it. I thought he was a Jerry. I was sure he was a goddamn Jerry." "You can't be blamed. You better go back and tell the old man. Stop at the CP and tell Kerrigan to send me a couple of men." "What'll I say to the old man? I thought he was a Jerry." "Just tell him what happened. He may chew you up for being trigger-happy, but that's all he'll do." "I challenged him and he didn't sing out." I know. And Jesus Christ, he was a pal of mine. We used to spend passes together. But I couldn't see who it was. You know I couldn't see who it was." "Nobody's blaming you." "Let's try the medics. It won't do any harm to try the medics." "I tell you, he's dead. You know he's dead. Get a hold of yourself." "But he was talking just a minute ago. He said—" "I know. Now you better go back and see the old man." "Oh, Jesus Christ." His voice breaks into a sob. "Do you want to stay here while I go back?" No, I can't stay here. He was a friend of mine. Oh, Jesus Christ, I couldn't see him. I challenged him and... Get going, Cates, get going. We've got to have another man on this gun. I'm going, but I'd like to try the medics. Get going. This book is continued on Disc 4. To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 4. Do you want to stay here while I go back? No, I can't stay here. He was a friend of mine. Oh, Jesus Christ, I couldn't see him. I challenged him and... Get going, Cates, get going. We've got to have another man on this gun. I'm going, but I'd like to try the medics. Get going. He stumbles off through the night, still muttering crazily. Cole comes up and takes over for him. Caskill helps me carry the body back to the command post. We drop it in the mud outside the door and enter. "What's wrong with Cates?" asks Kerrigan. "He's acting like he's gone nuts." "He killed Smathers. Thought he was a German." "Good God." "Said he challenged him, but Smathers didn't answer." "Where is he?" "Outside. You want to see him?" "Good God, no." I ring company headquarters on the field telephone. "What?" shouts Anderson after I've passed him the news. "Don't get excited. We're still holding the lines. Nothing serious has happened. Cates mistook Smathers for a German and shot him. Tell the old man it was an accident. Smathers didn't sing out when Cates challenged him." "That's going to make the old man mighty unhappy." "I can't help that. Notify GRO. They'll want to pick up the body before morning." "The old man liked Smathers." "So what? We all did. Tell the buzzard detail not to drive past your station. We're expecting the crowd artillery any time." Sure. Anything to oblige." "Thanks." I hang up the receiver and grow sick at my stomach. Kerrigan is pensive. "What a shame," he says. "Remember that girl in Toledo? Remember the time we rode him so about his flowers?" "Yeah." Remember the time. We sit in a tent in our camp near Naples. The mail has just arrived. Smathers reads his batch of letters and turns to the magazine with the pictures of houses and gardens. Caskill, noticing, winks at Kerrigan. "I have a problem, dear. Will it be petunias or gladiolas this year?" The Irishman takes the cue. Petunies, he replies, mimicking the pop and spit of bullets passing near the ear. "But, dear," minces Caskill, "how about poppies? They do look so sweet on a grave." "Oh, you mean man, what a horrible, horrible thought." Smathers lifts a good-natured eyebrow. "Rave on, you bastards, but I've already got the lot." "In a military cemetery, I presume. That's grave." Smathers tosses the magazine aside. "Don't worry, I'll get home," he says. "You guys will be pushing up the poppies while I'm pushing the baby carriage. But I won't forget you. Oh, no. There I'll be sitting in a nice little breakfast nook, bacon and scrambled eggs beside me, and the best coffee in the state of Ohio. Boy, can she make coffee. The little woman will be right there opposite me with that adoring look on her face. And brother, can she adore. 'Honey,' she'll say, 'tell me about Caskill and Kerrigan again.' 'Those sons of bitches,' I'll answer, 'not at the breakfast table.' 'Oh, but do,' she insists. 'It sounds so funny the way you say it.' Okay, the last time I saw them, their faces were as green as Kerrigan's brain, and the flies were blowing them." "Reminds me of an old girl," says Horseface. "For Christ's sake, what now, the blowflies?" "Breakfast nook. Train engineer's wife in Alabama. Met her at a coming-out party." "Coming out of what?" "Her clothes. Says, 'Will somebody please throttle that bastard? I'm too tired to move.'" Two men bearing a litter come into the ruined house. "Where's the body?" asks one. "Outside, I'll show you." "Tore up?" "Not bad, a machine gun." "Good. I never seen so many messy ones as we picked up on this beachhead. That damned artillery." They pull a mattress cover over the body and roll it on the stretcher. "Boy, am I tired," says one of the men. "We've been packing meat all night. This guy got his dog tags?" "He's got everything. If you find a package of magazine pages in his pocket, put them among his personal effects." "Magazine pages?" "Yeah, magazine pages, that's what I said." "Jesus. Now I've heard everything. This business gets daffier and daffier. The men stumble off through the darkness. I return to the ruined house, roll up in a blanket, and go to sleep. Chapter 10. Meanwhile, the boats wallow in from the open sea. Planes bomb them, and fluttering shells from enormous railroad guns crash among them. But the creaking of winches and lowering of ramps continue as precious cargoes of men and materiel are dumped upon the beach. At night, armor rumbles into places of hiding. Camouflage nets are spread over the cannons. Replacements, many of them miserable and frightened men, unload their gear and dig in. Command works desperately on new tactics. Time. We must have time. The threat of a German counterattack becomes more imminent. The enemy cannot help realize that daily we grow stronger. But the rain which we so heartily curse has turned the earth into a swampland in which the ponderous armor flounders impotently. When the sun shines and the wind blows, we study the forward area anxiously. The crusting of the ground has become all-important. We are using the remaining portion of an upstairs room in our ruined house as an observation post. One morning I am scanning the terrain through a pair of binoculars when I spy a German tank. My hands start trembling. As I sweep the enemy lines with the glasses, more tanks appear. I count 20 of them. That is all I care to see. Grabbing a map, I roughly estimate the position coordinates of the enemy armor, seize the phone, and yell for the artillery. Our cannons blast, but the shells fall short of the tanks. Gradually, I correct the fire until one tank is hit. Its crew climbs out and starts running. I pick off one with a Garand. 2 of his comrades drag him toward shelter. But I dare not shoot again lest the Germans locate me and turn their guns on us. Exchanging this excellent observation point for a couple more wounded Krauts would be a poor trade indeed. The remaining tanks wallow back. Again I correct the artillery. The shells follow the armor in a hectic chase, but I soon lose sight of the Krauts and notify our gunners. Wasting further ammunition would be senseless. I sit down weakly. Sweat stands on my forehead. My knees shake, and the pit of my stomach seems to have fallen out. The tanks are there. Even the wrecked one worries me. I guess that when night falls it will be picked up by a retriever, repaired, and sent against us again. True, it is only one tank among many, but to the foot soldier that is how the war goes. Infinite small threats make up the whole. Eliminate the little problems and the big ones will take care of themselves. I check the terrain with a compass, get my directions. Then I call company headquarters for permission to take out a patrol after dusk. Brandon, Kerrigan, and Snuffy volunteer to accompany me. Horseface is also willing. But I am afraid that he will take a notion to spin one of those wild yarns of his in the shadow of the enemy himself. I put him on a machine gun watch and take Jacoby instead. Yes, Jacoby is changing his tune. He has seen that at the front there is little bucking for rank and that nobody is the fair-haired boy. Each has his share in the work and common misery. So the chip falls from Jacoby's shoulder. Loaded with rifles and anti-tank grenades, we slip through the night. Over the muddy ground, progress is slow, and frequently we must halt for breath. Snuffy deliberates over a Molotov cocktail, which is simply a bottle of gasoline with an ignition fuse attached. It is supposed to set the tank afire, but Snuffy does not trust it. If it works, says he, I'm a blue-tailed monkey's uncle, and if it don't work, we're in a hell of a fix. I'll lay anybody 3 to 1 that them Krauts have got that tank guarded. Any takers? Keep your voice down, urges Kerrigan. Did anybody ever see such a fool? Must have learned to whisper in a sawmill. And when this mulatto cocky-tail conks that tank, what happens? Clank. Them Krauts are going to start blazing away, 4 to 1. Any takers? Maybe he's right, observes Jacoby. He's never right. Let's move up and get this damn job over. Getting nervous? Hell no, I'm getting cold. Come on, you hillbilly, let's go to war. When the Germans evacuated the tank, they left a light burning inside. It sends a glow through the open manhole, marking our target perfectly. Leaving the men to cover me, I crawl to within range, rise on one knee, and hurl a Molotov cocktail. The bottle crashes against the steel. In the stillness, the noise is like a bell, but nothing else happens. I try again with no better luck. The fuses are obviously faulty. I hear the voice of a German and know that I must work in split seconds. Swiftly sliding up a ditch, I lob a grenade through the open manhole. The explosion does not even extinguish the light. I crawl back a short distance and begin blasting off the treads with rifle grenades. The operation stirs up a hornet's nest. 2 enemy machine guns bark. Tracer bullets streak about me. I follow the ditch as far as possible. Then I kick caution out of the way and take off like a jackrabbit. My comrades, hearing me coming, get a 50-yard start on me, but I catch up before we pause to rest our aching lungs a quarter of a mile away. "Just like I said, them mulatto cocky-tails should be give back to the Russians. They damn nigh got a sloon," pants Snuffy. "Where in the hell did that guy learn to speak English?" asks Kerrigan. "Right where I'd like to be now, in them Tennessee hills so fur away." "Will the Germans follow us?" Jacoby inquires anxiously. "Christ, no," Kerrigan snorts. "You couldn't pry them out of their holes with a crowbar. They wouldn't know where we'd be laying for them." "Yes, sir. We done better with firecrackers." "Firecrackers? What the hell you talking about now?" "Firecrackers, you dumbass. Ain't you ever throwed no firecrackers on the 4th of July? "Firecrackers, for Christ's sake." "That's what I said, firecrackers." The next morning, the ruined tank is still visible. Evidently, it is no longer worth repairing. The Germans never retrieve it. Now the rain starts again. The water drips, and the wind moans. We slog through the mud on routine duty, wait for night, wait for day. Even the sound of the guns fits into the pattern of tedium, and the utter boredom of static warfare drives men to strange deeds. Kerrigan discovers he is a poet. He composes some verse to which Snuffy adds a monotonous folk tune. In a quavering, rusty voice, he sings, "Oh, gather round me, comrades, and listen while I speak of a war, a war, a war, where hell is 6 feet deep. Along the shore the cannons roar, oh, how can a soldier sleep? The going slow on Anzio, and hell is 6 feet deep. Praise be to God for this captured sod that rich with blood does seep, with yours and mine like butchered swines, and hell is 6 feet deep. That death awaits there's no debate, no triumph will we reap. The crosses grow on Anzio, where hell is 6 feet deep." It is a major achievement. Kerrigan is flattered and has to be severely discouraged from indulging in further literary efforts. Movement gives the illusion of progress, and that illusion is our greatest need. Monotony often achieves more than either pleading or patriotism. To spike the rot of existence, to get out of our holes and relieve irritation by a slash at the enemy, we volunteer for dangerous patrols. One misty night, 3 of us are in the command post, playing poker by candlelight. The telephone jingles. Kerrigan reaches for the receiver. "Hello? No, this is not the Boneyard, it's Lil's place." "Yeah, Anderson. The hell you say? Now ain't that just Tucky?" Yeah, I'll tell him." "What is it now?" asks Berner, a corporal who has had a losing streak all evening. "Anderson, the old man says intelligence has got to have some prisoners. Asking for volunteers to go out and round them up. Count me out, it's too damp outside." Berner throws down his cards. "Just as my luck was changing," he grumbles. "Don't worry about that, you'll need all your luck now. Every time I come into this hole to get warm, I land up on one of these murder details." "Go break the news to Cole, we'll need his German lingo," I say, "and tell Caskell to get his rear end here and look after the phone." "What's wrong with my German, Arschloch?" "Too vulgar. For this we need that delicate touch." "Cole's going to love this." "It'll give him some exercise." The first hint of the Germans' presence is the smell of strong tobacco smoke. We tread softly with weapons ready. A murmur of voices sounds in the night, but in the mist we can see nothing. We sling our rifles on our shoulders and grasp grenades. A hut looms suddenly in the fog. Again the odor of tobacco hits our nostrils. Inside the house, a man laughs. Like cats, we creep to a window and flatten ourselves against a wall. "Tell them to come out," I whisper to Cole. "Hey, wir sind Amerikaner. Alles kaputt. Hände hoch. Komm raus." Only silence greets his words. "Tell them to come out or we'll blast them out with grenades." "Komm raus, oder wir pfeffern eine Granate rein." There's a scramble inside, but the door still remains shut. "Tell them this is the last warning." "Wir warnen euch zum letzten Mal." No response comes from the house. Okay, let them have it. We hurl 4 grenades through the window and dart to a safe distance. The hut rocks. and in the fumes of powder is mingled the smell of powdered masonry. Burner and Cole cover us with rifles. Kerrigan and I dash forward, kick open the splintered door, and jump to the sides. "Ask him if they've had enough," I say. "I don't think the bastards are alive." "Na habt ihr die Nase voll?" The low groan of an agonized man comes through the door. We enter with fixed weapons. Guided by the moans, I reach a hand to the floor, find a body, and my fingers become sticky with blood. I grab the uniform and drag the man from a hole in the floor. He gasps and becomes still. I bend my ear to his heart. It has stopped beating. I fish into the hole again and pull out another body. The legs kick spasmodically, and the breathing seems horribly loud. It sounds as though the man had a throat full of phlegm. I run my hands over the chest and find a gaping hole from which the blood spurts like a fountain. There is nothing we can do about it. Frantically, I try once more. The third man, protected by the flesh of his comrades, has escaped the blast. I jerk him to his feet and frisk him for weapons. He trembles like a frightened bird, but is otherwise unharmed. Cole addresses him in German. "Warum kommt ihr nicht raus?" The prisoner replies with muttered words. What does he say? I don't know. I asked him why he didn't come out when we called, but he's either too scared to talk or he's speaking a dialect I don't understand. Sounds like he's tongue-tied. Well, get him to the rear quickly. The same way we came? Any damned way, just get going. From outside comes the thud of running feet. "Christ," Kerrigan exclaims. "Here's old man Trouble, his pals no doubt." Cole and Burner grab the prisoner by the shoulders and hustle him off through the mist. Kerrigan and I edge to a corner of the house. A Jerry calls, "Hans! Hans!" We answer with 2 clips of cartridges. Then cautiously we steal away in a direction at angles to that taken by Burner and Cole. The running continues on the right. Shouting comes from our rear. We now hear the pounding of footsteps on our left. Dropping to our knees, we shoot in both directions. 6 rifles return the fire. The Germans have evidently guessed the nature of our mission and are attempting to head us off. It is the prisoner that concerns them most. Captured men often give out information that has disastrous results. Wheeling to our right for about 50 yards, we shoot again. The Germans make no response. Maybe they are waiting for us to plunge into their trap. If so, our ruse has worked. We retrace our steps, and I check my compass for the straightest direction to our lines. Stealthily, we walk for a couple of 100 yards, then we run like deer. With relief, I remember that we have encountered few anti-personnel mines in this area. The Germans, now aware of the trick, blast wildly. Bullets sing overhead. I increase my speed, trip on a snag, and pitch on my head. For a moment, I think my ankle is sprained. Kerrigan pulls me to my feet. I test the joint gingerly. The sound of our pursuers grows louder. I hear the click of the safety lock on Kerrigan's rifle. "Don't shoot, for God's sake," I say. "They still don't know where we are." "Damn 'em, they'll never get me." "Go ahead." "Can you walk?" "If I can, I can crawl like hell. Go ahead." "Don't talk to me like that, you hop-headed goon. I can just see myself leaving you here." "I can walk." "Then let's move." Resting one hand on Kerrigan's shoulder, I manage to limp at a rather fast pace, but hours seem to pass before we reach the security of our lines. Cole and Burner are waiting in the command post. They have already delivered their prisoner to company headquarters. Now they stand with foolish grins on their faces. "No wonder I couldn't understand that German," says Cole. "The guy was a Polak. The old man had Patowich talk to him. He's been in this area only 3 days and was about as full of information as an empty barrel." "Besides," adds Burner, "he was half drunk." "He was sure of only 2 things. He wanted to go home, and he had lost his bottle." Kerrigan sinks to the floor. Placing his forehead in the palms of his hands, he rocks his head back and forth. "Holy Christ," he sighs. "I thought his breath smelled familiar." During our absence, the mail has been brought up. I thumb through the packet of frayed envelopes. There is nothing for me. I toss a letter to Kerrigan. A flourishing feminine hand has addressed it in violet ink. Then I finger a small paper. It is directed to Private Michael Novak and must have escaped the eyes of the company clerk. Seeing the name of a dead man on such an intimate thing as mail gives one a queer feeling. I slip the paper from its encircling sheath, turn the pages. It is a company publication. Under a headline, Our Boys and Girls in Service, is a picture of Novak. Yes, little Mike as a civilian. He must have been quite like the man we knew as a soldier. He has the same crooked nose with a smile to match, the stubborn chin, the need of a shave, the tousled black hair, the broken depths of thought and sadness in his eyes. And his necktie is knotted at the throat like a noose. Beneath the photograph, Private Michael Novak, Little Mike, as he was familiarly known among his co-workers at Eureka, is now with the 7th Army in Italy. That is bad news for the Germans. During the 4 years he was with us, Mike, though on the quiet side, endeared himself to all with his industry and unfailing good humor. We are expecting great things of him in the war. According to his sister, Mrs. Zygmuntsova, he has already seen considerable combat. Keep up the good work, Mike. We are proud of you. I glance again at the picture, then turn the page. Another headline. Eureka Quintet licks Eagle Cagers 52-36. In an unbroken string of victories, the Eureka basketball team added another scalp to its belt when it tangled last week with Eagle Consolidated. It was a bitterly contested game until the last whistle. Outstanding performances were contributed by John Red Cathy as right forward, and... Folding the paper, I return it to its holder, and above the typed address mark Deceased. Kerrigan scowls over his letter. "Have I gone nuts?" he asks. "Or is this dame crazy? Listen to what the bitch writes. Dear Honeybunch, it is little me again. How are you? I'll bet you have already forgot your blue eyes. I haven't heard from you in weeks and weeks. Well, I wish you could see my sailor. He is the cat's whiskers. Ha-ha. I'm just kidding. You know I am strictly an army girl. Honey, I do miss you. I was over at Sally's last night. She has a new love. You know Sally, he's an oil man, runs a filling station, ha-ha. He wanted to bring a friend along for me. But I said, no, sirree, I don't want to sit under the cherry tree with anybody else but my Irishman. We went out to Joe's joint and drunk some beer. I never seen the like of soldiers. And I want you to know that your little Blue Eyes has not lost her sex appeal. 3 soldiers tried to move in on our party, but believe me, I gave them the old elbow. I get lonesome, but after all, you are the tops in this girl's life. I tell every man I go out with about you. Oh, honey, I do miss you. This awful war gets me down. But if it hadn't been for the war, I maybe wouldn't have met you at all. And that would have been tragic. When I think of all the good times we had together, I want to cry. Well, don't take any wooden nickels. With oodles of love, Cora. Brilliant, simply brilliant, remarks Cole. That's the very kind of girl I always wanted to meet, the home-loving type. Who the hell is she? Some broad I used to live with in Boston. No, I guess it was New Haven. She's living in Boston now. Was she a pro? Hell no. I still had a good amateur standing until I came overseas. Blue Eyes. I must have been drunker than usual if I called her that. Who was Sally? I don't know, but this I must say for Cora. If I remember correctly, she was first class in the hay. Regularly, combat patrols are sent out to harass the Germans. We must continue to remind them that we still have a striking force. Our present defensive stand is not to be mistaken for weakness. Usually, these missions include fierce, bloody skirmishes, and often not even the tedium of the foxholes impels enough men to volunteer for them. One day, reconnaissance informs us that the Krauts have moved up their forward outposts in our sector. It could be the prelude to an attack. A patrol is organized to knock out the positions. In our platoon, Kerrigan, Burner, and Thompson get tapped for service. The Irishman groans, Burner swears softly, Thompson alone is silent as they buckle on their gear. During the course of action, Thompson vanishes. Nobody can explain what happened to him. He simply disappears. Going up the road, I kept an eye on him, says Kerrigan. He was in a hell of a mood. His eyes kept darting about like a rat in a cheese factory. I asked him what was wrong. He said, I got the bellyache, something I ate, I guess. I told him we wouldn't be gone long. Then when we got back, if he was still alive, he could get some baking soda. If he was dead, he wouldn't need it. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. He looked at me in a funny way. When we stopped for a rest, adds Burner, he lay on his back with his eyes closed. I told him to cheer up. He may get shot in the leg and get a big rest. He told me to go to hell. I said, thanks, I'm on my way. I don't remember seeing him after that. The Jerrys threw a lot of stuff at us, continues Kerrigan. Mostly mortar and machine gun fire. A couple of guys got killed. Several more were wounded. And I was too busy watching out for my own hide to study about the kid until we started back. Then I missed him. I asked the other fellas if they'd seen him, but they hadn't. There was a lot of confusion, remarks Berner. Maybe he moved in too close and got himself captured. Or hit. I check with the aid station, but Thompson is not among the wounded. Routinely, I report him missing in action. 3 days later, he is found cowering in an abandoned hut in the rear area. A deserter. He is placed under arrest and confined in the prison stockade. I guess what has happened. His nerves gave way, and he could not force himself to face the enemy guns again. Thompson was not a coward, but from the Army point of view, his offense is a serious matter indeed. It could set a disastrous precedent among worn-out, frightened men who know that they must continue hurling their flesh against the enemy until death or a wound honorably relieves them of duty. I am called to the rear to testify in the court-martial proceedings against Thompson. As I walk over the terrain, my mind is a whirl. Which of us knows when his own nerves may collapse and he will do something equally as foolish as Thompson? Is it fair to judge a man legally for some act committed in the unnatural situations of war? But is not desertion a crime against us, his fellows, who must stay at our posts and keep plugging the breaches in the dike as the flood rages? I can find no answer. Before the court, my testimony is brief and factual. On Wednesday of last week, Private Thompson was assigned to a combat mission. I myself delivered the order to him. He left with the patrol. He failed to return with it. I reported him missing. A chair creaks as the Army twists its rump about. Previous to the incident, had Thompson been a good soldier? Yes, sir. As far as I am concerned, his conduct had been entirely satisfactory. Then to what do I attribute his act? To nerves. To fright. Muses the Army. To fright? Do I think that Thompson has a corner on fright? No, sir. I have my own share of fear. But you do not desert. No, sir. Do I believe that Thompson deliberately sought to avoid hazardous duty with his act? Yes, sir. I think that it's obvious, but under the influence of fear. It is natural to be afraid. We all are. But no soldier can let his fear govern his conduct to such a degree. Is that understood? Yes, sir. A droning officer tells the details of finding the soldier in the shack. Then Thompson himself takes the stand. He has little to say. The court ponders the case briefly and hands out a verdict of guilty. Thompson is sentenced to 20 years in prison. The jeep that returns him to the stockade has to go toward the lines for a distance, so I crawl in for the ride. Thompson is silent as we bounce up the road. I had to report you, I say finally. I'm not blaming you. You could easily have been captured or killed. I said I wasn't blaming you. When I get out of the jeep, I shake hands with him. Good luck. The same to you. Suddenly, we both laugh. I don't guess it's funny, I say. I'm really sorry for you. Sorry for me. I'm sorry for you. I got only 20 years. If I serve the whole sentence, I'll be just 39 when I get out. But what happens to you? Why, you poor son of a bitch, you go back into the lines. You attack. If you live, you attack again. And you keep on attacking until you're dead. What's 20 years compared to a corpse? Before I get to the front, night has come, and the rain is falling again. Chapter 11. In the constant cold and wetness, feet turn blue and flesh rots. I send the worst cases to the rear for treatment. The men are given cans of foot powder and promptly returned to the lines, still shivering and hobbling. When Caskill comes back, he is still barely able to stand. For several days I have been staggering under a malarial attack. With feverish brain, I direct the routine operations of the platoon. I am like a baited animal, enraged at myself and everything I see. Now the anger flames at the picture of Caskill. I seize the field telephone and ring the aid station. Give me a doctor. A what? Asks the switchboard operator. A medical officer. Who? Anybody with bars on his shoulders. Oh. How are things up there? Rougher than hell. Wait a minute, I'll get you Captain Hoff. The fat guy with the glasses? Yes. Put him on. Yes, Captain Hoff. What do you want? Sergeant Murphy, Captain. I've been sending men with trench foot back to your aid station. Yes, I know. You do? Well, goddammit, I shout. Don't shove them back up here with a couple of aspirins and a pack of foot powder. Who do you think you're talking to, Sergeant? He screams over the wire. I don't care. I'm telling you, don't send my men back up here before they can walk. Are you drunk? I'm sick. Of what? The whole mess. We're busy back here. I can't waste time. You're busy. Now isn't that too bad? We're slightly occupied ourselves. I'm running this station, he yells in a choking voice, and by God, remember that you may be through here yourself. God spare me. The receiver clicks in my ear. You shouldn't have done that, says Caskill worriedly. It's no use. You'll only get yourself in trouble. Trouble? How can a man get into more trouble? It's no use. Okay, it's no use. Caskill, doubtless seeking to change the subject, says, While waiting at the aid station, I read some old Chicago papers. What's new? Asks Brandon. Charlie Chaplin wants a second front. Snuffy looks up from a steaming can of beans. Come again? Charlie Chaplin wants a second front. A second front? Jesus, give him this one. A man was killed in Southside Chicago. Body riddled with bullets was found lying in the streets. Slayer escaped but left a yellow handkerchief as a clue. Is that supposed to be news? Asks Brandon. I suppose so. Papers gave it headlines. Call it the Yellow Handkerchief Murder. Jesus. The cigarette shortage continues, and people are demanding an explanation for the scarcity of tobacco. My piles bleed for them. The public is warned that meat rationing will be more severe in coming months. Meat? Yeah, the kind that doesn't come in cans, remember? Lord, yes, steak. Nightclubs may be forced to close at midnight to conserve fuel and the energies of factory workers who like to guzzle too late. I can't stand it. The miners are talking about a strike. A strike? Yeah, you know, people demand higher wages, shorter hours, better living conditions. If they don't get them, they quit work. Americans? Why, hell yes. Who do you think they are, the Chinese? Are you kidding? It's the truth. It was right there in the papers. Jesus. I start from the room to check our machine guns for the night. Not far from the ruins, my knees give way. I collapse in the mud, and darkness blots out the mind. Later, I learn that Cole and Burner carry me to the rear on an old door. I am but dimly aware of the aid station. A face floats over me. I argue with it that my feet are bursting out of my shoes. Then I faint again. When I regain consciousness, I am among a row of cots in a hospital tent. The next day, I meet Helen. She is one of the nurses and a remarkable human being. As she glides up the aisle, I notice the brightness of her blonde hair. The heads of the sick and wounded twist to greet her. She pauses briefly at each of the cots, calling the men by name, asking silly little questions, and deftly parrying their feeble attempts at banter and impudence. When she reaches my cot, I have my mental defenses up. She ignores my sullen glare and speaks in an eager whisper, as if fearful of disturbing the patients next to me. Well, you look better this morning. I feel better. Lord, you were mud from head to foot when brought in last night, remember? No, I was blacked out. Regulations, you know. You were a regular mud man. I helped clean you up, and I wasn't even on duty. Say thank you, nurse. Thank you, nurse. The plumbing broke down up in the lines. She leans over to straighten my pillow. Now, at least you could have taken a horse bath. Undisturbed by the surprise that leaps to my face, she continues, Yes, a horse bath, we call them that too. Just cold water and a helmet? And of course a little soap. It was no use. You tried first, then you give up and let the mud take over. I know. She touches my wrist and glances at me with anxious eyes. They are as blue as a summer sky. Your pulse is pounding. What's wrong? I don't know, goddammit. You're the nurse. Oh. A smile dances in her eyes. It's nothing. I sometimes forget that I'm a woman. I don't. None of you do, except with your language. I'm sorry about the cussing. Don't apologize. You should hear me when I get riled. It's the crying I can't stand. Do they cry? Some of them. Their nerves fold up and they can't help it. What do they cry about? Most of them don't know. They just get on weeping jags like some drunks do. They'll never make me cry. Who? Anybody. I'm not the crying kind. I'll bet you aren't. We were discussing your age last night. How old are you? 19. You look younger. I can't help that. I'm 19. What are you doing in the army? I asked for it. Wanted to play soldier. And now you've had enough. I've got a belly full. But you wouldn't quit if you had the chance. No, I wouldn't quit. Why not? I never thought about it. Maybe I feel... What are you asking me all these questions for? They've got nothing to do with malaria. They've got everything to do with malaria. Maybe you feel what? Oh, hell. As long as there's a man in the lines, maybe I feel that my place is up there beside him. Is that all? That's all I can think of. She hands me a glass of bitter medicine. I hold my nose and swallow it. Now will you let me alone? You're too tense. Why don't you get off that Irish high horse for a bit? She asks. I'm all right. Perhaps you need a back rub to loosen those muscles. Tell you what I'll do. If you take down those dukes and be a nice boy, I'll give you a rub when I get off duty. Don't knock yourself out. When she passes to the next cot, I close my eyes. But the vision of her face still waltzes through my mind. The nose is bent slightly. The mouth is large and sensual, but droops as if from sadness about the corners. Her skin is as fair as apple blossoms. As the hours sift by, I sleep fretfully and wonder if she will return. If I had known how, I would have been more pleasant. At dusk, I hear her brisk voice as she moves up through the lines of cots. My blood quickens, but I hastily assume a mask of surly indifference. It is all the defense I have. Hello, Irish. Did I take a ribbing? The girls found out. Found out what? That I'd decided to give you a rub. What's wrong with that? Nothing, except we save it for our specials. Your special whats? Our special interests. Don't knock yourself out. You said that before. I didn't ask you to do it. Of course you didn't. Now will you try to relax? I'm tired and don't feel like fighting with you. Then why the hell don't you go to bed? It would do me no good. I get so tired that I could collapse, but I can't sleep anymore. Yeah, I know what you mean. Her skillful fingers pry into the muscles of my back, causing shivers to prowl up and down my spine. What did the kids call you in school? Red or Freckles? She asks. They called me Short Britches. The fingers hesitate. Short Britches? Oh, that's funny. Is it? Then laugh. Oh. The fingers resume their movements. I didn't mean to say anything wrong. It's all right. If you're so damn curious, maybe you'd like to know how I got the nickname. I would. When I was in 5th grade, I had just one pair of overalls. My mother washed them every night and dried them by the kitchen stove. They shrunk halfway to my knees, so the guys started calling me Short Britches, and I'd slug them. I fought every day. That was bad. I didn't say it was good. But what does all this fighting get you? You're fighting me now. It gets me the opportunity of being let alone until somebody else crosses my path. Meaning I'm not welcome. I didn't say that. You couldn't make it more obvious if you hit me in the head with a bedpan. I'm sorry. I guess I was trying to prove that I was as good as any of them. I lived on the wrong side of the tracks. Oh. Does it shock you, nurse? I wouldn't want to shock you with a few little details about a hungry kid dreaming about a banquet. Get that chip off the shoulder, Irish. You don't have to prove anything to me. I don't give a damn about proving anything to anybody, except maybe to myself. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. You do your job the best you can and forget the rest. I know. Oh, how I know. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm glad that things happened as they did. We had a lot of kids in the family and needed food, so I hunted a lot and learned to shoot straight. I couldn't afford to miss. That comes in handy now. Sometimes I had just one shell. Sometimes in the field I dream of walking in the darkness with that one shell. The Germans are all around me, and I know that I don't have the ammo to stand up against them. I wake up with the shakes. Do you know what being hungry is? No, she says softly. Not really hungry. I do. I've seen the time when I put pepper on molasses to make it seem something different from what I'd had the day before. The pepper burnt my stomach and made it feel full. I still like hot food. I'll swipe you a can of pepper from our mess and you can take it back up with you. Don't strain yourself. Now, is there anything else you'd like to know? I'm just rearing to spill my guts. I understand you're Irish now. You're still fighting the Battle of Little Shortbreeches. No, I honestly don't care. I laugh when I remember the people whom I once thought were the great ones of the earth. I've learned who the great ones really are. They're men like Brandon, Kerrigan, even Snuffy. Who are they? Some guys I know up in the lines. They bitch, they cuss, they foul up. But when the chips are down, they do their jobs like men. For a while, she works in silence. The faint thump of the cannons drifts through the night. From somewhere, a soft moan rises. You want to hear some more? I want to hear it all. For God's sake, why? I don't know. I used to be a hell of a cynic. Among my crowd in Omaha, it was supposed to be a fashionable attitude. And good old Helen was always fashionable. But for the past few months, I've had the curious feeling that I'm developing an enlarged heart. Yeah, that's bad. I know. When the breaks come, they're bigger too. I don't know what you're talking about. Skip it. Do you write home regularly? I've got no home. But your mother? She died when I was 16. No. She had the most beautiful hair I've ever seen. It reached almost to the floor. She rarely talked, and always she seemed to be searching for something. What it was, I don't know. We didn't discuss our feelings. No? No, there was nothing to say. But when she passed away, she took something of me with her. It seems I've been searching for it ever since. You'll find it. I don't think so. What happened then? I hooked up with the Army, learned to eat my oatmeal, and kill my quota of men, so I got promoted to staff. That's my story. Now are you satisfied, nurse? She does not answer. Her thumbs swiftly circle my shoulder blades. I watch the shadows cast by a gasoline lantern skipping over the tent walls. Can you guess what the kids called me? She asks. I wouldn't have the slightest idea. Droopy drawers. A direct shell hit could not have been more effective in shattering my defenses. I crane my head around to meet her smiling eyes. Droopy drawers? Yes, she snickers. You wouldn't think it now, but I was a thin little child, and the elastic on my panties was never tight enough. Old droopy drawers. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if we'd been in school together? Can't you see it? Chalked on the fences, carved in the trees. Shortbreeches loves droopy drawers. I flip over to my back. Is the elastic still loose? No, it's very tight. Has to be in this man's army. Why'd you join up? Oh, I don't know. Maybe to escape the monotony of civilian life. Being a bachelor girl is not all peaches and cream. Good Lord, you came into the Army to get away from monotony? I get what you mean. But the monotony of one muddy, broken body after the other is not the same as the monotony of a dozen shabby romances or 1,000 cocktail parties. I guess not. 5 years ago, I finished college with a science degree, and about all I did with my knowledge was to experiment in mixing new kinds of drinks. Good old Helen always comes up with something different. I build a hell of a martini. Do you like martinis? Never drank one. No, of course you wouldn't have. Anyhow, when the war struck, it was a cinch with my science background to get into the nurses' corps. So here I am. Good old Helen, right on the job. And have you had enough? Yes and no. Like you, I couldn't leave until the last stretcher case was brought in. You can't get away from it now. I had a friend, an infantry lieutenant, who tried it. He got the Medal of Honor and was sent home, a hero. God, how he hated that word. He was given the full treatment. Bands, flags, dinners, speeches. Then the Army handed him a desk job, but it lasted only a few weeks. When he saw how casually people back there were taking the war, it broke his heart. He asked to be returned to his unit overseas. I met him in Naples. You couldn't imagine the change in him. He seemed to be in a daze, and snapping him out of it was harder than getting you off your Irish. I finally took him to a hotel. I knew I should have held out. Pulling that droopy drawers business wasn't fair. I was a sucker for it. No. A grin flashes over her face. This was an emergency, and Nurse Hansel was right there on duty. In the darkness I could feel his temples throbbing. Then he began to spill. It all came out. Little things made him blow his topper. People simpering over a cut of steak, new fashions in the show windows, men yawning over battle headlines. He couldn't take it. So he began to hit the bottle. That only made it worse. He wanted to cram what he'd seen over here down people's throats. But he couldn't. So he came back. We had a couple of days together before he moved up to the front. When he left me, his eyes were shining again. A few weeks later, he was killed. I didn't grieve much, because that's the way he wanted it. Now I hope that family of his doesn't snatch his body back after the war. I know he would want to lie among the men with whom he fought, men who understood him. So would I. And the women, too. Her nose wrinkles impishly. Well, I'd better be ducking now, or those other fellows will get jealous. It's amazing how closely they check up on us nurses. The man in the far right corner has been here only a week, but he already knows the date of my menstrual period. How he found it out I wouldn't know. I usually forget it myself. But I checked the calendar, and he was right. Good night, Droopy Drawers. Good night. She hesitates. Be sure you address me properly when the head nurse is around. She's a bear for rank, and I'm always in hot water with her. You would be. As she moves down the aisle, she is followed by a sleepy chorus of "Good night, nurse." Before the week is up, I am fit to return to the lines. Helen accompanies me to the outside of the tent. In the sunlight, I notice that tiny wrinkles have gathered about her eyes. Well, so long, Short Britches, she says. I'll be thinking of you up there in that nice cool hole while I'm down here slaving over hot bedpans. Goodbye, Droopy Drawers. I start away, then turn. Thanks. She makes a face at me, and that is the last I see of her. Word that the hospital area has been under bombardment and several nurses killed filters up to the front. I try, but never find out whether Helen was among those who got it. Chapter 12. Spring comes to the beachhead, and on the ruined land new green glistens in the sunlight. When the guns are quiet, we can hear the song of birds. Mate calls to mate, their voices swelling uncertainly. Near the command post, a cherry tree bursts into bloom. The leaf buds swell, the petals sift to the ground, and one day the hard green fruit hangs upon the branches. Kerrigan is touched by the sight and composes a new song to express his feelings. We've got cherries on Anzio, cherries, yes, but women no. Don't ask me how, but it sure is so. That's the hell with Anzio. Brandon frowns upon the song. He studies the tree with a thoughtful eye and talks of April in Kentucky. His daughter, who has just turned 10, wants to cut off her pigtails. It is a problem that concerns us deeply. Through the months of ruin and despair, the little girl with her braids and freckles has served to remind us that somewhere on the earth utter innocence still exists. But if those pigtails go, what then? We group around Brandon while he reads her letter aloud. Dear Daddy, The boy who sits behind me in school pulls my hair, and it is a mess for Granny to braid every day, so I think I will have it cut off like all the other girls are doing. Mary, who is my new friend who moved from Chicago, says her mama says she can get a permanent wave, so I think I'll have my hair cut off. Granny won't let me unless you say okay, so I hope you say okay. From your loving daughter, Marion. P.S. It looked terrible stringy anyhow. Oh, no, groans Horseface. Don't let her. Keep her a kid as long as you can. Kerrigan glances at him queerly. You getting sentimental? Me, says Horseface, his lips curling. I'm the most unsentimentalist guy you'll ever hope to meet. Inspiration shows suddenly in his eyes. Pigtails just reminded me of an old girl I knowed out in the state of Arizona, Apache Indian, wore braids that reached to her knees. Oh, my God, moans Kerrigan. I should have kept quiet. Cut off your gab and you'd bust a gut, says Snuffy without opening his eyes. See her standing in front of a shack, about to perish from thirst. The girl? No, me. Walking telephone lines across the plains. Summer, June, July, maybe August. Give out of water and damn near give up the ghost when I see the girl. I go up to her and say, How? Says she, What the hell you mean, how? Says I, You speak English? Says English, German, French, and some Chinese. Name's Minnie Choo Choo, daughter of Chief Iron Horse. Grandma got scared by a railroad train in the old man's prenatal days. Come in, lonesome stranger, you like some beer? You got some beer, says I. No, she says. You like some coffee? Sure, says I. You got some cream? Cream, she says. We ain't even got some coffee. Drink sheep's blood. Say, make it sheep's blood, then. Hands me a gourdful. Drink it, and must have got a sunstroke. Start a bawin' and a buttin' Chief Iron Horse. Daughter conks me with a tomahawk. Makes me mad. Butt the old man clean out the door. Girl gives a big whoop and jumps a straddle of my back. Take out across the plains a bawin' and a buckin', with the girl flammin' me with a cactus plant. Line gang finds me under a mesquite bush. Girl's gone. Take me to a hospital. Lay there bawin' like a sheep for 14 days and 13 nights. Doctor said it was the damnedest thing they'd ever seen. When it comes to drinking sheep's blood, been a teetotaler ever since. Flack, an earnest young replacement, is fascinated. What happened to the girl? Well, sir, replies Horseface. Story had a strange, queer ending. When I get out of the hospital, I meet an old-timer and ask him about them Indians. Says, knowed both Iron Horse and Minnie Choo Choo well, killed in 1902, tornado. You're kidding. It's the dying truth, son. They were ghosts? Horseface shrugs. Call them that if you want to. But that tomahawk was mighty real. Look. He parts his hair and reveals a long, jagged scar upon the crown of his head. It is a sunny day and a warm wind blows. The front is deceivingly still. We sprawl upon the ground on the seaward side of the command post. Hope has returned with the season. No longer do we feel like orphaned underdogs. Our forces are driving up from the south, and the beachhead bristles with accumulated power. An all-out attack is imminent. We are eager for it to begin. Our every thought and action is concentrated on getting the war over before another winter comes. Replacements have strengthened our platoon. Flack came into the lines with eagerness. A pale boy who looks as though he scarcely had strength to lift a rifle, he has volunteered regularly for patrols. He works with a quiet thoroughness. Since joining us, he has already made corporal, and I have recommended him for a sergeantcy. The old men regard him with tolerant amusement. It is strange to see a man bucking for promotion at the front, where an advance in rank only puts him closer to death. Through casual conversations, I have learned that his mother is the mainspring of his drive. In a small-town Iowa school, Flack was evidently a leader, so it was a great disappointment to his mother when he had to enter the army as a private, but she is sure that he will eventually be commissioned. If Valero, a tough Italian from the slums of Chicago, ever heard of a school, he gives no indication of it. He does not discuss his past, but he is a born soldier. In many skirmishes, he has proved himself as nerveless as he is merciless. He asks no quarter, gives no quarter, and his face lights up with savage joy when his gun is spitting. But with the men, he is as friendly as a shaggy dog, calling everybody pal. But his favorite is Constantino, a meek little Italian who is also from Chicago. The friendship often proves trying, Valero is constantly volunteering for dangerous missions. And of course, says he, my old pal Constantino wants to go along. I gotta look after him. Constantino, who apparently would prefer looking after himself in the security of a dugout, blanches and picks up his gun. Bergman is a red-headed, blue-eyed Swede from Minnesota. On occasion, he forgets completely that there is an H in the English alphabet. When we are caught in the inevitable foul-ups of the military machine, he says, I throw up both hands, I quit. But he never does. Muscular and loose-jointed as a young ox, he has a keen sense of irony that serves as a damper for his quick temper. I later discover that his ability to take punishment is exceeded only by his capacity for cognac. In late May, we realize that the vast operation is beginning. Night after night, practically every cannon on the beachhead blasts the enemy positions. The Germans at first answer with furious barrages, but that is according to plan. The Krauts are being tricked into expending their precious ammunition while we are still under cover. During the terrible months immediately preceding, our command has studied every detail of the terrain over which we must pass. The enemy strong points are known, the minefields mapped, the gun positions plotted. But time has also favored the Germans. It has enabled them to bring in reinforcements and to strengthen their defenses immeasurably. Obvious facts inform them that the assault is impending. Now, with the tables turned and their backs to the wall, they are prepared to fight like insane men. They must. If we shatter their lines and merge with the main body of our army pushing up from the south, Rome is doomed, and their men in the area face annihilation. Our final artillery barrage is so intense that it seems nothing could be left of the German lines. The grinning soldiers, listening to the thunderous explosions, say, "Hitler, count your children." Under the spinning shells, we turn from the holes in which we have cowered for nearly 4 months and march toward the enemy. Directly overhead, our 50-caliber machine guns lay a cover of bullets that crack in their passing like millions of bullwhips. The Germans stagger, but fanatical and desperate, they recover. From the ruins of buildings, from field and forest, their deadly guns stutter. The first major task of my company is to cut the railroad running south of Cisterna. The Germans have dug in along its sides, and the trackbed is protected by a lashing stream of automatic fire. We pause behind a high stone wall to reconnoiter and coordinate the movements of our 3 platoons. The track in this section passes through a deep cut. To cross, we must slide down the bank, sprint over the bed, and clamber up the opposite slope. To our right, near a concrete culvert, the Germans have 2 machine guns trained directly toward the cut through which we must run. Valero attempts to knock out the weapons with a Browning automatic. He bores into the emplacements with spurts of lead, but the guns are too strongly shielded to be silenced by small arms. Meanwhile, important moments slip by. The first platoon begins the crossing, and the enemy guns are strangely quiet. The second platoon goes over. I crawl to the edge of the cut, turn, and wave my men forward one at a time. Johnson. When Horseface reaches the roadbed, he leaps the tracks and scrambles up the embankment with bullets singing about him. At the top, he twists his head toward me, thumbs his nose, and wriggles off on his belly. A crackle of mass fire begins on the opposite bank. I have the sudden sickening feeling that we are being lured into a trap, but I cannot hesitate. Brandon, Jones, Valero, Flack. For some unaccountable reason, the young corporal pauses in the cut. It is only for an instant, but down the tracks the Germans press their triggers. Flack drops to his knees, then crumples across an iron railing. Berner, Cole, Bergman, Kerrigan. I am the last. Scanning the banks, I pick my path, draw a deep breath, and start sliding. The handle of a trench shovel fastened to my back wedges between 2 protruding rocks, and I hang like a pigeon upon the bank with lead spattering all about me. Rock dust from the bullets fills my nostrils. My throbbing temples seem ready to burst. Glancing up, I see the look of horror on Kerrigan's face. He gets up, measures the distance to me with his eyes, and tenses his muscles for the jump. Yelling for him to keep down, I free myself with a desperate heave and bolt across the tracks. Sweat stands on Kerrigan's brow. "You ignorant bastard," he spits. "Are you hurt?" "No, just a slight heart attack and a nervous breakdown." "Why the hell didn't you look to see where you were going?" "I was interested in the scenery. Come on." A low rock wall parallels this side of the track also. Along it, the panting men lie with their heads in the crooks of their arms. A German machine gun rips the air. Bergman raises his head to investigate. A sniper's bullet clangs against his helmet, spinning it around without knocking it off his head. Cautiously, he feels for blood. Another bullet shatters the stock of his rifle. "Jesus Christ," he exclaims, "they got no respect for my equipment." The first bullet has lodged between his helmet and its liner, but by freakish luck he has not been scratched. We roll over the wall and find ourselves in the range of 2 enemy strongpoints. But for the moment the Krauts are ignoring us. They are absorbed in trying to split the 2 groups of men that preceded us. A sergeant in the first platoon senses the predicament. If his men are isolated, they will likely be destroyed. He makes his decision quickly. Motioning his men to follow, he rises and with a submachine gun charges head-on toward one of the enemy positions 200 yards away. On the flat, coverless terrain, his body is a perfect target. A blast of automatic fire knocks him down. He springs to his feet with a bleeding shoulder and continues his charge. The guns rattle. Again he goes down. Fascinated, we watch as he gets up for the 3rd time and dashes straight into the enemy fire. The Germans throw everything they have at him. He falls to the earth, and when he again pulls himself to his feet, we see that his right arm is shattered. But wedging his gun in his left armpit, he continues firing and staggers forward. 10 horrified Germans throw down their guns and yell, "Kamerad!" That is all I see. But later I learn that the sergeant, ignoring the pleas of his men to get under cover and wait for medical attention, charged the 2nd enemy strong point. By sheer guts, he advanced 60 yards before being stopped by a final concentration of enemy fire. He reeled, then tottered forward another few yards before falling. Inspired by his valor and half insane with rage, his men took over, stormed the Kraut emplacement, and captured it. When they returned to their leader, he was dead. This was how Lutzky, the sergeant, helped buy the freedom that we cherish and abuse. With the immediate opposition removed, we advance toward a row of houses from which comes bitter enemy fire. I am scuttling for the cover of a field of tall wheat when I hear Snuffy howl. "Yow!" he hollers. "Get the medics, I'm hit." With skipping heart, I hurry to his side. "I knowed they'd get me," he groans. "Get the medics, I'm bleeding like a stuck hog." Quickly examining him, I pause between anger and amusement. The bullet has punctured a can of beans in his pack, and he has mistaken the trickle of sun-warmed juice for blood. "You damned clown," I mutter. "Get moving." "I'm a dying man. The bastard shot my back clean off. Go get the medics." I thrust my hand in his pack and draw forth the punctured can. "There's your back and there's your blood." He blinks incredulously and pulls out his plug of tobacco. "Well, I'll bear a dirty name," he says reflectively. "Who'd ever thought I could have been so mistook?" One of our tanks is halted behind a stone wall on the opposite side of the railroad. It lowers its gun and begins pumping shells into the enemy-held houses. The Germans run from the buildings and scatter like frightened quail. As unemotionally as if we were shooting skeets, we pick them off with our guns. Then we close in. I enter the first house with my finger on the trigger of a submachine gun. We take no chances, trust nothing. I start at the sight of a rifle barrel sticking through a door. A footstep sounds. Firing a short burst through the door, I kick it open. In the room I find Snuffy. The natural sallowness of his face has paled to a corpse white. I have missed killing him only by accident. "Why didn't you holler?" I ask. "I thought you were a damned Kraut." "Was that you that fired?" It was. He hurls his helmet wrathfully to the floor. "Which side are you on?" he asks. "What did you expect me to do, knock or ring a bell?" "I quit. When your own pal tries to slaughter you, it's time to quit. You got anything to eat?" "How'd you like some beans?" "Why'd you forget that?" he asks with a sheepish grin. "I knocked over a crowd after you left me, and I hope it was that bastard that shot up my beans." "Find him sleeping?" "What do you mean sleeping?" "For you to hit him, he'd either have to be dead or sleeping." "No, sir, this'n was running like a scared turkey. I ups with my heater and lets him have it right in the fanny. Sure a cure for the constipation. What you got to eat?" I find a fruit bar and some dog biscuits in my knapsack. Snuffy glares at the rations resignedly. "Hot damn army grub. Biscuits break your teeth off. Fruit bar makes 'em ache. Pass 'em over." With the hard crust of his defenses broken, the enemy begins a withdrawal. Though reeling like a punch-drunk fighter, he pounds us with cannon and harasses us with small arms. We are deathly tired, but we must keep hitting the Germans while they are still off balance. In a forest, we stop to reorganize our forces. The area has been recently occupied by the Krauts. Their foxholes pit the earth, and the ground is littered with debris and abandoned equipment. Our rapid advance has taken us temporarily beyond the reach of our supply lines. Our stomachs growl with hunger. We search through the trash, hoping to find some food. We have not long to look before a heavy artillery barrage is turned on us. The shells hit the trees, explode. The woodland shrieks with steel fragments. I dive into a foxhole. This is a job for our big guns. We can do nothing until the fire lifts. I'm sitting with my helmeted head between my knees when a body tumbles into the pit. It is Horseface. His face is ash gray. His smile is feeble. "So they've got you scared at last," I say. "Got a drink of water?" I hand him my canteen, but it slips through his fingers. "What the hell's the matter with you?" I ask. "Think I strained my back." He slumps forward. I rip off his shirt. It is a small, ugly wound just under his left shoulder blade. It does not bleed much. "Nothing but a scratch," Horseface insists. "Goddamn silly scratch." "Scratch hell. Take it easy while I go get a medic." "No, keep down," he urges. "You wouldn't get 2 yards. Shells are thicker than whores at an Elks convention." His eyes grow cloudy. Oh God, I think, not Horseface. When he speaks again, blood bubbles from the corner of his mouth. "If I get any mail from South Carolina, burn it, Murph," he says. "Might be forwarded to the wife. Damned Army efficiency at the wrong time." He forces a grin, and for the moment the shadows go from his eyes. "Expecting a letter from an old girl who lives in Charleston. Comes up to me at a company dance and says, 'Hello, General, how are things looking?' Say, 'Looks like war.' Says, don't remember what she says. Brunette, got some water?" I scramble from the hole and run through the thundering forest, shouting for a medic. "Over here." I find him crouching in a dugout. "A man's hurt bad. Hurry." "Have you gone nuts? We can't get through." "The man's dying." "Then what can I do?" "Come on," I say slowly, "or so help me I'll kill you with my bare hands." The distance is short, but when we reach the spot, Private Abraham Homer Johnson, otherwise known as Horseface, is dead. The medic studies the wound and shakes his head. "The fragment probably nicked his heart. I couldn't have helped at all. Nobody could." I close my eyes. A roar surges through my brain, muffling the scream of the shells. "Knowed an old boy in the army once, named Horseface." "He was a pal?" "We'd been together since North Africa." "Biggest liar in the whole division. Says met an old girl who owned a pet seal up in the state of Michigan." "Jesus," says the medic. "That's too bad. I lost a buddy on Anzio." "Was he married?" "Yeah, he was married." "Named Dolly Christine." "The girl?" "No, the seal. Goes onk every time I make a pass at her." "Pass at the seal?" "No, the girl." "Any kids?" "No kids." "Throwed her fish to keep her quiet." "The girl?" "No, Dolly Christine. Spent $14.16 on sliced mackerel. Biggest mistake I ever made." "Must have been a good Joe." "Yeah, he was all right." "Seal falls in love with me. Woman gives me the go-by, blows it with the first lieutenant, Air Corps, and I take off for parts unknown to fight for the likes of her." "Well, that's war for you." "Yeah." In a little while, the shelling lifts. We climb out of our holes, regroup, and plod toward a flaming town. Early that evening, we are again hit by artillery fire and are ordered to take cover until dawn. Brandon and I bed down in a deep foxhole which lies beneath the limbs of a solitary tree. "Old Horseface won't have to get up in the morning," says Brandon. "No, he can sleep from now on." And I just hope a burial squad don't find us here. I'm so dead they might shovel us under by mistake. I wouldn't mind much. No, I wouldn't either. I wrap up in a blanket and shut my eyes, but my mind will not let the body sleep. The earth quivers gently with bursting shells, and the sky is light with the glare of burning buildings. I smell the raw earth in which we lie and think of tomorrow. Are you asleep, Murph? No, I can't relax. I've been lying here studying how much longer we've got. Doesn't matter. Tomorrow, the next day, next month, next year, what's the difference? I'd sort of like to get home once more. A lot of things I'd like to straighten up before I check out. But I guess things can take care of themselves. Yeah, everything will work out all right. Until today, I thought maybe there was a chance of getting through alive. But when Horseface got it, I gave up. That guy wasn't born to die like that. He was one fellow the war didn't break. No, he wasn't the breaking kind. He's probably got the devil cornered with a yarn right now. Yeah, snickers Brandon. Met an old girl once just inside the gates of hell. Prostitute who forgot to reform. I take the cue. Says, what's the big sweat about, General? Say, still got on my long johns, lady. Come from a cold climate. Says, we got a cold climate here, General, just waiting for John L. to arrive and pull off a strike that'll top the devil himself. Say, haw-haw, sounds like a hell of a strike. We both laugh heartily and feel better for it. But at this moment the grave seems merely an open door that divides us from our comrades. A runner stops at the edge of our hole. Murphy? Yeah? You're wanted at the CP. For God's sake, what for? How should I know? I'm just the Western Union boy with the singing greetings. You better get going. Probably want to give you a furlough, says Brandon. More like a short arm. Any message you want to send to the Colonel? Tell him I've come around to Roosevelt's viewpoint. I hate war. We all hate war. But we got war. To reach the command post, I have to pass through an area that is under heavy bombardment. As I hurry, cursing and crouching over the exploding earth, I wonder why I am so urgently needed at headquarters. I find the command post in a shattered barn, and I detect the odor of whiskey mingled with the fumes of manure. The lieutenant on duty greets me with a thick, uncertain voice. This book is continued on Disc 5. To Hell and Back, by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 5. To reach the command post, I have to pass through an area that is under heavy bombardment. As I hurry, cursing and crouching over the exploding earth, I wonder why I am so urgently needed at headquarters. I find the command post in a shattered barn, and I detect the odor of whiskey mingled with the fumes of manure. The lieutenant on duty greets me with a thick, uncertain voice. Sergeant, he mumbles. Yes, sir. Take out a patrol. A patrol? Yes, goddammit. You know what a patrol is? Yes, sir. Well, get going. Where am I to take the patrol? What? He asks irritably. Where do you usually take patrols? Get you some men and find the Krauts. But I don't know this terrain. Wouldn't it be foolish to risk the men? What? I make no reply. Sergeant, did you hear me? Yes, sir. Then get moving. And keep on moving until you hit the Krauts. Then what? Then what? He repeats sarcastically. Now, by God, that's a fine question. Do you want to get busted? I don't give a damn. What? Again, I do not answer. Sergeant, you've got your orders. Now get going and report back to me before daylight. Yes, sir. Realizing that he is blind drunk, I return to my hole and ignore the order. If he remembers tomorrow, I may well find myself in trouble for refusing to obey him, but tomorrow can take care of itself. Before turning in, I decide to make a final check of the platoon's posts. The sound of heavy snoring comes from the earth as exhausted men snatch a few hours of sleep. I find a tank track and walk in it across the field. The weight of the heavy vehicle would have exploded mines had they been buried along its trail. In the dim light, I paused before a depression. It is a partially filled foxhole with a curious object thrust upward through the dirt. The shape is extremely familiar, but my tired brain refuses to identify it. Carefully, I grasp the thing. Then realization dawns. It is a boot, and inside it is the foot of a man. The flesh is still warm. Yelling for help, I start clawing up the dirt with my hands. 2 men are unearthed. One is already dead. The other, struggling horribly for breath, is unconscious when the medics carry him away. What happened is obvious. Not even the noise of the tank awoke the men as it passed overhead, caved in the sides of the hole, and rolled on. By dawn, the artillery barrage has shifted to our area. We dare not stir. During the night, some rations have been distributed. Brandon and I have a single can of beans between us. As we sit dipping our spoons by turns into the tin, a shell hits nearby. Dirt showers over us. We are unharmed, but the bean can, which Brandon still holds carefully in his hand, is filled to the brim. We remove the dirt and resume our breakfast. Daylight reveals that the tree above us is filled with ripe cherries. We are thinking of risking our lives for the fruit when Brandon gets a bright idea. He lies on his back and with bursts from his Tommy gun clips off branches of the tree. They fall into our hole, and we eat. Between strong points, the German retreat develops into practically a rout. We march up a highway in columns with small patrols scouting ahead on either side to protect our flanks against surprise. We are rounding a curve when 5 planes dive at us. They strafe and bomb our ranks fiercely. We spurt for cover, leaping the soft shoulders of the road to avoid possible mines. When the planes pull out of their dives, we see on their wings the white stars that mark them as our own. The error of the flyers has cost us over 100 casualties. The highway is strewn with the dead and wounded. Exasperated beyond speech, the unharmed men stare blankly at the destruction. Occasionally, one gets control of his tongue and sputters a volley of oaths against the Air Corps. While waiting for the reorganization of our ranks, I stumble upon a German ration dump. I open a can of rice and thick yellow chicken gravy. Then I call to my men, and we eat until our stomachs complain. As we approach Rome, the enemy rear guard stiffens its defense. Our route is punctuated by merciless firefights. Once the Germans force a captured lieutenant and sergeant to sit on the front of a tank that rumbles toward us. Evidently, they do not believe that we will fire at our own men, but that is their mistake. Our commanding officer faces the facts without sentiment and quickly makes his decision. The order is given. The guns blast away. The sergeant leaps from the tank. The lieutenant topples off dead. But the shell that kills him stops the tank. Our advance continues. Chapter 13. Rome is but another objective on an endless road called war. During the bitter months on Anzio, we dreamed of a triumphal entry into the great city. There were plans, promises, and threats of wholesale drinking and fornication. Now that our dream is an actuality, a vast indifference seizes us. Pitching our tents in a public park, we sleep until our brains grow soggy and life oozes back into our spirits. Snuffy is the first to recover. He sneaks out of camp and returns laden with bottles of wine, which he buries in a hole beneath his blanket. He is so fearful of growing sober that he even awakes at odd hours of the night to pull at the bottles. When he has become thoroughly drunk, he is hit by religious fervor. In a tearful and wailing voice, he confesses his unworthiness to live and rants of the mercy of God. In dead earnestness, he turns upon Kerrigan, begging him to repent and give up his sinful ways. Kerrigan tolerates the advice for a while before planting a very solid boot in the seat of Snuffy's pants. "When you're drunk, let religion alone," says the Irishman quietly. "The wrath of the Lord will be visited upon you," shouts Snuffy. "He has taken you from the valley of death and delivered you from evil." "Ah, shut up." "Why don't you let him alone? A little religion wouldn't harm any of us," says Marsh, a newcomer who joined us somewhere along the road from Anzio. "Keep out of this unless you want to get hurt," Kerrigan advises. "Come on, Snuffy, let's hit the sack." "I will not," cries Snuffy. "I will not sleep until you are saved. Repent before it's too late, and you find yourself in the fire and brimstone of hell, gnashing your teeth and crying for water. Repent!" "I repent that I've waited so long to do this," says Kerrigan grimly as he taps him on the jaw with his fist. Snuffy folds up. We drag him to his tent, remove his clothes, and cover him with a blanket. It is 2 days before he can bear the sight of wine again. We prowl through Rome like ghosts, finding no satisfaction in anything we see or do. I feel like a man briefly reprieved from death, and there is no joy within me. We can have no hope until the war is ended. Thinking of the men on the fighting fronts, I grow lonely on the streets of Rome. As the battle lines crawl northward, the rear echelons pour into town. Our attitude toward them is irrational. With the smell of mud and death still in our nostrils, we resent the pressed uniforms and gaiety of men who have spent the war in relatively safe areas. One afternoon we are sitting in a cafe when a group of Air Corps men enter. Kerrigan, who has been drinking wine since morning, is in a foul mood. Brandon chain smokes, drums his fingers upon the table, and hums abstractedly. Snuffy, as usual, is asleep. He has no memory of Kerrigan's slugging him and cannot explain the soreness of his jaw. 2 members of the Air Corps group are boisterously drunk. Seeing our combat infantry insignia, they come to our table and offer to buy a round of wine. "Keep your money," says Kerrigan, "and buy yourself some medals." His sarcasm does not register. "Good old infantry," says one of the weaving airmen. "I got a buddy in the infantry. South Pacific. I got respect for the infantry." "Is that so?" snaps Kerrigan. "You're goddamn right. Air Corps is all right, but give me the infantry any day." "You can have it," says Snuffy, awakened by the conversation. "Say," continues the airman, "you ever kill a man?" "Thousands of them," replies Kerrigan. "All in the Air Corps." "How's it feel to kill a man?" He crooks his arms as if he were sweeping the room with a Tommy gun. "Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. I'd like to kill just one German." "Go back to your pals," says Kerrigan. "Get the hell away from us before you fall and hurt yourself." "Are you telling me or asking me?" "Either way you want." "No goddamn dog face is telling me what to do." "Okay, Junior," says Kerrigan, rising. "I said get the hell back with your own crowd." "Come on," says the belligerent one's companion. "To hell with them." After they have rejoined their group, Kerrigan fills 2 large water glasses with red wine and hands one to Snuffy. "Reverend," says the Irishman, "I feel like singing. Drink up to the junior birdman." Holding his nose to avoid the odor, Snuffy downs the wine without taking the glass from his lips. For a few minutes he sits with his mouth agape to see if the wine is going to stick. Satisfied that his stomach is once more in working order, he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and begins. "Into the air, junior birdman. Into the air, Boy Scouts too. Into the air, junior birdman, and keep your nose up in the blue." Kerrigan chimes in, "Up in the blue. And when they make a presentation and hand out those wings of tin, you too can be a junior birdman if you'll send those box tops in. Oh, turn over Gertrude." A bottle sails over our heads and splinters against the wall. That is all Kerrigan has been waiting for. We meet the Air Corps, slugging. A chair crashes on Snuffy's head, and he sinks slowly to his knees, grinning like an idiot. I catch a blow on my left arm and connect with a right uppercut to somebody's chin. Kerrigan heaves a table at a staff sergeant and is sent spinning across the room by a sneak blow behind the ear. 2 men have tackled Brandon. Grabbing one by the shirt and belt, he lifts him bodily and throws him at the other. They both hit the floor simultaneously. I feint with the left at a fat corporal. He ducks, and I follow with a haymaker just as a chair knocks me dizzy. When I shake the cobwebs from my brain, I see that Snuffy, back on his feet, has a headlock on a man. But he does not seem to know how to turn him loose or put him out of action. Kerrigan has a black eye, but otherwise his face glows with contentment. He picks up a table and flattens 2 men with it. The fat Italian who runs the cafe screams for the police, and an Air Corps man throws a chair at him. He ducks and runs through the doorway. When he returns, he has 2 MPs in tow. One is a lieutenant. The fight stops suddenly. "What in the hell goes on?" asks the lieutenant. "We're just playing," says Kerrigan earnestly. "Sure," adds the staff sergeant, wiping a bloody nose. "Just having a little fun when the ID gets upset." "For Christ's sake," says the MP, "don't you guys get enough fighting in the field?" "We were just playing," Kerrigan insists helplessly. Well, you're going to play in the guardhouse. Don't you know you'll get the whole town off limits with this kind of roughhousing? We didn't mean no harm, says Snuffy. Somebody throwed a bottle. Who threw the bottle? The question is met by a series of blank looks. Who threw the damned bottle? There is dead silence as the scowling MPs scan the face of each man. I know who threw the bottle. All eyes turn upon the speaker. It is Kerrigan. Yes, I saw him. And the guy was nobody but the damned Itie there who runs this joint. He didn't like our singing. Didn't like your singing, huh? And why the hell did you start mixing it up with the Air Corps? Fighting the Air Corps, says Kerrigan with innocent surprise. Why, sir, those guys are our pals. We've been sitting here drinking together. Sure, cuts in an airman. We were just sitting here talking. And when the Italian threw the bottle, we were so anxious to keep out of trouble that all of us rushed for the door at once and sort of got tangled up. Sinking into a chair, the lieutenant holds his head between his hands. I'll be a son of a bitch, he says finally. Sometimes I wish I was back driving a truck in Nebraska. Okay, let's get this joint straightened up. And somebody's got to fork over money for damages, or this Joe will take his troubles to the Army. We restore the cafe as nearly as possible to its original shape, while the Italian rolls his hands in a wine-stained apron and jabbers excitedly. But when we line up by the bar and start planking our money down, his attitude changes. Kerrigan contributes his whole wad. I haven't had so much fun, says he, since a hog ate my little brother. Don't any of you ever come back here again, the lieutenant sternly warns as we leave. If I catch you here, I'm going to run you in, or my name's not O'Reilly. Lieutenant, says Snuffy, I ain't even getting out of camp till the next invasion. You couldn't give me Rome on a platter with a order of potatoes throwed in on the side. Walking up the street, Kerrigan gingerly pats his swollen forehead. You know, he says, that little scrap is just what we all needed. I'm beginning to feel plumb at home again. Rome, for whose liberation we fought so hard, becomes less meaningful by the day. Each night more men linger about the camp. They bring in bottles of wine, and as the gray dusk falls, they gather in clusters to drink quietly and talk. Elleridge, a schoolteacher before the war, has joined our company as a replacement. He has not yet seen combat, and being in Rome is a major thrill for him. He attempts to lecture us on the glories of our surroundings. Here we are, he says, in the eternal city. Along these streets buried Caesars have walked. When I visited the Colosseum, I closed my eyes and saw the mighty gladiators striding out to do battle with wild beasts. I heard the roar of the bloodthirsty multitudes, saw the savage lions leap into the arena. I held my breath as man and beast closed in brutal conflict. Snuffy elbows me. For Christ's sake, is the guy nuts? He asks. It's all in the imagination, I explain. Then I wonder, can he imagine me a 6 months furlough? On the banks of the yellow Tiber, continues Elleridge, I closed my eyes again. This time I saw the ancient Horatio, heavy with armor, plunge into the foaming current after destroying the bridge and saving Rome from the invaders. If that guy can see all that stuff with his eyes shut, what in the hell couldn't he see with them open? Asks Valero. You ought to be able to catch him, says Kerrigan. This is your country and your town, Valero. The hell it is. Give me little old Shy any day of the week and Cicero on Sundays. Did I hear somebody mention Cicero? Asks Elleridge. Me, bub, what's wrong with Cicero? Nothing. He was truly one of the great Romans. Statesman, orator, man of letters. Tell about the beer. Cicero's got the best damn beer this side of Milwaukee. Cicero and beer? I don't get you. It's the only place in Illinois where you can get the genuine, true 6% stuff. Take the head off a dray horse. We're not talking about the same things. I speak of Cicero, the Roman. Well, just keep on Roman, pal. The Tiber River, which flows through the city of Rome, is the father of all rivers. Along its banks, civilizations have risen and fallen. To hell with the Tiber, shouts somebody. Let's sing about the Swanee. Where's Marsh? Marsh has a fine tenor voice. He stands in the twilight with a bottle of wine in one hand and his head thrown back in song. The men join in. Other groups hear and take up the melody until the park rings with music. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away, that's where my heart is turning ever, that's where the old folks stay. Sitting at night in a foreign land, we are strangely moved by these songs that are so much a part of our background. They call up long-buried memories and a tenderness of spirit that has no place in war. But we sing each night until the order comes to buckle on our gear and move. Although we are sent to a training area, we do not know what we are being prepared for. Within a few weeks, however, we learn on the beaches of southern France. Chapter 14. Technically, it was called a perfect landing. The vast operation designed to crack the enemy coastal defenses in southern France had been calculated and prepared to the smallest detail, and it moved with the smooth precision of a machine. Resistance, compared to that met in other invasions, was light. Several weeks previously, our forces had broken out of the Normandy beachhead. They now slashed across northern France like an angry river through a levee breach. The eastern front was crumbling under the mighty impact of the Russians. German cities were being ground to dust by our air force. The German situation was compared to a man who had occupied a stolen house. Now justice was hammering on both his front and back doors. As he dashed alternately between the doors, frantically trying to keep them closed, a trap door opened in the floor, and a third party started climbing up from the cellar. We were that party. But we do not know. We do not see the gigantic pattern of the offensive as we peer over the edge of the landing boats that are nearing the coast of France. We study the minute detail of the front that lies immediately before us. My regiment's first objective is a sandy stretch of shoreline bearing the code name of Yellow Beach. The terrain looks harmless enough. It is early morning in mid-August. Beyond the beach, thin patches of mist hover over the flat farmlands, and above the mist, the inland hills rise calm and green. About us in the bay, lying between Saint-Tropez and Cavalaire, is the now familiar design of an amphibious invasion. The battleships have given the beach a thorough pounding. Now their guns are quiet, but the huge grey ships steam slowly in the background. The rocket boat guns take over. As weapons, they are more intimate than the naval cannon. Fired in batches, their missiles sail hissing through the air like schools of weird fish. They hit the earth, detonating mines, blasting barbed wire entanglements, and unnerving the waiting enemy. Under the rocket barrage, scores of landing boats churn toward the shore. I stand in one, and the old fear that always precedes action grapples with my guts. Seeking to distract my mind, I glance at the men huddled in the boat. They look as miserable as wet cats. Though the water has been smooth enough, several are seasick, and others have the lost, abstract expression of men who are relieving their bowels. Suddenly I see the comedy of little men, myself included, who are pitted against a riddle that is as vast and indifferent as the blue sky above us. My sense of humor has always been considered perverse because I laugh at big things and fret over small ones. Now I laugh. Kerrigan cocks an eye at me. "What's the big joke?" he asks. "Just take a look around you." "I have. It's as funny as a graveyard." "Yeah," says Valero. "It's the gravy train if I ever see one." "Maybe Elleridge would like to give us a lecture on what the well-dressed tourists will wear in France this summer." "Mattress covers," says Snuffy. "Sure," says Constantino. "Make with the fancy talk, Professor." "I feel like vomiting," says Elleridge. "Better not," warns Kerrigan. "Save your food, we're short of rations." I strike a pose with my carbine. "Let's sing," I say. "How about the beer barrel polka?" I start to sing in a lusty manner. Nobody joins me except Kerrigan, whose voice trails off into silence after the first few lines of the song. "Nuts," says Valero. "We ain't no mockingbirds." "Come on," I urge. "This is how they make a landing in books. Sing like they do in the movies." "Oh, close the flaptrap," says Kerrigan, peering anxiously at the shoreline. "We're almost there." "Welcome to the land of Parlez-vous," says Valero. "Has anybody got any good telephone numbers?" "Remember what we talked about," says Constantino. "Don't worry, pal," says Valero. "I can see right now this invasion's coming off as smooth as a pup's belly." We jump from the landing craft and wade ashore through the swirling water. From the hills, the German guns begin to crack. An occasional shell lands in our midst. The medics roll up their sleeves and get busy. An explosion sounds on my left, and when the smoke lifts, I see the torn body of a man who stepped on a mine. A medic bends over him, rises, and signals 4 litter bearers that their services will not be needed. Directly ahead of us is a strip of scrub and matted grass. We move quickly toward it for cover, stepping as gingerly as if walking on eggs. We have discovered that the beach is loaded from end to end with mines, which a few pounds of pressure will detonate. We stop at the edge of a green meadow. Beyond are trim vineyards and scattered farmhouses, and each of the buildings is a potential enemy stronghold. I jump into a drainage ditch and wade up it with the muck sucking at my feet. Behind me is Valero. From the windows of the house nearest us comes a volley of rifle fire. 100 guns answer from the brush. 6 Germans run from the building with their hands up. From our ditch, we see another crowd racing for a barn. Valero gives him a burst with his Browning automatic. The German stops and for a moment stands tottering. Valero shoots again. The man falls and starts crawling slowly for cover. Valero climbs out of the ditch and stands erect to get the advantage of elevation. His third burst does the trick. The German flops over on his back and is still. "Maybe I need glasses," says the Italian coolly as he inserts another clip of ammo into his weapon. "I should have got him with the first burst." The Germans turn mortar fire upon the beach. Our men leave the brush and race across the meadows to the vineyards. A shell hits a barn. From it emerges a Frenchman leading a frightened cow by a rope. A second shell lands in the area. The bellowing cow jumps and starts running, dragging the Frenchman behind her. "Put a saddle on her," shouts a soldier. "Give her a flying tackle," another advises. "Milk her on the run," yells a third. The thin shell of resistance along the beach is soon shattered. We move rapidly inland. 3 wooded hills lie to our right. From the center one protrudes a pillbox with the barrels of its cannon pointing beachward. Our secret information lists this hill as an enemy strong point. To my company is given the job of neutralizing it. Under a glaring sun, we move toward it in sweat-soaked clothes. My platoon is in advance, and I'm bringing up its rear when searing automatic fire bursts from the wooded slopes. I round the corner of a farmhouse that stands on the edge of a vineyard stretching to the trees. The whole platoon is pinned down. A few feet from me is Valero, who is bending over Constantino. Constantino speaks with a bubbly voice, and I know there is blood in his throat. "You won't forget," he mutters. "You'll be all right, pal," says Valero. "The medics are coming. You're out of this mess now. You're going home." "Don't try to kid me. I know the score. I'm through." Sure. That's what I've been telling you, pal. You're all through with the war." A breeze slips through the vineyard, softly rustling the leaves. "Valero." "Yeah, pal." "Don't leave me yet." "I ain't leaving you, kid." "You sure you got my mother's address?" Sure, right in my pocket. Want to see it?" "You won't forget to visit her?" "No, pal. I'll be seeing you and her, too. We're going to have some big times when we get home." "Tell her that—" He dies before he finishes the sentence. Into Valero's hard-seamed face has come a peculiar softness. I would never have guessed there was a thread of gentleness in his nature. When Valero rises, he seemingly does not see me. His features are again set in hard, cold lines. He studies the wooded slope with glinting eyes. Then, with BAR held for firing from the hip, he stalks forward. A rifle cracks. His helmet spins on his head. When I reach Valero, he is dead. I am alone now, and the Germans have discovered me. They lay a blistering crossfire directly over my head. I roll into a ditch that runs parallel to a thick canebrake leading up the hill. As I round a slight bend in the gully, I run head-on into 2 Germans. For an instant they recoil in surprise, and that is their mistake. My combat experience has taught me the value of split seconds. Before the Germans can regain their balance, I kill them both with a carbine. Near the edge of the forest, I locate a group of krauts in a series of foxholes. We duel until my ammunition is exhausted. Then I retreat down the ditch. To compete with the enemy's automatic weapons, I need more firepower. Below the farmhouse, I find a light machine gun squad. The Germans have its members pinned to the earth, and no amount of arguing or cursing on my part can get them to stir from the spot. So I seize their gun and drag it up the ditch alone. It is perhaps best this way. I reason that if one man can do the job, why risk more? I try setting the gun up in the ditch, but from this position the bullets fly harmlessly over the heads of the Germans. Despite the lack of cover, I drag the gun out in the open field, directly in front of the enemy strong point. Now the advantage is mine. I am firing uphill and may lie flat upon the earth. But the Germans, to shoot down the slope at me, must expose head and shoulders above the embankments fronting their foxholes. By the time my gun is ready for action, bullets are popping within a foot of my body. I judge the range, press the trigger, and turn the stream of lead on anything that remotely resembles a kraut. Screams of agony come from the foxholes. I rip the position again and wait in readiness, but nothing stirs. I pick up my gun and stalk up the hill to investigate. A young German, who appears no older than 20, sits on the ground. His eyes are filled with unspeakable terror. I am on the point of giving him a burst when I notice that his left jaw has been shot off. He tries to say something to me with his half-mouth, and as his chin moves, blood spurts in jets from a severed artery. I brace myself against sentiment. I can do nothing for the boy except put him out of his misery. I raise my gun but cannot pull the trigger. His staring eyes, already filling with the shadows of death, still plead for life. I step around him and examine the other foxholes. Each contains a body or two. One stirs, and I give it a burst as a precaution. Now an enemy machine gun opens up on me. I hit the dirt, but cannot locate the gunner. The fire, however, is coming from my left. I set up my gun and rake the area with lead until my last cartridge is spent. Then I race for the cover of the ditch again and scuttle down it to reconnoiter. Recovering my carbine, I hold it ready for action while I wonder what to do next. At the sound of a moving body, I wheel about. It is Brandon. He grins broadly. "What are you trying to do?" he asks. "Win yourself a wooden cross?" "Where are the other guys?" "Pinned down, so they say. I found out you were up here all by yourself. And I says to myself, that Murph is trying to hog all the glory. Couldn't let you get by with that." "You shouldn't have come up." "Why not? This is not a private war, is it?" "I wouldn't know." "Neither would I. Come on. They can kill us, but they can't eat us. It's against the law." As we start up the ditch, the canes at our side suddenly part, and two Germans fire at us point blank. A bullet clips off part of Brandon's right ear, but he does not flinch. Whirling, he kills both men with just 2 shots from his carbine. I examine his wound. The blood trickling from it runs down the side of his face and drips off his chin. "Better go back and get it dressed," I say. "And leave you? Oh, no, you don't pull that one on me." "Don't be a fool." He pitches me a clip of ammo and says, "I was born a fool and haven't improved since. Where do we go from here?" The ditch has become decidedly unhealthy. A machine gun is feeling out our position, and from the opposite side of the canebrake, hand grenades are being lobbed at us. Sliding up the gully, we locate the machine gun. It is just up the hill from a foxhole sunk beneath a cork tree. Putting a blast of fire on the gun crew, we dash for the hole. At the bottom of the chest-deep pit, 2 Germans sit with their heads between their knees. They never know what hit them. Quickly lowering our carbines, we shoot them carefully in the head and dive on top of the bodies just as the machine gun opens up. Smiling, Brandon wipes the blood and sweat off his face with his sleeve. "Have you got any idea of how to get out of this spot?" he asks. "No, I'm open to suggestion." "We should have looked it up in the field manual." Cautiously raising our helmets above the surface of the ground, we draw fire from the machine gun. The bullets pop at least 2 feet above us. At ground level, we decide that our heads will be relatively safe. Heaving 2 hand grenades, we rise suddenly and empty our carbines into the gun emplacement. Our action is followed by utter silence. Then the Germans yell, "Kamerad!" Brandon peers over the edge of the hole. "They're waving a handkerchief," he says. "I'll go get 'em." "Keep down," I urge. "You can't trust them." "Murph," says he, "you're getting to be a plumb cynic. They've had enough." He climbs from the hole nonchalantly and stands upright. That is all the enemy is waiting for. I hear the slash of machine gun fire. As Brandon topples back into the pit, he softly mutters, "Murph." Stunned, I lie for a moment with the 2 dead Germans beneath me and my comrade on top. Carefully, I ease myself from under Brandon. An abrupt movement may cause his wounds to hemorrhage. I grab his wrist, but there is no beat to his pulse. I start yelling like an insane man for the medics, but I might as well be shouting at the moon. I am all alone, and the hill is rattling with fire. For the first time in the war, I refuse to accept facts. While Brandon grows cold beneath my hand, I keep telling myself, he is not dead. He can't be dead, because if he is dead, the war is all wrong, and Brandon has died in vain. Then I get the curious notion that he needs fresh air. I lift the body from the hole and stretch it beneath the cork tree. Why I am not shot during the process, I shall never understand. Instinctively, I spin about to find a machine gun being trained upon me from a position a few yards to my right. I leap back into the hole, jerk the pin from a grenade, and throw it. At its blast, I scramble from the pit with my carbine. But the grenade has done its work well. One of the two Germans manning the gun has his chest torn open. The other has been killed by a fragment that pierced an eye. I pick up their gun and methodically check it for damage. It is in perfect condition. Holding it like a BAR for firing from the hip, I start up the hill. I remember the experience as I do a nightmare. A demon seems to have entered my body. My brain is coldly alert and logical. I do not think of the danger to myself. My whole being is concentrated on killing. Later, the men pinned down in the vineyard tell me that I shout pleas and curses at them because they do not come up and join me. When I find the gun crew that betrayed Brandon, the men are concentrating on targets downhill. They do not see me, and I have time to take careful aim before pulling the trigger. As the lacerated bodies flop and squirm, I rake them again, and I do not stop firing while there is a quiver left in them. In a little while, all resistance on the hill has been wiped out. The company moves up, and we halt on the crest to reorganize. The voices of the men seem to come to me through a thick wall. My hands begin to tremble, and I feel suddenly weak. Sinking to the ground, I wait until the company moves off through the trees. Then I go back down the hill and find Brandon. I check his pockets to see that all of his personal effects are secure. I open his purse and take a last look at the little girl with the pigtails. I remove his pack and make a pillow for his head. Then I sit by his side and bawl like a baby. An insect begins chirping half-heartedly. The leaves on the cork tree rustle. After a little while I get up, wipe the tears from my eyes, and walk over the hill to rejoin the company. The pillbox in the area has proved to be a dummy. In this tiny section of France, the war is over. Above us, white clouds float beneath a roof of pure blue. It is just another summer day, and the farmers are already out inspecting their vineyards for damage. When the company takes a break for a brief rest, I find Kerrigan. "What's wrong?" he asks. "You look like an undertaker at a health resort." "You haven't heard about Brandon?" "Brandon? He's dead. Machine gun got him." Kerrigan reacts as if he had been slapped in the face. "Oh, this goddamned, stupid goddamned war," he mumbles. "What'll happen to his kid?" "She'll live. He wouldn't listen to me. Trusted everybody. I tried to keep him down." "Yeah, he was like that. But," he continues, his tone shifting to savage irony, "we won the fight. The hill's cleared." It's not cleared of Brandon. It never will be. Elleridge has been listening to our talk with gaping mouth. "Did a buddy get killed?" he asks awesomely. We glare at him without answering. "I didn't mean to say anything wrong. I don't suppose it's any of my business," says the ex-teacher in an embarrassed manner. "It's all right," Kerrigan replies wearily. "Forget it." The order comes. "Okay, up on your feet. Let's go." As the afternoon passes, the rage leaves me. Again, I look at the Germans as an enemy to be hated only impersonally. Again, I see the war as it is, an endless series of problems involving the blood and guts of men. And I accept the mysterious workings of destiny as I did yesterday. But I do not want to think beyond this. I need to march, to shoot, to destroy, to do anything that creates the feeling of progress and accomplishment. So I volunteer to cut across country and contact the elements of our battalion driving inland a few miles away. Only Burner and Cole accompany me. We tread through fields and forests Indian fashion. It is a lazy afternoon. The quietness is broken only by the intermittent roar of cannon and occasional outbreaks of small arms fire. But the area through which we walk is peaceful. We hear the chirping of insects and sometimes the song of a bird. From the hilltops we can see the beach. Boats still chug through the blue waters of the bay. There has been no let-up in the piling of men and materiel ashore. Files of replacements move up the hot roadways. Tanks crawl cumbersomely toward the cover of trees. The ship's cranes dump the contents of their cargo nets into waiting ducks. The heart jumps, the blood stirs strangely at the massive pattern of our offensive. Near a farmhouse we are greeted by a native. He is an old man whose white hair curls beneath a broad-brimmed hat. Berner decides to try out his high school French. "Les Boches sont partis?" he asks. "Oui," replies the old gentleman, smiling. "Good. He says the Germans have all skedaddled." Cole is suspicious. "Wait a minute," he says. "Les Boches sont ici?" "Ah, oui," answers the Frenchman pleasantly. "You're nuts," says Cole to Berner. "He says the Germans are here." "Sont partis, les Boches?" Berner asks again. "Ah, oui." "Sont ici, les Boches?" "Oui." "There you are," says Cole. "The Germans are here and gone at the same time. Well, that's the Supermen for you." An idea strikes him. "Il pleut maintenant?" he asks the Frenchman. "Oui, monsieur, certainement." "He says it is also raining cats and dogs," explains Cole. "Ask him if he knows any loose women," says Berner. "Vous connaissez des femmes chaudes?" "Oui, monsieur, fait chaud." He says the weather is very warm. That's fine. Unless he has other interesting news, we better get moving. "Bien, monsieur. Pour toute l'information, merci." "Plaisir, monsieur." He said it was a pleasure to give us the information. I told you I could parlez-vous this lingo. You don't think he's playing dumb? Not with that face. He looks about as dangerous as Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. "Au revoir, monsieur. Merci encore." "Au revoir. Vive les Américains." He says, "Long live the Americans." How long? That's what I'd like to know. In a short while, the French will become accustomed to our butchering their language, and our ears will learn to pick out a few familiar words from what seems volleys of gibberish. On a hillside, the felled trees give away the German position. We sight the dead brush and crawl to the edge of the clearing. Wherever the krauts are, they are well camouflaged. For a while, we can see no sign of life. "They must have ducked," says Cole finally. "Oh no, look up there." Sunlight glints briefly on glass. The German officer lowers his binoculars. "I can get him from here," says Berner, adjusting the sights of his rifle. "Don't be a fool. He's not by himself. I can see the barbed wire now." "Must be an observation post." "Sure, that's what it is." "We can pull out now, or the hell with that. Let's hit them." After discussing the matter, we decide that Cole will move to a position on the right, Berner to another on the left, and I will remain in the center. We will try to give the impression that the place is surrounded. "When you hear me fire, open up with everything you've got," I say, "and start yelling. If too many swarm out, take off like a bat out of hell. I'll meet you at the farm where we saw the old man." "Just don't get in my way," says Cole, "or I'll run right over top of you." I move out to a clump of brush and wait until I think a proper amount of time has passed. The German officer has gone, but I have located the head and shoulders of a sentinel. My rifle cracks. The bullet kicks up dust. The sentinel vanishes before I can draw another bead on him. But immediately Cole and Berner start firing rapidly. I yell like an Indian on the warpath while my two comrades shout curses and threats at the krauts in German. A white flag soon flutters from the emplacement. The German officer reappears. As he stands behind barbed wire entanglements, I lower my sights on his heart and remain in concealment. "Where is your officer?" he shouts in English. "You'll see," I reply. "Up with your hands and don't make another move. Tell your men if there's any monkey business, I'll blast out your liver." "There won't be any tricks. Come on up." I rise from a clump of brush and walk forward. 5 men stand behind the officer. He eyes me contemptuously and asks, "Where is your officer? I surrender only to an officer." "Throw your gun to me." He lowers a hand to his holster, pulls out a Luger, and deliberately tosses it aside. His men start. They have not decided to what extent I am bluffing. I have no alternative to playing my cards to the hilt now. The officer hesitates. My finger begins squeezing the trigger of my carbine. I think perhaps with a quick rake I can put most of the Germans out of action, but at this moment I would give my chances at paradise to have a Tommy gun in my hands. Then the German snorts, picks up his pistol, and tosses it over to me. Cole and Berner join me. "Is anybody else inside?" I ask. "There is nobody else," says the German. "In that case, we'll disinfect the place with a grenade." The German turns toward the dugout and barks a command. "Komm raus!" Two sly-looking soldiers emerge with their hands up. "Now march directly toward me. If there are mines in the path, you'll soon meet your maker." Satisfied that the ground is safe, Cole searches the place for more stragglers, but he finds none. As we march the prisoners away, the officer asks, "Where are your other men?" "I wouldn't know. You must be a fine officer to let a little noise and firing confuse you." Before dusk, we have contacted our men. That night we bed down in a forest, and the next day the drive begins in earnest. Chapter 15. Smarting under the wrongs and indignities endured during the years of German occupation, members of the French underground now emerge from their hiding and strike. Sometimes we find whole towns liberated by the FFI and waiting our entrance. Maquis join our forces as guides and give us information on enemy strongpoints. The German dead are often dumped in abandoned foxholes and covered unceremoniously with the soil they held in captivity. When it rains, their boots stick gruesomely from the mud. Meanwhile, the Third Army continues its slashing drive across Middle France. When we contact it, all the Germans in a vast section of the country will be caught in a trap. For 3 days we move forward in trucks, encountering only roadblocks and pockets of resistance. After the slow battering months in Italy, our advance seems incredibly swift. We experience great exhilaration, for there is nothing so good for the morale of the foot soldier as progress. Long ago, we came to believe that our only way home lay through the Siegfried Line, and each mile that we move up the Rhone Valley of France is another mile nearer America. The Germans react strangely to the situation. In one instance, 20,000 of them surrender to a single American platoon. Yet often we encounter handfuls of men who fight like wildcats to slow our offensive. One day we come upon a house in which a lone colonel has holed up. Before the building, several men lie in a fanwise formation, casually pumping rifle bullets through the wooden door. The colonel returns the fire with a pistol. He shouts in English that he will never be taken alive. It is an interesting show, and we pause to watch. I study the situation as one would a mathematical problem. The walls of the building are made of stone, which gives the German ample protection from our small arms fire. He must be shooting at a slant from a corner of the room. A couple of hand grenades should be sufficient to flush him, but we have used all of our grenades on a previous objective. I finally get an idea. Borrowing a Tommy gun, I creep down one side of the house and kick the door partially open. A volley of pistol bullets splinters the wood. Still using the wall as cover for my body, I thrust the gun around the corner of the door. Held sideways, the rattling gun rides around in an arc sweeping the room. At the thump of a falling body, I leap through the door. The German is badly wounded in the back, but he tries to lift his arm and shoot me with his Luger. Jumping forward, I stamp his pistol hand with a heavy boot. But even after that, the gun has to be twisted from his grip. I put the weapon in my pocket and remove my foot from his arm. His lips are flecked with foam and blood. He slobbers like a mad dog. As the medics enter and examine his wounds, he curses them heartily in English. Swift encircling movements by divisional units trap a large number of the enemy in the town of Montélimar. The town is an important communications center, but the Germans would willingly let it go if they could escape to the north. As the ring closes about them, they counterattack fiercely. An entire regiment of infantrymen hits my battalion. They are stopped by a heavy concentration of artillery and mortar fire. We are ordered to drive straight into the resistance, bypass the town, and enter it from the north. My company moves into the battle area just before daylight. As we advance over the flat open fields, we nervously study the eastern sky, which will signal the lifting of our cover of darkness. Dawn breaks slowly, and in the dim light we find ourselves faced by 2 88mm cannon and a strong detachment of men. Silently we drop to the earth. The Germans crawl out of their holes, stretch themselves, and start preparing breakfast. They are not aware of our presence until we open fire. Though taken by surprise, they decide to fight. Quickly yanking the camouflage nets from the cannon, they commence firing. The projectiles whistle overhead. The barrels cannot be lowered sufficiently to fire directly into our midst. Fortunately, we are too close to the guns. But the Krauts quickly wise up and change their fire to air bursts. Slivers of steel shower our position. We crawl forward. In the open fields, retreat would be suicidal. 2 of the tanks assigned to support our attack lumber up, but they hastily take cover behind a farmhouse. One glance at the situation was enough for the crews. Against tanks on such terrain, the 88 is a deadly weapon. The armor is not strong enough to deflect the shell. With one direct hit, the tank would likely be put out of action and most, if not all, of its crew members killed. We understand this, but our present situation is not conducive to rationality. We shout curses and taunts at the tankmen, who remain notably undisturbed by our opinions of them. Now, from a score of foxholes flanking the big guns, the enemy unleashes his small arms fire. The air is filled with whistling lead and foul language, which we divide impartially between the Krauts and our tank crews. A man with a stubble of beard on his face is hit in the shoulder by a shell fragment. With a bewildered look on his face, he rises to his feet, directly in the line of fire. The Krauts cut him down, but before he falls, he turns slowly about as if for a last view of the familiar sky and fields. His body flinches as more lead is poured into it. When he hits the ground, he flexes his knees and rests his head in the crook of his arm, as if going to sleep. I try to recall his name, but cannot. Within a moment I am involved in a duel with a German who climbs upon a cannon to get the advantage of elevation. I see him as he lowers his rifle upon me and whip up my carbine. He fires. The bullet kicks dust in my face as my carbine goes off. Frantically, I try to blink the dirt from my eyes, knowing the German will likely not miss again. It is only a few seconds, perhaps, but it seems much longer before I can see. The Kraut is sprawled in front of the gun. Later, I discover that my lucky shot got him in the heart. Piles of ammunition are stacked behind the gun. Suddenly, I see the solution of our problem. Securing a bazooka, I move forward 50 yards and throw 3 shells into the ammunition dump. When the shells begin to explode, the Germans leap from their holes and start running for a ditch in the rear. As they race crouching over the ground, their buttocks stand out prominently, and we bore into them with small arms fire. With the big guns out of action, our lieutenant goes back to get the tanks into the field. My platoon is in the lead position. We rise to our feet, form a skirmish line, and stroll forward, shooting. The Germans have not yet had enough. From the ditch, they bitterly return our fire. Bergman, who walks beside me, is hit in the upper leg. He casts a startled glance at the wound and says, "Well, what do you know? Looks like I've been hit." I cannot stop now. "Wait here for the doc," I say. "With a fight like this going on," the Swede snorts. "I hear you talking, but I don't get what you say." Calmly inserting a fresh clip of ammo in his Tommy gun, he limps forward while the blood soaks his trouser leg. The tanks are backing us now, and the Germans see that the game is up. Around 30 throw down their weapons and hoist their hands. One tries to escape on a motorcycle. As he dashes down the road, Kerrigan lisps, "You naughty, naughty boy, trying to get out of taking your medicine." His rifle cracks. The motorcycle turns a flip, tossing the rider yards into the field. While the prisoners are being frisked, we take a brief break and munch on breakfast rations. On the outskirts of Montélimar, a huge enemy convoy has been caught by our artillery fire. In their haste to escape, the doomed vehicles had been moving 2 and 3 abreast. Our artillery zeroed them in. The destruction surpasses belief. As far as we can see, the road is cluttered with shattered, twisted cars, trucks, and wagons. Many are still burning. Often the bodies of men lie in the flames, and the smell of singed hair and burnt flesh is strong and horrible. Hundreds of horses, evidently stolen from the French farmers, have been caught in the barrage. They look at us with puzzled, unblaming eyes, whinnying softly as their torn flesh waits for life to drain from it. We are used to the sight of dead and wounded men, but these shuddering animals affect us strangely. Perhaps we have been in the field too long to remember that innocence is also caught in the carnage of war. A horse, trailing entrails from a split stomach, staggers down the side of the road. Mahler, a gentle Texan who lived on a ranch in civilian life, stops, and I hand him the Luger which I took from the German colonel. He goes over to the horse and pats him on the neck. "What did they do to you, boy? What did they do?" he croons. Then he raises the pistol and shoots the horse behind the ear. He hands the pistol back to me without speaking. "Keep the gun for a while," I say. "You'll need it further on." As we move up the road, he begins to talk. "I've known horses all my life," he says, "and there's not one dirty, mean thing about them. They're too decent to blast each other's guts out like we're doing. Makes you ashamed to belong to the human race." Yeah, I know horses too. For a time they were the only real friends I had. You couldn't have had better. If I ever get out of this war, I want to live so far back in the hills that I'll never see another human being. During our advance, he steps stoically over the corpses of Germans to put horses out of their agony with the Luger. I'm with Kerrigan when we enter Montélimar. The Krauts still hold part of the city. A freight train burns in the railroad yards, and though this section is clear of the enemy, one of our planes is busily strafing it. We keep under cover until the flyer has thrown all the lead he wants and buzzes off into the blue. Cautiously moving from house to house, we search for snipers. Leaping from the sunlight into the dim rooms, we must wait for our eyes to become adjusted to the change. As we stand in one house, the door of a room creaks open. Suddenly, I find myself faced by a terrible-looking creature with a Tommy gun. His face is black, his eyes are red and glaring. I give him a burst and see the flash of his own gun, which is followed by the sound of shattering glass. The horrible being that I shot at was the reflection of my own smoke-blackened self in a mirror. Kerrigan doubles with laughter. "That's the first time I ever saw a Texan beat himself to the draw," says he. In the late afternoon, our job is done. My company is ordered to hole up and wait for further orders. In a section of the city, a brisk firefight continues. From another part of the town, an enemy artillery piece lobs occasional shells. But we are not disturbed. The chances of our receiving a direct hit are not worth considering. I take over part of a house to serve as quarters and command post for the night. A machine gun is set up outside the door. A field telephone connecting us with headquarters is moved in, and we relax. Bergman has refused evacuation. His wound has proved to be only superficial. He lies on a pallet, smoking and swearing cheerfully. Kerrigan stands at the door with his eyes turned toward the sky. Over the rattle of distant fire comes the sound of a striking clock. A shell explodes, the house trembles. "Afternoons like this make me homesick," says Kerrigan, turning from the door. "Homesick for what?" says Snuffy. "You never had it bitter." "Didn't I? Well, I used to know a girl, a real decent girl. We—" "Ha!" exclaims Snuffy. "You're suffering from shell shock." "We used to spend this kind of afternoons on a river." "On who?" says Bergman. "What's the use?" says Kerrigan wearily. "After associating with you rum-dum bastards, I couldn't make the grade in a two-bit whorehouse." "Ain't it the truth?" says Snuffy. Footsteps sound, and our mouths gape as a girl enters the room. "Where'd that come from?" asks Kerrigan. "That ain't the point," says Snuffy. "Where's it going?" She holds a bowl of grapes in her hands, and her glance roams uncertainly from one of our faces to another. Apparently in her early 20s, she is not bad-looking at all. Her face is of a smooth olive color, and glistening black hair tumbles to her shoulders. At first I mistake a slight scar near the corner of her mouth for a dimple. Kerrigan recovers from the shock of seeing her and bows from the waist. "Mademoiselle," says he, "what can we do for you?" "The question is what she can do for us," says Snuffy. "Quiet, fool. This is a situation calling for tact and finesse." "Then you'd better send for the chaplain." "You speak French?" Kerrigan asks the girl. "Get that," says Snuffy. "Would you think she spoke Chinese?" Kerrigan eases toward the girl like a cat stalking a bird. "You speak French?" he repeats. "Oui, monsieur." "Honey, we miss you too," exclaims the Irishman, embracing her wildly. "Mais non," sputters the girl, shoving him aside. The sick soldier. Blessé, n'est-ce pas? Her eyes turn upon Bergman. Him, snorts Kerrigan. He's about the most unblessed man you'll ever hope to meet. We call him the Milwaukee Misfit. At the age of 8, he was put in the pokey for horse stealing. At 10, he turned alcoholic. By the time he was 20, he'd served 7 raps for murder. I wouldn't trust him with my Aunt Lizzie, even if he was in a straitjacket. Stay away from him. The girl obviously does not understand. The Swede, grabbing the cue, closes his eyes and groans piteously. "Oh, pauvre, pauvre," exclaims the girl, rushing to Bergman's side. "Well, I'll be a suck-egg mule," says Snuffy. "Better haul out that tack and start finessing." Bergman feigns delirium. Threshing around on the blanket, he mutters curses at Kerrigan and proclaims that his own sexual prowess is unsurpassed. The girl claps a hand to his forehead. "Fièvre," she declares. "Chaud, chaud." "Show, show, baby," Kerrigan replies disgustedly. "He's sure gonna cop a feel if you're not careful." "She says he has fever. His forehead's hot," says Cole. "He's got brain fever." "You Irish bastard," mumbles the Swede. "I can get more women with my eyes shut than you can get with them open." "Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?" asks the girl in alarm. "He's speaking, how do you say, of his dear old mother," explains Cole. "Il parle de sa mère. C'est la fièvre." "Ah, sa mère. Pauvre. Quel triste." She says it's a sad situation. "He's a sad sack, and that's no mistake," says Kerrigan. "Think I'll go out and step into a bullet." "Make it an 88, mutters Bergman. "Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?" asks the girl. She wants to know what we should do with this dying soldier. "Give him a drink," gasps Bergman. "Cognac, mademoiselle, vite." "Oui, maman, cognac, vite." The kitchen door flies open, and a middle-aged woman darts into the room with a bottle in her hand. Grabbing the cognac, Cole takes a healthy swig of it himself. The woman casts a puzzled look upon the proceedings. "Pour le blessé," she insists. "I was just testing it for vitamins," Cole explains. "Pour voir s'il bon." "Il est bon," says the woman. Sighfully, Cole turns to Bergman. "This is going to hurt me far more than it'll hurt you," he says. "Go easy on the stuff, you son of a bitch." "Quit stalling and throw me a slug," mumbles Bergman. "Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?" asks the girl. "His mother again. La mère encore. Toujours la mère." "Ah, pauvre." During the war I saw many strange things, but few were stranger than the sight of the Swedes lying flat on his back and downing a quarter of a bottle of cognac without coughing, sputtering, or strangling. Even Kerrigan admitted that it was a noteworthy achievement. The next day, Mahler is hit. He is on a routine patrol when he is struck in the back by a fragment from an airburst. His spine is injured, and I hear that his legs are paralyzed. Remembering his face as he patted and shot the horses, I wonder whether he will ever ride again. Chapter 16. Snuffy's rear end hangs over the edge of a medical jeep. A sniper caught him in the hip as we fought our way toward Besançon. Kerrigan and I arrive on the scene just as the jeep is pulling out. Seeing us, Snuffy hoists his buttocks in our direction and lovingly pats the large, bloody bandage. "So long, you miserable sons of bitches," he yells. "I just got that $1 million wound." The jeep bounces off down a road, and we never see Snuffy again. "Wouldn't you know he'd get out the easy way," says Kerrigan. "I'm glad he did." "So am I. If that wound's bad enough, he'll never see any more action." He saw enough. "Yeah." Kerrigan pulls a dirty fold of paper from his pocket. "Snuffy's poker debts," he explains. $45, 2,000 lira, 1,700 francs gone to hell. Grinning, he tears the paper to bits and casts the pieces to the wind. We look at each other, but find no words to continue the conversation. Of our original gang, only we two remain. In a short while, we are again in the thick of battle. Our forward units knife through the enemy lines, leaving pockets of resistance for mopping-up crews. The noises of combat come from all sides. The swift advance has drained our energies and most of our supplies. Now hungry and sleepy, we rest on a roadside waiting for orders. Our artillery fires over us. We lie on our backs, listening to the crash of the shells. A motor roars up the road. "It's a tank," somebody yells. We leap to our feet with our ears cocked in the direction of the ominous noise. "It's a truck," declares Kerrigan. "The hell it is. That's a tank, and a big one." We scramble for cover. If it is a tank, we have no weapons powerful enough to cope with it. I grab a BAR and run for a clump of brush on the edge of the road. A German truck lumbers around a curve. For a moment I do not move as the wonderful feeling of relief floods through my body. Then I set my sights on the windshield and pull the trigger. The truck lurches from the road and hits a tree. I keep down long enough to see if anything develops. Nothing does. The stalled motor coughs and dies. I pour another burst into the cab and move toward it cautiously. The two Krauts in charge of the truck lie slumped to the sides. I poke them with my BAR, but they do not react. The vehicle is loaded with supplies. I kick aside what appears to be a strong box, grab an armload of cognac and bread for the men, and take off. The steel box, I later discover, contained a small fortune in francs, but right now money is without meaning to the famished men who sit gulping cognac and bread. Giddy on the liquor, Marsh begins to sing "Bury Me Not on the Lone Prairie." The rest of the platoon takes up the tune, and our morale gets a hefty boost. That night we crash into Besançon and fight until morning. Within a few days the city is secured, and once more we take up the pursuit of the Germans. My platoon is bringing up the rear when a roadblock halts the company. It is a very minor action, so I start walking to headquarters for instruction. My platoon may be needed for a flanking movement. Mortar shells begin to pepper the earth, and I halt to talk to a group of men until the fire eases up. From their pallid faces I can tell that several of them are replacements. Their sergeant grins at me. "I've been telling 'em there's nothing to be afraid of," he says. "They ain't seen nothing yet. This is practically the rear echelons." "They'll get used to it. What's the old man going to do about the roadblock?" "If he asked my advice, I'd say call out the Air Force. A couple hundred bombers should be able to take care of that little old roadblock in a matter of a few hours." He winks at me while his hand traces the motions of a diving plane. Zoom, ba-boom, zoom, ba-boom. "Right, Sergeant?" "Right," I reply. "Then why don't they send for the Air Force?" asks a youngster with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The sergeant turns upon him scornfully. "Are you kidding?" says he. "The Air Force has taken the day off to run off a new batch of medals. Bunch of flyers knocked out a Jerry latrine day before yesterday and go gliding home through the wild blue yonder to get their medals. And what do you know, there wasn't a medal left. Plumb broke the spirit of them flyers. No, we can't depend on the Air Corps. But maybe a tank. Yeah, a tank ought to be able to do the job, except..." "Except what?" "Except a tank's never around when you need it. But don't be downhearted. We've still got the artillery. That's your friend." "Then why the hell doesn't it get busy?" The sergeant shakes his head mournfully. "The artillery means well," says he, "but it couldn't hit a bull in the back with a bass fiddle. So who's it? Who's always it? The infantry, right, Sergeant?" "Right." "Yeah," the sergeant continues reverently. "The queen of battles. Stick with it and you'll be getting slivers up and down your spine." "That's just what I figured," says the recruit, grinning. "Now you're getting the spirit. Just always remember there's no other branch of the Army that offers so many chances for the Purple Heart, the Distinguished Wooden Cross, the Royal Order of the Mattress Covers. You want to be decorated, don't you?" "I'd like to be decorated with a discharge." The mortar shell comes in almost soundlessly. It is practically under my feet before I am aware of it. I have just time enough to think this is it before the blast knocks me unconscious. When I come to, I'm sitting beside a crater with a broken carbine in my hands. My head aches, my eyes burn, and I cannot hear. The acrid, greasy taste of burnt powder fills my mouth. Methodically, I run my hands down over my legs. The limbs are still there, but the heel of my right shoe is missing, and my fingers are sticky with blood. My groggy brain picks up a voice. "Are you all right, Sergeant?" it asks. "My foot. Just a gash. It doesn't look serious." "Then I'm okay." I wipe the tears from my smarting eyes and look about me. The sergeant and the young recruit are dead. 3 other men are wounded. They were all further than I from the projectile. When a mortar shell explodes on contact with the ground, it throws its fragments upwards and outwards in a cone-shaped pattern. I was standing next to the base tip of the cone and consequently caught only the beginning of the shower. Had I been 3 feet farther away, I would most likely not be alive to tell about it. After a few days in the hospital, I get myself a new pair of shoes and return to the lines. It is late September. Drizzly rains sweep over the hilly wooded country through which we move. Keeping warm during the night has already become a problem. The leaves of the trees are turning color. The gold and red contrast sharply with the evergreens, and the camouflage men must start mixing new paints to conform with the changes in nature. It is the prelude to another long, grim winter. We plod up the wet roads doggedly, wondering vaguely which of us will still be alive when the new leaves return to the trees. The Germans fall back stubbornly but steadily. Each day, however, their resistance grows stronger, their retreats shorter. As they approach strongly prepared positions in the Vosges mountain area, they lash back at us with counterattacks. My regiment is on the verge of some of its hardest fighting of the entire war. One morning, as a chilled, misty dawn breaks over the earth, we wait for the signal to tackle a hill known only by number. Our artillery is softening up the point with a barrage. We lie on our backs, shivering and silent as the gray light grows about us. Near me, a sergeant checks a .50 caliber machine gun, which is set up in a large round hole edged by a wall of sandbags. The weapon, stationary for the time being, will be used to cover our advance and, if necessary, our retreat. The sergeant, satisfied that his gun is ready for action, lolls back upon his elbows. Beads of water cling to his mop of wavy black hair. He is extraordinarily handsome. With his fine, sensitive features and broad shoulders, he looks like a Hollywood producer's dream of a soldier. In the army, we would immediately classify him as a lady killer. He lights a cigarette and turns to me with a grin. "God pity you guys," he says. "That hill's going to be a humdinger. It's crawling with krauts." "Yeah? And they're plenty mad." "Thanks for the encouragement. When I'm up there, I'll be thinking about you lying back in that nice warm hole. I hope the Krauts don't start chunking artillery in this direction." "Keep an eye peeled for their automatic stuff. They've got plenty of it up there." "Any more cheerful information you'd like to pass out? Our morale is just boiling over." "I'll give you a tip. Next time you join the army, don't let them shove you into public relations. I know a man who was. He broke all of his fingernails on a typewriter." "Too bad." "Oh, it was a downright calamity. Well, you guys can move up any time now. I'm getting hungry." "Then why don't you eat?" "For a very simple reason. I've got no rations." "I've got no appetite." "Don't worry. Those Jerrys use force-feeding methods. You'll soon have your belly full." "Now that's a hell of a way to draw your rations." The barrage lifts. I say good luck to the sergeant and move over to my platoon. In our rear, one of our cannon whams. We hear its projectile fluttering through the air hesitantly, as if reluctant to bury its nose in the cold, wet earth. The sound instantly reveals to an experienced ear that the shell is defective. Though our own, it may explode anywhere. Shouting to my men to get down, I hit the dirt just before the crash comes. The blast seems to be directly over us. In the silence that follows, I mentally examine each part of my body for the burning sensation that reveals wounds. I feel none and stand up. The new men are fearfully dabbling their fingers over their clothes in search of blood. I know their feeling. That a shell could hit so close without doing damage is a miracle to the uninitiated. This book is continued on Disc 6. To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 6. I glance toward the machine gun nest. The sergeant still lolls, but a man is hastily twisting a tourniquet about his leg. His left foot has been sheared off cleanly just above the shoe top. There is no expression of pain or panic on the sergeant's face. He strikes a match to a cigarette and puffs calmly. "Okay, don't move your leg now," says his comrade. "You might start bleeding again." Flipping away the butt of the cigarette, the sergeant picks up his foot, examines it curiously, and tosses it aside. "Well," says he as if talking to himself, "there goes my dancing days." His comrade begins to shake nervously. "Don't go away," he says. "I'll be right back with the medics." The sergeant smiles. "Now, Mac, just where the hell do you think I'd be going?" asks he. Then I see his eyes close and his face freeze into a grimace as the pain strikes. He was right about the hill, but at first it seems that the objective will be easy. As we sneak up the slopes, we hear only the creaking of our boots and the patter of water from the trees. The Germans remain silent, but we have seen them pull this trick before and will not be fooled by it. We advance from point to point, using trees and huge rocks for cover and examining every possible foot of the ground that lies before us. The quietness disturbs Kerrigan. "Why in the holy hell doesn't somebody open up?" he whispers. "Playing little bo-peep in this jungle is apt to wreck a man's nerves. You're still as trigger-happy as voters at a Kentucky election." "I'm still alive." "You won't be if you keep sticking your head up." "I'll be here when your dog tags part." We slide around a boulder and directly to our left discover a machine gun nest. It lies downhill from us, and 5 men make up the crew. One Kraut lies behind the gun with his finger on the trigger. Another holds the ammunition belt. 2 more are stretched out with rifles. A sergeant in a prone position 15 feet away peers through binoculars. "The pleasure is yours," I say. "Pick them off, Deadeye." "No, I pass you the honor." "Shoot the gunner. The others may surrender." "Would you suggest that I plug him right behind the ear?" "If you can get under his helmet." "Better make it the temple." "Make it anywhere but shoot. I'll cover the others." "Okay, here we go for bingo." He lifts his rifle and takes careful aim. The carbine cracks. The Kraut with the binoculars lets out a yell. Fed with men and materiel from across the river, it is a constant threat to our right flank, and potentially it is a perfect springboard from which the enemy could start a powerful counterattack. The division has clipped the fringes of the pocket and is poised near the town of Guémar for an attack on the hard core itself. The area, swept by icy winds from the Vosges, favors the enemy defensive. It is composed of patches of forests, flat fields and meadows, and numerous villages which have been converted into German strongholds. The enemy is well supplied with armor. Tanks, concealed in the forests, dominate the open plains over which we have to advance. The temperature, even at midday, seldom rises above 14 degrees. Snow is almost knee-deep. Even without the harassment of enemy fire, the nights are one long hell in which it is our full-time concern to keep from freezing. 2 rivers, the Fecht and the Ill, flow between us and the enemy. 2 sister regiments, the 7th and the 30th, steal across the Fecht at night after making a 1,000-yard breach in the German lines. The 7th whips down the river to hit an enemy strongpoint at Ostheim. The 30th proceeds southeast, clearing a forest and capturing a small bridge over the Ill. That slim wooden track spanning the river is to make history. The 30th's foot soldiers move across it and deploy over the snowy plains in preparation for an attack on 2 tiny villages, Holzwehr and Riedwehr, between which stretches a tract of woodland. Now, with the infantry ready, a tank starts crossing the bridge. The structure trembles, the tank pauses, the engineers wave it forward. With a crash, the bridge collapses. The tank settles at the edge of the water, and for the time being that is the end of effective armor support for the infantry. The 30th cannot wait. Its attack has been timed to coordinate with a drive by the French on the left and a similar push by the 7th on the right. So the 30th foot soldiers, encountering but light resistance, plunge across the fields to the outskirts of the 2 villages and capture a section of the forest. Meanwhile, both the French and the 7th have been held up by fierce enemy stands. The 30th, with its 2 flanks exposed and fronted by a powerful foe, could hardly be in a worse position tactically. At 4:30 in the afternoon, disaster strikes. In the vicinity of Holzwehr, the 3rd Battalion is hit by 10 enemy tanks and tank destroyers. Against the armor, our men have no defense. They might as well be tackling crazed elephants with their bare hands. The armor slices the battalion into small pockets and methodically rakes them with machine gun fire. Even had they time to dig in, our men could hardly make a dent in the frozen ground. They are completely without cover when hit from 3 sides. An hour later, the blow falls on the 1st Battalion near Riedwehr. It is cut to pieces in a similar manner. The men who can escape begin a bloody withdrawal. When they reach the Ill, many swim or ford the stream. In a short while their clothes are dripping with icicles. Kerrigan, ordinarily a crack shot, has completely missed the gunner and hit the sergeant in the foot. 5 furious, desperate Germans whirl upon us. The sergeant, spotting us first, rises to his knees, whips out a Luger, and begins firing. The bullets go wild. I hurl a grenade, but it strikes a tree, bounces, and explodes harmlessly. The machine gunner jerks his barrel toward us. Kerrigan rises to one knee and shoots him in the face. He slumps over the gun. Another Kraut kicks the body aside and grabs the trigger. I pump 2 bullets into him, and Kerrigan follows with a grenade. The sergeant is knocked backwards by the blast, and I take no chances with him. Before he can stir again, I empty my gun into his body. It is all over within 5 minutes, but the noise we made seems to have touched off the battle fuse. The rain-drenched hill roars with screams, curses, and clattering guns. Kerrigan and I wipe the water off our faces and lean against the rocks to get our breath. "What was wrong, Bo Peep?" I finally say. "Have you got a kink in your gun barrel?" The Irishman spits wrathfully. "The water got in my eye," he says. "The water got in your blood. That was a nice little throw you made with the grenade. Like to have you on my ball team." "My hand was wet. It slipped." "You damn near slipped us into eternity. To think they wanted to make you an officer on Anzio." "Why not?" "You couldn't make out a morning report with a staff of stenographers." "You're crazy. I've got a fine brain for figures." "Yeah, female, that is." He pauses thoughtfully. "An officer," he snorts. "If you ever take a commission, I hope you get your ass shot off." "Thanks for the goodwill." "You're welcome." He gets up and peers around the rocks. "We'd better get out of this fire trap before the Krauts get too curious about what happened to their machine gun crew." "You want to do some more fighting?" "Might as well. What else is there to do on a rainy day?" Up the slope we find 2 dead men in a shell crater. They lean against the bank of the hole with their helmets pulled down over their eyes. About both of the mouths is the curious ghost of a smile. The mortar shell which landed in the large crater must have caught them in the middle of a laugh. "They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place," observes Kerrigan. "Maybe these guys believed it." "Do you know them?" "No, they must be new men. Funny thing. When I was a kid, I ran away from home to keep from going to my grandpa's funeral. Couldn't bear the thought of seeing anybody dead. Do you think that Tommy gun's in working condition?" "Looks all right." Sliding into the hole, he picks up the weapon and checks the mechanism. "It's okay," he says. In the ammo pouch, he finds several clips of ammunition. He straightens up and glances at the faces of the 2 soldiers. "Did you ever notice that when they're dead, they all look alike?" he asks. "Yeah." "Oh, well," he shrugs. "It's just a matter of time. The worms crawl in and the worms crawl out. The worms crawl through your mouth and snout. How does that song go?" "I don't know, but it sounds beautiful." "It tells the truth." "You sure you can handle that Tommy gun?" "Don't talk like a moron. I can knock a gnat's eye out with it. That carbine barrel was as crooked as the long road home." "I'd feel safer if you let me do the shooting and you just throw rocks." "Oh, go to hell." Again, the fury of combat closes about us. Chapter 17. 2 days later, Kerrigan is hit by a mortar shell fragment, but his luck holds to the end. The sharp steel splinter simply clipped off half of his right hand. The wound is sufficient to remove him from combat permanently, but in time it will not greatly affect his ability to hoist a bottle. I do not see him before he is taken to the hospital. These are extremely busy days and nights, and every man is required to give his utmost. We are driving into the Vosges mountain chain, which is the chief obstacle lying between us and the Rhine. Speed is most important. The rain still falls, the coldness increases. Soon snow and ice will take over the rugged hills, increasing the difficulty of our advance immeasurably. The terrain is perfect for defense. The thick forests, hiding innumerable snipers and machine gun emplacements, must often be cleared by tree-to-tree fighting. The enemy has dug in high above the steep craggy slopes, from which they pour artillery and mortar fire into our ranks. At night the fog closes in. Under its cover the Germans infiltrate our lines, and hand-to-hand fighting becomes commonplace. I whet my bayonet until it is razor-sharp and keep it always handy. Our immediate objective is a quarry near Cleury. It is only a pinpoint on a very large map, but in the memory of the men who fought there, it looms like King's Mountain in the Revolutionary War. Lying high upon a rocky, wooded, almost perpendicular slope, the quarry is the anchorage point in the German lines, dominating a long section of roadway essential to our advance. Cut from solid rock, its numerous tunnels protect its defenders from our artillery and mortars. Every approach is covered by machine guns set up for crossfire. Enemy cannon and mortars have the slopes zeroed in. And a large detachment of sharpshooters with telescopic sights on their rifles has been added for extra insurance. The German command, knowing the importance of the position, has ordered it to be held as long as one man can pull a trigger. We have received counter-orders to take it. Several times we try to drive head-on up the slope, but we are driven back with heavy losses by a hellish storm of enemy fire. We dig in and wait for command to figure out Schroeder's strategy. Our command post and kitchen have been established in a house that stands at the base of a knoll which hides us from the big guns in the quarry area. Beyond the knoll is another rise which lies between us and the enemy-held hill. That is usually no man's land. In the darkness, units of the enemy slip down the slope to establish forward positions. Often less than 100 yards separates us from their lines. We hear them talking back and forth, and their bloody excursions into our own positions are nightly occurrences. Today the fighting has been unusually heavy. We have been probing with patrols to find a weak link in the enemy chain and have taken a severe battering for our efforts. Now the dusk closes in, the fog rolls over the trees, and it is time to start posting our watches for the night. I scan the men available. Most of them have been under fire since morning and are ready to collapse from strain and weariness. Knowing what I am after, they lower their eyes and keep silent while waiting for their names to be called. It is the same look that we developed as rookies when a non-com entered the barracks to tap men for an unpleasant detail. Then I spot a fresh face. It belongs to a bulky red-headed man who looks as though he could handle a BAR. "What's your name?" I ask. "Barnes? How'd you like to pull a little guard duty?" "Sergeant," he drawls, "I ain't lost nothing out there. But if you tag me, I guess I'm it." "You know how to use a BAR?" "I've shot one on the range." "Any combat experience?" "None but what I've read about in the Stars and Stripes. I just got here today." "Well, you've got to get started sometime. Come on." We go up a woodland trail to a point near the crest of the knoll. I find a position that offers clear fire space for covering the trail and a tree that will protect the sentry on one side. "Maybe you've been told before that this is the real thing," I say, "but make no mistake, this is it. Keep on the alert for the slightest sound. The Krauts are as tricky as Indians. If you're caught off guard, you'll be the first to get it." "I don't aim to do much sleeping." "Good. If anybody, anything, moves over the top of that hill, shoot and shoot fast." "What if it's one of our own men?" "It won't be. We'll come up the hill only, and we'll identify ourselves if we do." "But, Sergeant." "Yeah?" "I ain't never shot nobody. I don't know whether my nerve will stand up." Everybody feels like that the first time. Now get this straight in your head. If a man comes over that hill, he'll be a German. One of you is going to get killed. The man that shoots first will be the one that lives. So don't let that civilian conscience get in your way. Draw your bead and pull that trigger fast. You'll feel all right in a bit." "I feel like a hen at a Hawks convention." "Good night and good luck." I turn to leave. "Sergeant?" "Yeah?" "You got a drink of water?" "You got your canteen?" "Oh, God, so I have. On the way down the hill, I halt to check a group of men posted in a series of foxholes. "Is everything all right?" I ask. Bergman sticks his head above the ground. "Can you get me a new grave, mate? Compton's been snoring so loud I can't keep my mind on women." Cover his head up with dirt. "He's been dead so long he wouldn't know the difference. How did things look for tonight?" "I can't tell. I put a new man up the hill, and he might freeze if the Krauts hit. Watch out for him." "I'm froze already." "You'll probably be in a warm spot by morning." "I hope I'm not in hell." At the command post, the company non-coms have assembled for briefing on the next day's operations. Captain Hogan is pointing out details of terrain and enemy positions on charts when I hear the rattle of the BAR. I leap to my feet. "Excuse me, sir, that shooting is in my sector." "Better check it." I dart through the door and up the hill. The sound of a groaning, threshing body sounds in the darkness. Barnes is shaking like a nude in a blizzard. God damn, he stutters. I shot somebody. Shoot him again, he's still alive. Oh, God, no, I've already shot him once. Give me your gun. It's jammed. You'd better get it unjammed, toot sweet. You've got the outpost here, and these krauts never travel alone. You gonna leave me here by myself? I've got to get back to a meeting. I can't stand hearing that man groaning. Just be glad it's not yourself. Remember, he's your enemy, and he'll likely die in a little bit. Brace yourself. Good God, he says wonderingly. To think I was brought up in a Christian home. All of us were. Don't get the idea that you've got a special case in this man's army. I couldn't kill a chicken. The chickens didn't try to kill you. As I pass the secondary defenses, Bergman asks, "What's the matter?" The guy killed his first kraut and is about to cry over it. Put me up there. I left my conscience at the Reppel-Deppel. Now let's leave him alone. If he don't go nuts, he'll be a veteran by morning. Yeah, I guess it's better that way. I can rest better with a nervous guy up ahead. He'll blast or squawk if even a rabbit hops. As I enter the command post, Captain Hogan turns his worried red eyes upon me. What's up? It was a kraut. Barnes got him at the top of the hill. But I think we better get back to our men. Looks like an attack. Don't those sons of bitches ever get tired? His question is addressed to the thin air, and nobody replies. Well, briefly, here's the situation. To the right of the quarry, near this big rock, we know... Brrrp. The captain pauses. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. One of our machine guns answers. A grease gun whirs. The bullets plop into the walls of the house. It seems but a matter of seconds before the whole area is swept with fire. The captain folds his map. Get to your men, he says quietly, and remember that every foot of land you yield tonight will have to be retaken tomorrow. We scramble to our feet. I grab a carbine and get a full case of grenades. The light of the gasoline lantern is put out, and we dive through the door. Outside, strings of white tracer bullets slice through the darkness. I drop to my knees, gauge the height of the lead, then I get to my feet and dash crouching up the hill. The Germans lower their angle of fire, and before I reach Barnes, I am crawling. He lies flat on the earth, so silent and motionless that at first I think he is dead. Barnes. His head pops up. Are you all right? What goes on? It's an attack. Did you fix your gun? Good God, let's get out of here. We can't. Breaking open the case of grenades, I shove it between us. If you want to live, don't let anything get over that hill. You know how to use a grenade? Pull the key and heave 'em? That's it. Give yourself time. Watch for the trees. From over the crest comes a mutter in German. A shiver shoots up my spine. I twist to my side and lob the grenade. The explosion is followed by a scream. Barnes suddenly becomes energetic, tossing the grenades with the frenzy of a madman. Take it easy, we don't want to run out of ammunition. I'll take it easy. He soon learns that a man does not necessarily die because a machine gun sputters, and that the enemy is not merely a being with warm flesh and blood. He is part of a wall of menace that expresses itself in the snapping of a branch, a roll of gravel, or a shadowy bulk that looms in the night. In the heat, Barnes learns coolness and calm fury. He becomes a valuable man. Dawn finds us clinging to most of our positions. The bulk of the Germans have retreated, but the little patch of real estate, known to us as the Ridge, came high. Beneath the trees, the slain lie thick, and this morning many a man is sporting a bloody bandage. A young private, his dirty face marked with tear streaks, approaches me. "Is it all right if I go back up the hill, Sergeant?" he asks. "Why?" "I left a buddy up there." "Wounded?" "I think he's dead." "What makes you think so?" "I heard him fall. He groaned a little while. Then he got quiet. Before I could get to him, the Krauts hit my position, and I had to give ground." "Well, you can't do him any good now. If he's alive, the medics have got him." "But we'd been together since basic." His voice pleads. "Stay off that hill." "But the medics could have missed him." "This is an order. Stay off that hill." So many men have come and gone that I can no longer keep track of them. Since Kerrigan got his, I have isolated myself as much as possible, desiring only to do my work and be left alone. I feel burnt out, emotionally and physically exhausted. Let the hill be strewn with corpses, so long as I do not have to turn over the bodies and find the familiar face of a friend. It is with the living that I must concern myself, juggling them as numbers to fit the mathematics of battle. The battalion commander and executive officer visit the front lines. They want to see with their own eyes what is holding up our advance. They would like a peek into the quarry itself. Excellent and courageous leaders, they pick only 4 men to escort them up the treacherous hillside. It is another dreary gray day. The lines are quiet, but I cannot sleep, and I am bored with the lack of activity which breeds the thinking that I try to avoid. Picking up several hand grenades and a carbine, I trail the patrol up the hill. As I prepare to round a huge boulder, 2 enemy grenades explode. A machine gun ripples. Silence returns. My scalp tingles as the hair starts rising. That machine gun is only a few yards away. I pause, pull the pin from a grenade, and peer around the rock. The Germans have not been overly clever with their ambush. Instead of picking off the officers first, they threw the grenades at the 4 men, knocking out 2 and machine-gunning one of them as he writhed upon the ground. That was their mistake. Before the gunner could swing his weapon, the officers had tumbled into a shallow hole where they now lie pinned. The Krauts, evidently not considering a rear guard, have become downright careless with their concealment as they attempt to slaughter the officers. Grasping the carbine in my left hand and a grenade in my right, I step suddenly from behind the rock. The Germans spot me instantly. The gunner spins the tip of his weapon toward me, but the barrel catches on a limb, and the burst whizzes to my right. I lob the grenade and grab the carbine trigger with one movement. Before the grenade has time to burst, 2 Krauts fall with carbine slugs in their bellies. I quickly lob 2 more grenades into the position. 4 of the 8 Germans are killed. 3 are put out of action by wounds. The 8th, a squat, fat man, tries to escape. He dashes down the hill with a waddling gait like a duck being chased by an axeman. I line my sights upon his helmet, but hesitate in pulling the trigger. How can one shoot such a ridiculous figure? It is like killing a clown. But the clown has a gun and is, therefore, dangerous. I squeeze the trigger. The helmet jumps. The man falls as if struck in the head with a club. I snap the safety lock on my carbine and turn to the battalion commander. He is as cool as the October morning. "Those grenades are not a bad idea. Next time I'll bring my own," says he, brushing the dirt off his clothes. We pick up our wounded and start down the hill. A single feeling possesses me. It is one of complete and utter weariness. Shortly after dusk, we are called into action again, but we are hit only by a Kraut patrol that has been trapped in our lines on the left flank. The skirmish lasts but a few minutes, and quietness returns as the exhausted men on both sides settle down for the night, content for the moment to live and let live. Before midnight, my jumpy nerves kick me to wakefulness. A jeep is chugging up the road that leads through the forest. Eyes snap open. The men turn to one another doubtfully. That stretch of road is covered by both our guns and the Germans. Traveling on it by stealth is dangerous enough, and to telegraph one's position with a clattering vehicle seems the ultimate in foolhardiness. All ears turn toward the sound. "It's the medics," a voice decides. "Not up that road. The litter-bearers would hoof it through that area." "Maybe it's the Krauts taking a ride in a captured jeep." "They wouldn't be that crazy." The spit and crackle of an enemy rifle grenade comes through the night. The jeep engine dies with a cough. I take off through the trees bordering the road. "Lieutenant Mack," I call as I scuttle to a new position. "Murphy." "It's me. Come quickly in this direction." As he crawls through the trees, his bald head shows dimly. "Are you hurt?" "Most humiliating," he replies. "The bastards have injured my dignity, not to mention my posterior. I think I collected a few splinters." When he stands, I see that he is armed only with his familiar leather riding crop. "What were you figuring on doing, straddling a Kraut and galloping him to death?" "The uncouth barbarians didn't even give a warning." "When you come up to the lines, you better bring a gun. Those Krauts are totally unimpressed by a horsewhip." "It was such a wondrous night, I was quoting Shelley to my driver." "Where is your driver?" "When you hear through these lovely forests a zip like the hounds of hell on winter's traces, that'll be the driver. We've been in these circumstances before." I know. Lieutenant Mack is our supply officer who has maintained an elegance of speech and manner through the months of combat. We have affectionately nicknamed him the Governor. Precise and meticulous in habit and dress, he has a weird streak in his personality that scoffs at personal danger. How is the company? Pretty dog-eared and beat up. We've been going at a steady grind. Are you eating all right? When our supply officer gets the grub to us. How are things in the rear echelons? Devastating. Perfectly devastating. I went back to Besançon the other day. The brothels there are being put off limits, and the town is already drained of cognac. The boys are now bitching for overnight passes to extend Operation Amour. We could use a few of them up here. Impossible. They'd need a pro station, and a trailer could never make that road. They'd get it up here all right, but without kisses. I know. War is most outrageously inconvenient. 2 men in the heavy weapons platoon are shot by a sniper. The bullets pierce the center of their foreheads, and they fall in the slope near the spot where the Germans attempted the ambush. I do not know the men, but the news of their slaughter irritates me. Perhaps it is just that I am tired of cowering in a mud hole while waiting for the enemy to strike. I need a release from taut nerves. It is mid-afternoon. Rays of sunlight filter through the clouds. The light is all right. Before reporting to company headquarters, I carefully clean my carbine. I want to go up and try to get that sniper, I say. Captain Hogan pinches his chin with 2 fingers. Take a patrol. The crowd's evidently well hidden, and we can't risk having another man killed right now. Wouldn't a patrol be a giveaway? Don't you think the sniper would fire into a group? He may. I think it would be safer to go alone. I'll keep my head down. Take along a couple of men. You may need them. I'll telephone Bat to hold up our mortar fire for an hour in your area. Don't overstay your time, or one of your own guns may get you. He glances at his wristwatch. I'll try to halt the mortars at 1300, but wait until you hear them let up before proceeding. Yes, sir. And Murphy, don't get too damn close to that quarry. You couldn't drag me there with a mule train. I call for 2 volunteers to accompany me. Owl, a smoky-eyed Cherokee Indian, picks up his gun. Where to? He asks. Up toward the quarry to look for that sniper. Count me in. Barker slips a fresh clip of cartridges into his Garand. No, not you, I say. Why not? Am I a stepchild? Maybe you'd better stay with the men. Don't be silly. Nothing'll happen before dark. Let's go. The men turn their heads toward Barker. We all know he is up for rotation. On any day he may get the order that will send him back to America on a furlough. Well, what's so funny about me? He asks, becoming conscious of the stare of the men. Am I wearing red ribbons in my hair? Is my fly open? You shouldn't take the risk, I say. Who should? The hell with it. Let's go. We cross the ridge, stepping as warily as though we were walking on thin ice. There is no indication of the enemy in the area. A breeze moves in the trees. The wooded hill is a peaceful checkerboard of light and shade. A frightened bird darts from the ground with a thrum of wings. We halt at the edge of a small clearing. Owl points to the spot where our 2 men were killed. The brown stain of their blood is still on the ground. We study the terrain to determine the source of the accurate sniper fire. If he's at his old post, he can't be far away, says Owl. He can't get much range through the trees. I'd say he was uphill, adds Barker. Those guys were shot right after they stepped into the open. If the crowd had been on either side, he would have waited until they got further into the clearing. Directly ahead is the huge rock around which I step to throw the grenades at the machine gun nest. It gives me an idea. The Germans, knowing we have come up that trail before, perhaps think we will repeat the performance. So the sniper has been posted in the vicinity as a safeguard. I take off my helmet and check my weapons. Wait here until I look around, I say. The hell you say, I'm going along, declares Barker. No, it was my idea, so it's my party. 1 will have a better chance than 3. Owl shrugs and removes his helmet. There's always time to get shot. Why hurry? If nothing happens in 15 minutes, I'm starting up, says Barker. Come ahead. Keeping under the cover of brush, I skirt the clearing and move toward the boulder. An acute sense of loneliness comes over me. I and my enemy, it seems, are the last 2 men on Earth. I pause, and fear makes my body grow limp. I look at the hills and sky. A shaft of sunlight pierces the clouds, making the wet leaves of the trees glisten goldenly. Life becomes infinitely desirable. The hill now becomes infested with 1,000 eyes peering through telescopic sights, with crosshairs on the center of my head. Terror grows. I crash my fist to my forehead. The fantasy passes. I inch forward. At the boulder, I stop. My straining ear can catch no sound. I get to my feet and, with my left hand against the rock for support, step into the open. It happens like a flash of lightning. There is a rustle. My eyes snap forward. The branches of a bush move. I drop to one knee. We see each other simultaneously. His face is as black as a rotting corpse, and his cold eyes are filled with evil. As he frantically reaches for the safety on his rifle, I fire twice. He crashes backwards. I throw 2 hand grenades to take care of any companions lurking in the area. Then I wilt. When Owl and Barker reach the scene, I am mopping the cold sweat off my forehead. The sniper is sprawled on the ground just beyond the old machine gun position. The 2 bullet holes are in the center of the forehead, and one of the grenades has torn off an arm. Owl's nimble fingers rummage through the pockets. A batch of papers, looks like letters. Keep them, they may have information we can use. Money. The Indian holds up a thick roll of francs and looks at us doubtfully. Keep it, says Barker, or some lousy kraut will get it. Okay, we'll buy a drink with it. I suddenly feel like vomiting. The Indian picks up a handful of leaves and wipes the blood off the gun. It's better than ours, says he appraisingly. Who wants it? You can have it. It has a good sight. I've heard they're the best. If I get home, maybe I can fit it on a rifle for deer. I check my watch. It is 13:50. We have 10 minutes to get back to our lines. On the way down the hill, I notice that the Germans killed in the machine gun nest are still unburied. The soggy corpses have taken on a wooden appearance. Again, my stomach retches. At headquarters, I make my report. Then I go to the room that serves as a kitchen, take my carbine apart, and start cleaning it. Chapter 18. The troublesome spot is finally recognized for what it is, a point consisting of a few acres of ground, so strategically located and fanatically defended that nothing short of a full-scale assault can eliminate it. While we hold the lines, phases of the attack are coordinated by tired, worried officials of the division. Our armor pours 500 rounds of high explosives into the quarry. At the same time, a saturation mortar barrage is laid on the area. When the fire lifts, we drive up the slopes and are again hit hard by the fanatical enemy. A battalion, heavily supported by artillery, tries a flanking movement while we remain in a blocking position. For a whole afternoon and night, the battle rages. The next day, my company gets its orders to jump off. Under a creeping mortar barrage, we scramble up the hill, bypass the quarry proper, and go over the crest. The ugly job of cleaning out the quarry has been assigned to other units. But the Germans are full of surprises. Before night, my company is pinned to a hillside. The Krauts, who usually choose elevations for defensive stands, have fooled us in this instance. They have dug in by a dry stream bed at the base of the slope. Trees, cut and arranged in haphazard crisscross patterns, completely conceal their positions. They let us move over the hilltop and then tear into our ranks with rifle and machine gun fire. Mist gathers in the lowland, further hindering visibility. Crawling over the slope on our bellies, we try to pry out the enemy locations, but the camouflage is perfect. There is but one thing to do. I borrow a walkie-talkie radio and start maneuvering a patrol down the hill. A tense silence comes over the area. Phantom-like, we slip through the trees with senses alert for an ambush. Brup! A man carrying 2 cases of machine gun ammo is hit in the side. He lets out a scream and collapses. The metal cases clatter on the rocky ground. Immediately, our position is swept with fire from 5 machine guns. The bullets zip 3 feet from the ground. We lie on our backs, seize our trench shovels, and start frantically scooping holes in the stony soil. The Germans lower their angle of fire. A man is hit in the chest. Pieces of his lungs spatter the ground. His flesh quivers, and he gurgles, "Oh God, oh God." 2 men rip off his shirt. A blast catches them. They sink over the wounded man and are still. Dragging the radio, I inch my way toward Owl. "Cover me, I'm going down," I say. "I'll cover you." He raises his carbine with his left hand. The barrel shakes. It is then that I see his right arm is shattered. I patch up his arm as best I can with a compress and bandage. The Indian lies on his back with his dark eyes staring at the sky, and no sound comes from his lips. "Don't move, or you may draw more fire," I say. He rolls over on his stomach and again attempts to steady his weapon. "It's no use, you're too weak. Keep quiet until the medics get here." He buries his face in the crook of his good arm. I move down the slope like a lizard. The machine guns pick me up, but miraculously they all miss. The tip of a helmet appears over a log. I draw a bead on its center and wait. Slowly the head rises. When the bare forehead shows, I squeeze the trigger. The head snaps backwards as if caught in a hangman's noose. The guns find my old position as I scuttle to a new one and press the talk button on my radio. "Red 3 calling Red 6. Red 3 calling Red 6. "Come in, Red 3. "Chemical mortars should do the trick. Try coordinates." "Repeat, Red 3, cannot hear you." "Chemical mortars. Coordinates 75653. "Speak up, Red 3, static." The voice fades. "Red 3 calling Red 6. "Come in, Red 3. "Chemical mortars. Coordinates 75653. "Right, 75653. The first shell flutters over the enemy lines and crumps into the hill beyond. I check the map again. "Red 6, Red 3 calling Red 6, over 100, right 30. "Repeat, Red 3, you must have a rat in your radio. "Over 100, right 30. The second shell falls a little short. Red 6, over 10, right 10. "You're not coming through, Red 3. The German, dug in behind a huge oak tree, peers around the trunk. I drop the radio and grab my carbine. As he raises his rifle, my bullet tags him in the throat. His mouth jumps open. The second bullet crashes into his face. Red 6. "Come in, what happened?" "Over 10, right 10, and fire for effect." The third shell bursts in the middle of the Krauts. Red 6 calling Red 3. "How's the range?" "Dead center. Send some medics down. Several men are badly hurt." The game of hide-and-go-seek is over for the Germans. They were adequately protected from horizontal fire, but the mortar shells dig through the tree limbs before exploding. Shrieks of rage and agony come from the Krauts. Against the barrage, their guns remain impotent and silent. A German staggers blindly through the smoke, holding his arm before his eyes. 3 rifles crack almost simultaneously, knocking him backward. Owl has moved. I spot him further down the slope. He is crawling feebly, dragging the carbine by the sling. At my touch, he turns glazed eyes upon me. "Where are you going?" I ask. "Shoot 'em. Filthy bastards tear my arm off." "Take it easy. We'll have help in a few minutes." "I'll shoot 'em. I'll blow their guts out." "It's all over but the shouting. Lie still." "I shoot 'em. Tear their heads off." He begins pulling himself to his knees, but crumples. A merciful faint has blacked him out. The man shot in the chest is dead. The 2 who went to his aid are still alive, but badly wounded. They've been dragged to the cover of a tree. One with a bloody bandage around his head gasps for breath through a wide-open mouth. The other is trying to light a cigarette with a trembling hand. I grasp the fingers and touch the flame to the tobacco. "Thanks." "Are you hurting?" "I hurt like hell. Seems like a red-hot iron is buried in my shoulder." "You'll get help soon, then a nice long rest in the hospital." "I don't want to go back. I just got into action this week." "You've done your part." "I haven't done anything but stop some lead. I swore I'd get me some Krauts. They killed my brother in Italy." "Oh. He was just 2 years older than me." "We all lose somebody." "He was the best pitcher you ever saw. People said he was big league stuff. He had a curve that would break a mile." "He's still big league stuff." "Will I lose my arm?" "No, you'll be all right." "I'm coming back up." "You'll be back up." A moan comes from the man who was hit in the side. "He's alive," says the shoulder casualty. "He's been so quiet I thought he was dead." The fallen trees now turn into obstacles for the Krauts. Caught in the net of mortar fire, they emerge from their holes, blinded and choking. As they flounder in the branches, we bore into them with our rifles. The company moves down the hill. We mop up the enemy strong point hole by hole. Then we sling our weapons on our shoulders and climb the slope beyond. Now the Germans begin their characteristic slow retreat. Over the thickly wooded countryside, they give ground stubbornly, bitterly. They batter our ranks with artillery and mortars, and in the forests units lie like coiled snakes, striking suddenly and viciously. The weather turns cold. In the mornings the ground is white with frost. Snow is already on the mountaintops. The earth freezes and thaws, turning the terrain into an ocean of mud through which we must wallow toward our objectives. At night we shiver and sleep fitfully. While we pause for 2 days to reorganize, 3 of us are called to regimental headquarters. A colonel pins gold bars on our shoulders and pats us on the back. "You are now gentlemen, by act of Congress," he says, smiling at our muddy uniforms and bearded faces. "Shave, take a bath, and get the hell back into the lines." We are moving without opposition through a dense forest when we come upon signs of the enemy. The tracks are fresh and unmistakable. I shift my BAR men forward. Our march becomes a stalk. We are braced for the artillery barrage, but not covered. At the first crash, we fall and start a withdrawal. Tree bursts rip the area. 3 machine guns chatter. Sniper bullets snap overhead. We fall back to an area beyond a trail that winds through the forest. The fire ceases as suddenly as it began, and the forest appears as peaceful as a park. As we lie on the ground waiting for orders, a lieutenant from another company strolls by. He wears a leather Air Corps jacket but no helmet, and for weapons he has only a revolver. "Where do you think you're going?" I ask. "After rations. I'm looking for a shortcut for my Jeep." "Not up that trail. It's a shortcut to hell." He fingers a small mustache and addresses me sarcastically. "Did you just get up, Lieutenant?" "We just got shoved back. I'm telling you, this area's swarming with Jerries." "Thanks. I'll keep an eye open for them." "Not for long if you stick to that path." He laughs and shakes his head. "I've been at the front for some little time, and I think I know my way around." Okay. He does not get over 50 yards up the trail before a sniper drills him through the brain. He drops and dies with scarcely a wiggle. We are ordered to dig in for the night. Petrovich starts scooping us a hole while I post the guards. Our rations are skimpy, and the irritated men lie in their holes and listen to the growling of their stomachs. "Right now," says Petrovich, "what'd you rather have than a woman?" "1 night of sound sleep." "I'd take duck's blood pudding." "You and your duck's blood pudding, that's all you've talked about for weeks." "There ain't nothing nicer." "I'll try some after the war." "I wish I had some now." "Right now I'd settle for a hunk of cold cornbread." "Cornbread? What in the hell is that?" "Kind of bread we make out of cornmeal in the South." "Cornmeal?" "Yeah, the corn is ground up, that's meal." "You call that fit for a civilized man?" "We like it." "How come you don't eat duck's blood pudding?" "Don't remember ever seeing any." "What kind of place do you live in, anyhow?" "A small town." "You give me your address and I'll send you some real chow when we get home." "Fine, I'll give you the address tomorrow." "Cornbread? Geez, that's a good one." He is still talking when I drop off to sleep. "Lieutenant." My eyes pop open. "Yeah, who's that?" "Chelson. I'm at the outpost, and there's a German keeps wandering around our place hollering, 'Walter!' What'll we do?" "Shoot him." "Yes, sir." I am still awake when he returns. "Lieutenant?" "Yeah?" "How are we going to shoot the German when we can't see him? It's too dark." "You've got hand grenades. Throw them, and don't bother me any more tonight. I've got to get some rest." "Yes, sir. How many grenades?" "Just how long have you been with this outfit?" "Only a few days. I'm plumb new at this business." "A couple grenades ought to do the trick. If they don't put a muffler on the guy, chuck some more." "Yes, sir. I sure thank you." I can now hear the wailing voice of the German. He is evidently lost and terrified. The 2 grenades explode. The crowd quits hollering. Petrovich stirs sleepily. "What goes on? Can't a guy have no peace at all?" It was a Jerry wandering around in the woods and calling a buddy. Probably thought he was in his own lines. All that commotion over one damn German? Our guard got rattled. He's new. Seems like we got nothing left but new guys. Yep, they come and go. Toward morning, the tree by our hole is struck by a phosphorus shell. The blast deafens us. The evergreen lights up like a Christmas tree as the hot gleaming phosphorus rolls over its branches. Petrovich screws his fingers in his ears. Are you hurt? No, I'm all right, and you? I'm okay. If there's any way a guy can get any sleep in this man's army, I've never figured it out. I ain't had one night's sleep since the day I was inducted. If it's not one thing, I'll be a son of a bitch if it ain't three. Shortly after dawn, we begin our attack under a walking barrage of our artillery. When we pass the body of the lieutenant, frost is glistening on his uniform. If his mama could only see him now, says Petrovich, casually adjusting the carrying strap of his walkie-talkie. His kind never learns. He was a fool. His men are probably wondering what happened to their rations. We leave the trail and push directly through the woods. Except for sporadic mortar fire, the enemy is quiet. Too quiet to suit me. Crack. Petrovich is dead before his body thuds against the ground. The sniper's bullet got him just above the left eye. I leap behind a tree. Crack. It's like being struck with a ball bat. The ricocheting bullet digs a channel through my hip and knocks me flat. The sniper throws his camouflage cape back to get a better view and drills my helmet. That's the last mistake he ever makes. My head is not in the helmet. I raise my carbine and with my right hand fire pistol fashion. The bullet spatters between the German's eyes. It was his brain or nothing. He would not have missed the second time. I try to get up, but cannot. My right leg seems paralyzed. Are you hurt bad, Murph? It is Barker who bends over me. I don't know, I don't think so. Let's have a look. Whew, says he, examining the wound. It's long and deep, but the bone's not hurt. If all goes well, you should be able to sit down in a month or so. Kerrigan would get a kick out of this. Kerrigan? He always said if I took a commission, he hoped I got my ass shot off. Well, you did, and you have. You'd better catch up with the rest of the platoon. I'll send somebody up to take over my spot. It's been a long time since North Africa. You know I leave on rotation tomorrow. I didn't know, but I'm glad. Yep, papers came through. In a couple of weeks, I'll be back in the States. Good. Forget this whole mess and enjoy yourself. I won't be forgetting you, fellows. I sort of feel like a dog for running out on you at a time like this. Don't be silly, you're lucky. By the way, you won't be needing that lucky carbine of yours any time soon. I don't think so. Then can I take it? I need some luck. The next 24 hours is going to be one long sweat. Sure, the gun's yours. You better get Petrovich's radio, too. Somebody already picked it up. Fine, you'll likely need it. When we reach the road, the medics place my stretcher across a jeep hood. The 3rd Battalion is in the area, waiting for orders to move into battle. The men peer at me, but not from dumb curiosity. I have done the same thing many times. We all want to know whether the body beneath the bloody blankets is that of a friend. I catch the eye of a freckle-faced youngster. We had our basic training together, but I cannot remember his name. Hello, Indiana. Why, it's Texas. You hurt bad? No, I'll be back in a couple of weeks. That's good. You take it easy, Texas. At the aid station, I wait for a long time before receiving medical attention. My hip feels as though a white-hot brand had been raked across it, and I feel sick in mind and body. As if he had never seen a wounded man before, a doctor stares at me bewilderedly. He is perhaps half dead with fatigue, but I am too ill to know or care. Well, goddammit, do something. Don't stand there with egg on your face. You're in no position to talk like that, Lieutenant. I'm in no position to do anything but wait until you lousy sawbones take a notion to do a little work. We'll get to you as soon as we can. Don't knock yourself out. He blows up like a turkey gobbler. That night, practically my whole platoon is wiped out. Among those killed were Marsh, who so dearly loved to sing, and Barker, to whom my lucky carbine was not much good. Because of the rain and mud, we cannot be evacuated for 3 days. We lie on cots, 6 to a pyramidal tent, while the fever spreads through our flesh. Delirious men moan and curse. Water patters against the canvas. When I reach the hospital, a doctor strips the bandage from my wound. From the corner of my eye, I see him shake his head. "Is it gangrene?" I ask. "It's probably just infected," a nurse replies. "It's gangrene. I know damn well it's gangrene." "An infection. You'll be all right before long." But it is gangrene. For nearly a month, the doctors pump me full of penicillin and whittle away dead and poisoned flesh. More weeks pass before I can walk again. When I regain the use of my leg, I catch a ride to another hospital 20 miles away. I've learned that Kerrigan is there. His back is to me when I enter the ward. For a moment, I watch as he awkwardly shuffles a deck of cards with his bandaged hand. "Is this the venereal ward?" I ask loudly. "No, sir," says a white-faced youngster with his arm missing. "This is casualty, convalescent." "Then what is that syphilitic sergeant doing here? Kerrigan, I mean." The ward becomes as silent as an empty church. Kerrigan turns slowly, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why, you mule-headed, rattle-brained, scrambled-eyed whore of a lieutenant." Mouths drop open. "You crawling, creeping crap from Texas, you battle-happy son of a bitch." He never did show the proper respect for officers, I explained to the other men. "Respect?" he spits. Why, you beagle-eared bastard, what are you doing in the rear area?" "You'll be tickled to know that I got shot." "Yeah, lost a hunk of my hip." "Oh, Lord, to think I missed that. Brother, am I glad to see you. You haven't changed a bit." "And you're uglier than ever." The ward relaxes. Chapter 19. When I return to the front in January, the division, fighting under terrible conditions of terrain and weather, has completed its push through the Vosges, cracked the enemy's winter line, and reached the Rhine at Strasbourg. On the opposite side of the river lies Germany itself, but many weeks must pass and many men die before we can attempt a crossing. During these cold, cloudy days, the whole front is restless. Far to the north, the Battle of the Bulge is coming to an end. A number of our units have entered Germany and are jockeying for solid footholds on enemy soil. Over the wintry roads of France and Belgium, streams of men and supplies pour into reserve. Our forces are maneuvering for positions to launch the all-out assault on Germany in the early spring. We do not realize the vastness of the operation. The minds and energies of the men are concentrated on the tasks at hand. In these days, my division is engaged in one of the toughest assignments in its history, eliminating the Colmar Pocket, a heavily fortified area rolling south from our lines toward the Swiss border. In effect, it is a huge and dangerous bridgehead thrusting west of the Rhine like an iron fist. Fed with men and materiel from across the river, it is a constant threat to our right flank, and potentially it is a perfect springboard from which the enemy could start a powerful counterattack. The division has clipped the fringes of the pocket and is poised near the town of Guémar for an attack on the hard core itself. The area, swept by icy winds from the Vosges, favors the enemy defensive. It is composed of patches of forests, flat fields and meadows, and numerous villages which have been converted into German strongholds. The enemy is well supplied with armor. Tanks, concealed in the forests, dominate the open plains over which we have to advance. The temperature, even at midday, seldom rises above 14 degrees. Snow is almost knee-deep. Even without the harassment of enemy fire, the nights are one long hell in which it is our full-time concern to keep from freezing. 2 rivers, the Fecht and the Ill, flow between us and the enemy. 2 sister regiments, the 7th and the 30th, steal across the Fecht at night after making a 1,000-yard breach in the German lines. The 7th whips down the river to hit an enemy strongpoint at Ostheim. The 30th proceeds southeast, clearing a forest and capturing a small bridge over the Ill. That slim wooden track spanning the river is to make history. The 30th's foot soldiers move across it and deploy over the snowy plains in preparation for an attack on 2 tiny villages, Holzwehr and Riedwehr, between which stretches a tract of woodland. Now, with the infantry ready, a tank starts crossing the bridge. The structure trembles, the tank pauses. The engineers wave it forward. With a crash, the bridge collapses. The tank settles at the edge of the water, and for the time being that is the end of effective armor support for the infantry. The 30th cannot wait. Its attack has been timed to coordinate with a drive by the French on the left and a similar push by the 7th on the right. So the 30th Foot Soldiers, encountering but light resistance, plunge across the fields to the outskirts of the two villages and capture a section of the forest. Meanwhile, both the French and the 7th have been held up by fierce enemy stands. The 30th, with its two flanks exposed and fronted by a powerful foe, could hardly be in a worse position tactically. At 4:30 in the afternoon, disaster strikes. In the vicinity of Holtzwihr, the 3rd Battalion is hit by 10 enemy tanks and tank destroyers. Against the armor, our men have no defense. They might as well be tackling crazed elephants with their bare hands. The armor slices the battalion into small pockets and methodically rakes them with machine gun fire. Even had they time to dig in, our men could hardly make a dent in the frozen ground. They are completely without cover when hit from three sides. An hour later, the blow falls on the 1st Battalion near Riedwehr. It is cut to pieces in a similar manner. The men who can escape begin a bloody withdrawal. When they reach the Ill, many swim or ford the stream. In a short while, their clothes are dripping with icicles. My regiment, which has been held in divisional reserve, is ordered into the attack. The 3rd Battalion, assigned to establish a bridgehead across the Ill, jumps off at 3 in the morning. It makes good progress until an enemy counterattack supported by 4 tanks batters it back to the river. The German fire is extremely accurate. 3 tanks, supporting the 3rd Battalion's attack from stationary positions on our side of the Ill, are knocked out a few minutes after their guns are unlimbered. It is now obvious that without the help of rolling armor, we are ramming our heads into a stone wall. But the infantry attacks, regardless of cost, must continue. The Germans cannot be allowed to shift their power strategically. With a concentration of force and swift armor maneuvers, they may destroy our units one by one. Meanwhile, our frantic engineers are trying to get a bridge across the river. It is our task to keep the enemy at bay until the job is completed. When the 3rd Battalion, mauled and exhausted, reels back, we move through their position and fan out over the plains. It is our turn to move up and take a beating. As we dog-trot through the snow, no smile appears on a face, no lip murmurs the customary wisecrack. As we move through an area littered with dead men and abandoned equipment, the soldiers mutter curses and speak bitterly of suicide missions. We reach the edge of the woods near Riedwehr before the Germans unleash their cyclone of tank and artillery fire. We fall back and crawl into holes dug by the cannon shells. Why the Krauts do not follow up with a counterattack is inexplicable. Against their heavy tanks, we are virtually defenseless as we cower in the frozen earth. Elleridge, the ex-school teacher, shares a hole with me. His teeth chatter, and his face is blue from the cold. Not since D-Day in southern France has he mentioned the advantages of military travel. The shadows lengthen, the wind rises, and clouds sweep lower over the earth. We remove our shoes and massage our numbed feet. Well, Professor, what does the tourist guidebook say about this section of France? His lips crack into a game but freakish smile. It says the weather is cool, the reception warm, food is scarce, and the present tourists are bitterly anti-American. Their chief occupation is the slinging of lead. It says one of the most interesting aspects of the countryside is the complete absence of Allied armor. It says that here life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not the goal. I wish the man that wrote that was with us in this hole. I'm not selfish. I wish a lot of people were here to enjoy the wintry charms of Alsace. Take a postcard. Dear friends, having a wonderful time. Wish you were here, and I were in San Diego. If you get out of here alive, you'll have something to tell your pupils. Oh, yes. There we were, children, burning with patriotism and eagerness to get at the throat of the enemy. As the sun set on that glorious day, we were not like slaves harried to their dungeons, but wrapping the draperies of our earthen couches about us, we lay down to pleasant dreams. I think my goddamn feet are frozen. I still haven't stirred up any circulation. Why should you worry? You're making history. Yeah, but why don't somebody write it right? Why don't somebody put it so everybody can see men cringing in the snow like miserable, frightened and frozen rats, wondering whether the Krauts or the cold will get them first? Why don't you write it? You were an English teacher. I can't. Nobody can. You've got to live it. That damned shoe dubbing is no good. It stops up the pores in the leather. When you walk, your feet sweat, your socks get wet, and it's like putting your feet in cold storage. How's our ammunition?" "We've got enough if the Krauts don't bring their tanks out." "What I wouldn't give for a bazooka. If the Germans hit us with their armor, we won't have to worry about a bazooka. We won't have to worry about anything. It'll all be over." "You get so tired you don't care. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. You stand up and do the best you can, and then to hell with it." Speaking of hell, I've been thinking about that too, and it doesn't worry me either. If I go there, I'll spend the first 40 years thawing out. "Your morale's slipping." "Yeah, what I need is a good USO show to cheer me up. I can see it now. The master of ceremonies with his double-breasted coat dripping down to his knees. 'Ladies and gentlemen!' You're supposed to laugh because there ain't no ladies present. And there ain't no gentlemen. Ha-ha! As the Kraut said to the GI facing a Mark IV tank, this is going to kill you." During the night we take turns at staying on watch. I fall asleep. My hair freezes to the ground. A gun cracks. I jerk awake, leaving patches of my hair in the ice. By morning, the bridge over the Eel has been completed sufficiently to permit the crossing of a few tanks. 3 of them join us. The presence of armor is most cheering, but it also means that we are not to retreat. As we line up for another attack, the quiet woods seem to explode. A mortar barrage is thrown on us, machine guns crackle, and rifle bullets snap through the air. Again we scramble for cover. I see the 2 lieutenants who were commissioned with me leap into the same hole. A mortar shell trails them in. It is over in an instant. Black smoke rolls from the hole, covering the bloody hulks that a moment ago were 2 living men. A blast knocks me down. I roll into a hole and jerk up my trouser legs. From the knees down, the flesh is peppered with tiny steel fragments. But the luck of the Irish is with me. The wounds are all superficial. Our armor pulls ahead of us with gun barrels traversing. From the woodland comes a crash of shells. 2 of the tanks burst into flames. Their escape hatches open, and the still living members of the crew bail out. Blazing like torches and screaming horribly, they roll in the snow. Bullets spit around the agonized bodies as enemy riflemen crack down. The 3rd tank is also in trouble. Its gun refuses to work. The hatch opens. The tank commander, a quiet Jewish lieutenant, peers out. He gives an order. The crippled tank moves forward toward what appears to be certain destruction. Shells explode all about it. Lead spatters against the armor, but the tank never pauses until it reaches a spot directly between the burning men and the forest. Then the driver takes the supreme chance. He turns the tank side to the enemy, thus using it as a shield for the wounded, but presenting a broad and stationary target to the Germans. The crew clambers out and stacks the smoldering bodies on top. As the tank crawls back toward us with its ghastly cargo, it is swept by small arms fire, but it is impossible to tell if any of the men are hit. They are too near death to react. The tank passes within a few feet of my hole, and the stench of burning flesh stifles me. The white bones drip like icicles from what is left of one man's foot. Under heavy fire, we withdraw from the position. More armor is moving up, but a small creek separates us from it. Since the tanks cannot reach us, we must get to them. Circling a jutting neck of the woodland, we join the armor and strike again. As we advance, the fighting develops into individual duels. Once I am pinned behind a tree by a stubborn Kraut using a huge pine for cover. Only a few yards separate us. We snipe at one another, but neither of us scores a hit. I spot Cole hugging another tree trunk to my right. "Bust him one from your side," I yell. "I can't see him." "Go ahead, shoot. Let him know where you are." "That's exactly what I don't want him to know." "Well, he knows my address, so here goes. Be ready to pick him up if he jumps your way." I inch my head around the tree trunk, remembering the times that I've had my own sights set on a helmet while waiting for temple or forehead to appear. Crack! I flinch and recover. It is Cole's rifle that fired. The back of the German's recoiling body flashes past the tree, and I nail him in the side. As he drops to his knees, I finish emptying the ammo clip into his body. He lies, curled in the snow like a tired child at the end of a busy day. 600 yards deep in the forest, we have to halt our advance. Our ammunition is low, and we must wait for fresh supplies to be brought up before continuing. Night has fallen. Wind whistles through the barren tree limbs. Few words are spoken. The company, which started the attack at almost full strength, has been slashed to pieces. Huddling in the snow, we open cans of greasy rations and attempt to eat. Through a rift in the clouds, a star winks calmly. In a hut taken over for a command post, the staff officers check their maps. Men stamp their frozen feet on the earth in an effort to knock the numbness from them. A tired voice says, "I'm going to grab me some sleep. Wake me up at Judgment Day." Around 1 o'clock in the morning, our ammunition and several replacements arrive. One of the newcomers is Candler, who has just returned from America on a rotation furlough. "How was the trip?" I ask. "Not like you'd think. I had the crazy notion that I could leave the war behind, but I couldn't." "Brother, just give me a chance at it," says a voice. "That's what you think. You try to forget, but nobody'll let you. They're so goddamn nice they lay their sympathy on with a trowel. Some drunk asking you about your ribbons, some brave woman crying about a son in an army camp 200 miles away, some vet from the last war patting you on the back and telling you what a great job you're doing. Wished I was young enough to get in myself again. How's them women in Paris?" "How's the women back home?" a voice asks. "Everything's in a mess. Busiest people after this shindig will be the divorce lawyers. Wait and see." "Did you get warm?" "No, I come from Colorado. How's the company?" "You won't know it. Practically everybody's new." "Who's been killed?" "There've been so many I can't remember." "Remember Patrovich?" "Yeah, the Polak." "The sniper got him. Then Barker. He was supposed to leave on rotation the next day." "No." "Smith and Kerrigan were wounded. Brandon was killed a long time ago." "Yeah, I remember that. How's our setup here?" "It's rough. Have you had any sleep?" "I've had enough. When do we move out?" "At 2 o'clock. Wonder if I could get a carbine. I don't like an M1 for this woods fighting." "You can probably find one in the field in the morning." I report to the command post for orders. Our company is to drive to the edge of the woods facing Holtzfear, dig in and hold. Another unit will move through our lines and continue the attack at dawn. I get my bearings from a field map and return to the men. "All right, everybody, let's go." The command is followed by a creaking of gear and a mumble of curses. "Lieutenant." "Yeah?" "There's a man sitting against that big tree crying." "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know, he won't talk." I go over and shake him by the shoulder. "Come on, let's go."
"I can't take it anymore, Lieutenant."
"What's come over you?"
"I don't know. I got the shakes."
"You can't make it."
"If I could, I would. I'm not fooling."
"Stick around the CP. The Krauts may hit this spot."
"Yes, sir. I'm ashamed, but I can't help it."
"Have you got something on your mind?"
"No, sir. I just started shaking."
"Can you sleep?"
"I haven't slept in a week."
"You better report to the medics." His head goes back to his knees, and the sobbing starts again. "What's wrong with that, Joe? Battle happy?" asks Candler. "Looks like he's taken about all he can." "I know how he feels. Many's a time I've just wanted to sit down and cry about the whole damn mess." As we stumble through the dark forest, a man trips and accidentally jerks the trigger of his carbine. The bullet plows into the fellow just ahead of him. "Oh, excuse me," says the first soldier. "Now, if that ain't what I call military courtesy." "Were you hurt badly?" "No, I just had my hip shot off. What's the matter with that tanglefoot?" "I tripped and—" "Cole, get him back to the CP. And check on that guy with the crying jag." "What do you want me to do with Weepin' Willie?" "Tickle him under the chin," says a voice. We reach the edge of the forest. For 2 hours, the night is filled with the clump of pick and shovel gnawing at the rock-hard earth. The efforts are futile, but the exercise keeps us from freezing. When we finally give up trying to chew holes in the ground, we stamp up and down a narrow road winding through the woods to stir up heat in our bodies. As the dirty gray light of dawn spreads over the terrain, a tension grips us. To the infantryman, daybreak is the critical hour. It is the customary time for attacking or being attacked. Our support has not yet arrived. I contact battalion headquarters. "Any change in orders for Company B?" "No, hold on to your position. Our attack is going to be delayed." I hang up the receiver and study the landscape tactically. We are at the butt end of a rough U, whose sides are formed by finger-like extensions of the woods stretching toward Holtzfear. Directly before us are flat open fields, beyond which I can see a church steeple and housetops in the village, a mile away. The narrow road over which we have been pounding our feet leads from the woods to the town. A drainage ditch flanks its right side. Underbrush near the forest edge has been cleared away to furnish fire breaks for the enemy. During the night, 2 tank destroyers have moved up to our position. They have parked on the road, and most of the crew members are asleep. Rousing the lieutenant in charge, I say, "You'd better get your TDs under cover. They're like ducks sitting in the road." He climbs out through the turret, yawning. "If we get off, we'll get stuck." "You've got no cover there." "If the Krauts attack, we can see them coming." "Okay, it's your funeral." Just across the road, the platoon machine gun squad has set up its weapon under a tree. "What's happened to the attack?" the squad sergeant asks. "It's been held up." He whistles and shakes his head. "How long do you think this beat-up outfit could stand off a counterattack?" "I don't know. How's your ammunition?" "We've got about 400 rounds." "Make it all count if we are attacked." "I don't aim to do any practicing." Checking the other men, I find that our right flank is exposed. Some unit failed to get up on schedule. The morning drags by. A forward artillery observer with a radio joins us. The icy tree branches rattle in the wind. Again, I contact headquarters. "What about orders?" "No change. Hold your position." About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I see the Germans lining up for an attack. 6 tanks rumble to the outskirts of Holtzwihr, split into groups of 3s, and fan out toward either side of the clearing. Obviously, they intend an encircling movement, using the fingers of trees for covers. I yell to my men to get ready. Then, wave after wave of white dots, barely discernible against the background of snow, start across the field. They are enemy infantrymen wearing snow caps and advancing in a staggered skirmish formation. One of our tank destroyers starts its engine and maneuvers for a firing position. It slides into a ditch at an angle that leaves the turret guns completely useless. The driver steps on the gas, the tank wallows further into the ditch, the engine dies. The crew bails out and takes off for the rear. "I'm trying to contact headquarters," shouts the artillery observer. I'd forgotten about him. We cannot afford to have the radio captured. "Get to the rear," I holler. "I'll get the artillery by phone." "I don't want to leave you." "Get going. You can't do any good. Just take care of that radio." I grab a map, estimate the enemy's position, and seize the field telephone. "Battalion," cheerfully answers a headquarters lieutenant. "This is Murphy. We're being attacked. Get me the artillery." "Coming up." "I want a round of smoke at coordinates 30.5 and 60. And tell those Joes to shake the lead out." "How many Krauts?" 6 tanks that I can see, and maybe a couple hundred foot soldiers supporting." "Good God, how close?" "Close enough. Give me that artillery." I hang up the receiver and grab my carbine just as the enemy's preliminary barrage hits. It is murderous. A single tree burst knocks out our machine gun squad. The 2nd tank destroyer is hit flush, and 3 of its crew are killed. The remainder, coughing and half-blinded, climb from the smoking turret and sprint down the road to the rear. At that moment, I know that we are lost. The smoke shell whizzes over, landing beyond the incoming Germans. 200 right, 200 over, and fire for effect. Our counter-barrage is on the nose. A line of enemy infantrymen disappear in a cloud of smoke and snow. But others keep coming. The telephone rings. "How close are they?" 50 over, and keep firing for effect." That artillery curtain must be kept between us and the enemy. The tanks are now close enough to rake our position with machine gun fire. Of the 128 men that began the drive, not over 40 remain. And I am the last of 7 officers. Trying to stop the armor with our small arms is useless. I yell to the men to start pulling out. "What about you?" shouts Cole. This book is continued on Disc 7. To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Continued. Disc 7. "I'm staying up with the phone as long as I can. Get the men back and keep them grouped. Candler will help you." "Candler's dead." The telephone rings. "How close are they?" 50 over, and keep blasting. The company's pulling back." I raise my eyes and see that the men are hesitating. Clapping down the receiver, I yell, "Get the hell out of here! That's an order!" Cole says something, but his words are lost in a shell burst. He shrugs his shoulders, beckons with his thumb, and the men stumble through the woods, casting worried glances backward. I seize my carbine and start sniping. The advance wave of infantrymen is within 200 yards of my position. The telephone rings. "How close are they?" "50 over. Keep it coming." Dropping the receiver, I grab the carbine and fire until I give out of ammunition. As I turn to run, I notice the burning tank destroyer. On its turret is a perfectly good machine gun and several cases of ammunition. The German tanks have suddenly veered to the left. I change my plans and drag the telephone to the top of the tank destroyer. The body of the lieutenant with whom I talked early in the morning is sprawled over the edge of the hatch. His throat has been cut. A small river of blood streams down the side of the tank destroyer. I finish dragging the body out and dump it into the snow. The telephone rings. "How close are they?" 50 over, and keep firing for effect." "How close are they to your position?" "Just hold the phone and I'll let you talk to one of the bastards." Hastily checking the machine gun, I find that it has not been damaged. When I press the trigger, the chatter of the gun is like sweet music. 3 Krauts stagger and crumple in the snow. Crash! The tank destroyer shudders violently. Vaguely, I put 2 and 2 together and conclude that the TD has received another direct hit. The telephone rings. "This is Sergeant Bowes. Are you still alive, Lieutenant?" "Momentarily." I spread the map on my left palm. "Correct fire." Crash! I am conscious of a flash and explosion. I reel back with the map and telephone receiver in my hands. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant, can you hear me? Are you still alive, Lieutenant?" "I think so. Correct fire, 50 over, and keep the line open." I feed another belt of cartridges into the machine gun and seize the trigger again. The smoke is so thick that I can barely see through it, and the smell of smoldering flesh is again in my nostrils. But when the wind blows the smoke aside, I bore into any object that stirs. The gun has thrown the Krauts into confusion. Evidently, they cannot locate its position. Later I am told that the burning tank destroyer, loaded with gasoline and ammunition, was expected to blow up any minute. That was why the enemy tanks gave it a wide berth, and the infantrymen could not conceive of a man's using it for cover. I do not know about that. For the time being, my imagination is gone, and my numbed brain is intent only on destroying. I am conscious only that the smoke and the turret afford a good screen, and that for the first time in 3 days my feet are warm. Now the Germans try a new tactic. A gust of wind whips the smoke aside, and I see an enemy sergeant in the roadside ditch not 30 yards from my position. He peers cautiously about, then turns his head and motions his squad forward. As I spin my gun barrel upon him, a billow of smoke comes between us. For a minute or so I wait. The tree branches overhead stir stiffly in the gust. The smoke column folds to one side. The 12 Germans, huddling like partridges in the ditch, are discussing something, perhaps my possible location. I press the trigger and slowly traverse the barrel. The 12 bodies slump in a stack position. I give them another methodically thorough burst and pick up the phone. "Correct fire, battalion. 50 over." "Are you all right, Lieutenant?" "I'm all right, Sergeant. What are your post-war plans?" The barrage lands within 50 yards of the tank destroyer. The shouting, screaming Germans caught in it are silent now. The enemy tanks, reluctant to advance further without infantry support, lumber back toward Holtzwihr. I snatch the telephone receiver. "Sergeant! Sergeant Bowes! Correct fire, 50 over, and keep firing for effect. This is my last change." 50 over, that's your own position." "I don't give a damn. 50 over." Concussion from the enemy barrage almost knocks me from the tank destroyer. For a moment I am stunned, and then I see the telephone receiver in my hand. "Sergeant Bowes! Battalion! Sergeant!" There is no answer. The telephone line has been knocked out. My cloudy brain slowly directs my actions. Carefully I fold the field map and notice that it has been riddled with shell fragments. I examine my hands and legs. They are unscratched. A dull pain throbs in my right leg. Looking down, I see that the trouser leg is bloody. That does not matter. As if under the influence of some drug, I slide off the tank destroyer and without once looking back walk down the road through the forest. If the Germans want to shoot at me, let them. I am too weak from fear and exhaustion to care. Chapter 20. Except for a vague pain in my leg, I feel nothing. No sense of triumph, no exhilaration at being alive. Even the weariness seems to have passed. Existence has taken on the quality of a dream in which I am detached from all that is present. I hear the shells bursting among the trees, see the dead scattered on the ground, but I do not connect them with anything that particularly concerns me. I reach an outpost held by a small group of men from another company. A corporal, with a blond bristling beard, pokes his head out of an old German foxhole dug by the roadside. "They ain't headed this way, Lieutenant?" "I don't think so, not right now at least. Where's your officer?" "Officer? Last I seen got knocked off last night." "Well, you better keep your eyes open. The Krauts are all over hell and half of Georgia." Sure, Lieutenant. We keep on a double alert plus tree." Gradually, the shock passes. The fog clears from my brain. The sky seems to have become lighter, and the air uncommonly cold. Weariness returns to my flesh, and my knees tremble. I am now aware of the battle roar on my left. I hear the drone and whine of fighter bombers. Air support. That is good. And again, I begin to think in terms of strategy. The Germans, deserted by their armor and slashed by our artillery, are weak and off balance in my sector. We must hit them before they can consolidate their gains or bring up reinforcements. I find my men. "What happened?" asks Cole. "The artillery cut them to pieces, but some got through. We've got to go back up before they get set." "Is this a private war, or can we expect a little help?" "What happened to that outfit that was supposed to attack this morning?" asks Elleridge. "Did they forget to wind their watches?" "I don't know. I don't know anything except we've got to go back up and quickly." "Anything to get out of this place," says a tall, lanky private, slinging his gun on his shoulder. "My mama said there'd be days like this." "But she didn't say they'd come in bunches like grapes," adds a squat, swarthy man who has a sprig of pine sticking like a plume from his helmet net. "Has anybody got some adhesive tape? I got a blister on my heel as big as a saucer." "This is a fine time to think of that. Why didn't you fix your feet when you were resting?" "It don't hurt unless I walk." "You won't be walking long, you'll be running." "Let's get it over with," says the tall soldier. "Now, is everybody all right? Has everybody got plenty of ammo?" "If they ain't, they're welcome to mine," drawls a voice. "I'd just love to stay here and do the dishes." "I've got no grenades, Lieutenant." "Somebody give the guy a couple of grenades." "Have I got time for a crap, Lieutenant?" "No, what in the hell have you men been doing?" "I just felt the urge a minute ago." "Hold it. I don't know what we're going to find up ahead, but be prepared for the worst." "I heard the whole Kraut division broke through." "That's a lot of baloney." "That's what I heard." "You heard wrong. Any more questions?" "How about the tanks?" "They were on the run, but they may be back." "How far are we going?" "I'd like to know the answer to that one myself." "Are we going to get any chow tonight?" "You'll probably get rations after dark." "Any sign of mines yet?" "I haven't seen them if there are." "If we take the town, can I take my crap?" "So long as you don't expose your flanks." "Ha ha, that's a good 'un." "So long as he don't expose his flanks." Any more questions? Final drags are taken from cigarettes and the butts are flipped to the snow in silence. "All right, let's go." We stick to the road until we reach the outpost. "You back again, Lieutenant?" asks the corporal. "Have you seen anything of the Krauts yet?" "We ain't seen nothin', and we ain't heard nothin' except big stuff falling around." "You're not going back up?" "We're going to try." "Hot damn, that puts us in the rear area again." He turns with a broad grin at his comrades. "How you rear echelon lice feel now?" "Don't be too happy. We may come barreling back this way any minute." We leave the road, spread out through the forest, and resume the advance in a ragged skirmish formation. A rifle cracks. We leap behind trees and hug their trunks. Within a minute we are in the middle of a furious firefight. The man who caught the first bullet is still in the open. He is bent double, evidently from a stomach wound. Suddenly he sits down. Another bullet flips his head back. He rolls over with jerking muscles. The Krauts are firing from behind a small knoll, and getting at them is a difficult proposition. I slip to the earth and start crawling. A bullet kicks snow into my face. I squirm back to the tree. The squat soldier with the blistered foot slithers over the snow on his belly with a hand grenade in each hand. I see him flinch and pause as a bullet finds his left shoulder. The tall soldier who was ribbing him but a short while ago rises to one knee and lays a blast of fire over the prone body. Again the squat man slides forward. His grenade hits the top of the mound, skids over. Knowing the Krauts will be occupied with the grenade, we dash forward in a rough semicircle. By the time the explosion dies, most of us are in a new position. Doubtless, the Krauts think we intend to rush them. 3 helmets pop up over the mound. A volley of rifle fire smashes into them. The squat man throws his second grenade. Its blast is followed by silence. We charge the knoll and on its slope find 7 more Germans who have given their all for Der Führer. The rest of the afternoon is spent in battling such pockets of resistance. In one brief but brutal assault after another, we push the enemy from our sector. And at night we lie among the bodies of our comrades who fell at the edge of the forest in the early afternoon. Before dawn, the 30th, reinforced and reorganized, moves up to take the ball. Bypassing our lines, its units smash through fields and woodland, building its drive like a steamroller that has lost its brakes on a grade. 2 companies move toward Holzfear. One is hit by a tank. It falls back, regroups, and stabs again. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the ruined village is cleared of its last German, and the pressure is taken off us. We have not long to lie around and lick our wounds, however. The big attack is on. Every man, every gun is needed. Replacements come up to fatten the company, and a few old men are to be sent to the rear with frozen feet and shattered nerves. Elleridge is among those who are waiting to be evacuated. His feet are in such bad shape that he cannot stand, and he is dreadfully afraid that they will have to be amputated. "I had a lot of post-war plans for my feet," says he. "If I lose them, I want to be buried in some veterans' hospital and spend the rest of my life cheating blind men at poker." "Don't take it so seriously. When you get thawed out, you'll be all right." "Yeah, I'll be all right. You can talk straight to me." "You don't have to use your feet teaching school." "Evidently you don't have to use your head either, or your heart. It's a game. Jesus. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be." "What are you talking about?" "It's part of a poem that I used to feed to the kids. You want to hear the rest of it?" "No. You want some coffee?" Can't you imagine old Crutches stumping into the schoolroom with a big smile on his face and his insides like a patch of woods that a fire has eaten through? I said, "Do you want some coffee?" "I'm up to my ears in coffee. It does no good. I'm still cold." "We ought to get some mail. I'm expecting a couple dozen letters from nobody." "I don't want to hear from anybody. I tell you I'm burnt out." "You talk more like a schoolteacher by the minute." "Do I? I'll get over it." He grinned suddenly. "I'm feeling mighty sorry for myself." "You sure as hell are." "Skip me. They used to say I was a sensitive soul back in college. Maybe I caught too much before I could get the guards up." "Who didn't?" "That's right, who didn't?" "You want some coffee?" "Sure, I could use some Java." As we sip the coffee, Cole approaches. "A new batch of cannon fodder just came in," says he. "What do you want done with them?" "How do they look?" "As cheerful as a graveyard. Part of them are greenhorns, and the rest are reclaimed casualties. The Repple-Depples must be scraping the bottom of the barrel." "Are they pleasingly plump?" asks Elleridge. "Are their teeth sound? I hope none of them have the hoof and mouth disease." "Where'd you leave them?" "Lieutenant Anders came up with them. He's got them in charge." "Anders? What's he doing back?" "Ask him. He probably don't know either." "He's a good man with guts to spare. I'm glad he's back." "I saw him get hit," says Elleridge. "It happened somewhere in the Vosges. He was leading a platoon through the woods when a tree burst got him. He was knocked down, and I thought he was dead, but he got up and kept on fighting until he passed out." "He's still white as a ghost," says Cole. "This nice fresh air will put color back into his cheeks," says Elleridge. "Spend your winters in beautiful Pneumonia Valley, where you'll find all the peace and quiet of hell on a holiday." "I better go give them the once-over. Take it easy, Elleridge. If I don't see you again, good luck." "I'm sorry I conked out. I know you need men badly." "We'll get them." "I'm sorry, too, that I acted like an ass. Who the hell am I to complain? I'm still alive." "You'll be okay. Don't worry about those feet. They'll be all right." "Don't worry about them. I didn't even know I had any left till they started thawing." "Well, so long. They say there's nothing so bitter as a dreamer whose dreams go sour. Guess that's me." "Don't pat any nurses on the fanny," says Cole. "I had a pal who tried it and bruised his hand on a corset stave." The replacements are huddled together in the room of a half-demolished building. A glance is all that is needed to distinguish between the rookies and the ex-casualties. The latter are still pale from hospitalization, and their attitude is calm and indifferent. On some bloody field and bed of pain they have learned resignation. The new men are more peevish and defiant. "I wish I could give you a pep talk," I say, "but I'm fresh out of pep. I don't have to tell the old men what to do. To you new men I say follow instructions, and use your heads, or you won't have any heads left to use. This company specializes in killing, and we haven't got time to take care of a bunch of wounded krauts. If they want to give up, take them. If they don't, kill them. As far as I'm concerned, you're all able men until you prove yourself otherwise. Any questions?" "Sir, can I swap my carbine for a Tommy gun?" asks a man with a scar-streaked cheek. "What do you want with a Tommy gun?" "I hear there's going to be a lot of house-to-house stuff." "Who told you that?" "I heard it on the way up." "You still believe what you hear?" "After 3 years in this man's army, I'd believe that Santa Claus wore green whiskers." "Cole, see if you can find him a Tommy. Any more questions?" "Will our mail follow us, Lieutenant?" "Yes, but there's no telling when it'll catch up." "What have the krauts been using mostly?" "Everything in the book, including a lot of armor." "Will we need bayonets?" "You'll never know what you'll need. Keep your bayonets handy." "I've lost mine." "Well, that's just TS. You should take care of your equipment. Any more questions?" "Okay, get ready for inspection, and don't anybody leave this area." They bustle out the door, but one man lingers. "Sir, I think something's wrong with me." "What is it?" I think I've got the crabs." "What gives you that idea?" "It ain't an idea, I know so." "Where in the hell did you pick them up in this neck of the woods?" "At the replacement depot, on toilet seats, I think." "Yeah, I know. Well, what do you want me to do? Mark you a latrine casualty and send you to the rear? Or do you think we ought to open up a pro station in the front lines?" "I don't know. No, sir." "Look around. You'll find some gasoline. Try dousing yourself with it." "Yes, sir." "And leave your pants down until the gas dries, or you're liable to wind up with a blister." "Yes, sir." "And if that don't work, just leave your pants down a little longer and freeze them." As he walks meekly away, Anders shakes his head. "The same old army," he says. "You have to see these things to believe them." "How are you feeling?" "Washed up. The wound's about well, but my nerves are jumping around like frogs." "They shouldn't have sent you back up." "I asked for it." "Yeah. How's it been?" "Rough as I've ever seen it. We've lost 2/3 of the company in the past 4 days." "Phew. When do we go up?" "Probably tonight." "I'm dead on my feet. Will you look over the men's equipment?" "Yeah, sure." "See that they've got dry socks, and don't let them throw away their galoshes." "Okay." "Did you have any fun while you were gone?" "Yeah, I met a nice little dish in the hospital." "Yeah?" "A blonde from Houston." "That's my territory." "That's what you think. Had a date with her the night I had to pull out." "Yeah?" "I didn't get to see her. Left her a note." "The poor girl. I can just see her pining away for the lack of somebody to make a pass at her." "Ah, Murph. The trouble with staying up in the lines is that you get so damned cynical. She was a nice babe." "Yeah, I've been so good I dreamed I went to heaven." "No kidding." "Yep. Got into a fur-lined foxhole." "You must have been all wet." "Right. When I woke up I was." "This girl of mine, I met me a nurse too." "Yeah?" "Brunette with a figure that'd knock your eye out." "No. Probably shacking up with some Med-Corps colonel." "She wouldn't do that with me." "The hell she wouldn't." Chapter 21. On the following afternoon we move into the front lines. As we plod up the icy road, a wind, whipping across the plains, occasionally lifts a cloud of powdery snow and drives it into our faces. The flesh stings as though pricked with hundreds of needles, and our feet, despite all precaution, grow wet and numb. Behind me I hear the rhythm of slogging footsteps, the heavy breathing and swearing of men who think they have reached the limit of endurance and exasperation. But they have not. Before night our situation will have changed infinitely for the worse. We will be under fire and the temperature will have dropped even lower. Bergman, with his peculiar sense of humor, is a great help when the going is rough. Sensing the mood, he now shouts, Nobody can say we're not moving into action as cool as cucumbers." Instantly, his remark brings a chorus of responses. "Ah, who's the wise guy? Throw him in the snow. Feed him beans, feed him beans." "If you freeze," says the Swede, "you get stacked up like wood and told out with the flamethrower." "Ah, shut up. Save your Brit." "You ain't seen nothing yet," declares the Swede cheerfully. "Wait till we swim that river." "Never will I forgive that draft board," says a voice bitterly. "I wish I had the whole damn bunch right here." "You didn't get drafted, you volunteered." "Who volunteered?" "Aw, nuts. Save your breath. Save your breath." I understand their mood, but have no sympathy for it. We are all moving up together and must take our chances with fortune. Right now I am concerned with the individual only as a fighting unit. If his feet freeze, I will turn him over to the medics. If his nerves crack, I will send him to the rear. If he is hit, I will see that his wound is treated. Otherwise, I look upon him as a unit whom I must get to the front and in battle position on schedule. At the whistle of a solitary shell, the company halts abruptly. From the sound, I know that the projectile is going wide of us. We are in no danger. I wheel about. Part of the men follow the noise with an experienced ear. Some have dropped to their bellies. Others, as if hypnotized by the sound, stand gaping stupidly. The shell crashes into a field on our right. The staring men flop to the earth. I walk back through the ranks. For those of you who never heard it before, that was a sample of German artillery. The time to duck is when you hear a shell coming, not after it explodes. All right, on your feet, everybody. Platoon leaders, spread your men out more. Let's go. One man fails to rise. "Okay, what's wrong with you, soldier? You heard the order. Get off your rear end." "Yes, sir, I didn't know we was ready." As I turn, I hear loud snickers. "What's wrong with you, Rusty? Think your number was up?" "Oh, save your Brit." "That was the guy who claimed he fought in the ring." "Yeah, ring around roses." "Oh, choke the chatter. Save your Brit." The Colmar Canal is a 50-foot wide ribbon of water that stretches across the plains between the Rhine and the city whose name it bears. On the military map it looks as formidable as the River Eel. Flanked by banks 12 feet high, the slowly moving water has not been frozen. Crossing it may prove to be a costly and bloody task, but we must get over. The plan of action is now obvious. We are to bypass Colmar, knife south, and cut the highways and railroad feeding the pocket from Germany. Under the cover of darkness, we move toward the north bank of the canal. The earth trembles from our growling, rumbling artillery, and ahead we can see streams of tracer bullets slicing the darkness. Later I learn that an entire anti-aircraft battalion has turned its weapons against ground targets. Within 3 hours it pumps 22,000 rounds of ammunition across the canal. We eat on the move, dipping our spoons into cans of a revolting mixture that passes for vegetable stew. The wind has increased in intensity. Explosions rip the earth before us. The artillery flashes dance weirdly over the faces of the men. We look like a phantom body of troops doing a forced march through hell. I step to one side of the road to let the company pass. A man turns his head aside and vomits. "What's wrong there, soldier?" "That goddamn horse meat. It's made me sick before." "Can you carry on?" "I'll carry on as long as there's a gut left in my body." "That's the spirit." "What's wrong with you there, soldier?" "I don't know. I'm just freezing." "Brace up and cut out the crying. We're all here together." "And you ain't seen nothing yet." Bergman is still in there pitching. "Are you all right, men?" "I ain't never been more unright." "What's the matter with you?" "My pack's all screwed up." "Fall out and get it unscrewed, then get back into position on the double." "If your feet fall off, what are you supposed to do?" "Pick 'em up and carry them." "What's that, soldier?" "Nobody said nothing." "Go ahead and bitch, but keep moving." "Got any enlistment blanks, Lieutenant? Rusty just decided to be a 30-year man." "Oh, guzzle the gas." "How much further, Lieutenant?" "I don't know. We'll find out when we get there." "Getting shot's going to be a pleasure after this here hoofing." "What's wrong with you stragglers? Come on, catch up." "You walking too fast, Lieutenant." "If the rest of the company can do it, so can you. Come on, pick them up." "Man back here sick, Lieutenant." "What's wrong with him?" He got overheated. Jesus, now I've heard everything. Eskimo with the fever. Are you really sick, soldier? I can still navigate, Lieutenant. The man is just out of the hospital. You want to fall out? No, sir. The guy's nuts. Just ask me if I want to get out, Lieutenant. Okay, let's step it up. We'll probably get a break at the assembly area. We'll probably get broken too. And you ain't just a burden, son. You ain't a burden at all. Because of the mass of our weapons and the shrewd planning of our strategists, the canal crossing is accomplished with ease. The terrific preparatory barrage has knocked the Germans punch-drunk. Before they can reorganize, units of our assault troops paddle over the river in rubber boats and establish bridgeheads. Engineers shove over footbridges. By midnight, 2 infantry regiments are on the south bank of the canal. For the next 2 days, we slash across the countryside, battering down points of resistance and mopping up areas of thinly scattered troops. The whole strategy now seems to hinge on speed. We must hit the enemy before he can get to his feet. Sleep is not among our rations. The snow has turned to slush, and we slog from objective to objective on leaden feet. There is little need for personal camouflage. Our clothes are so muddy that except for the shape of our helmets, we can scarcely be distinguished from the Germans. One night, however, it looks as though we may get a breathing spell. We have cleared a section of woods southwest of the embattled town of Urschenheim and settled down. The exhausted men sit in mud, lean their backs against trees, and sleep. Despite the power of our offensive, the enemy has slugged back hard, and the company's strength has again been whittled alarmingly. I am about to doze when the order comes. Urschenheim has fallen, and our battalion is to make a dash for the Rhone-Rhine Canal and attempt to capture a bridge on the outskirts of Kunheim. It is a race against enemy demolition. The Germans have considerable men and armor on this side of the canal, so the bridge will likely be left standing until it becomes too risky. The orders say that I must assemble my men directly back of Urschenheim. To this I object. I contact headquarters with my argument. I want a change of orders, I say. A what? A change of orders. Let my company skirt Urschenheim and join the battalion on the road northeast of the town. Why? The Krauts are sure to turn their artillery on Urschenheim, and some of the shells are coming over into the area where we're supposed to assemble. What makes you think that? Think it? For God's sake, don't they always shell a town after pulling out? And don't some of the shells always go wild? Well, that's right, but there's nothing I can do about it. The orders came from higher up. You want me to get my men killed? Easy, Lieutenant, I'm not running this army. Can't you get the orders changed? You know damned well I can't. This is a rush and you'd better get moving. Good luck. That is all that I can do. This is the army, and orders are orders. I wake Anders and tell him to get the men ready to move. God almighty, he blinks. What now? An attack. We're being attacked? No, we're doing the attacking. Seems there's a little bridge over the canal we're supposed to take before morning. Damn, I hate to do this. All right, men, you've had your beauty sleep. Let's get ready to shove off. The men are too tired to protest. Like dumb brutes feeling the dig of a spur, they reach for their weapons and pull themselves to their feet. When the company is assembled, I say, this is not my idea. I'm as tired as the rest of you, but this attack is important, and we've got to go. Still, there is remarkably little grumbling. I would feel better if I heard a few strong oaths. We may get some artillery, so keep on your toes. And save your breath, says the unmistakable voice of Rusty. Save your breath. Before we have had time to regroup for instructions, the shells fall into our midst. 8 men are knocked out, and Anders cracks up. It's not his fault. He has courage to spare, but body and nerves have taken all they can stand. He has heard 1 explosion too many, seen 1 man too many die. As we check the dead and wounded, his voice goes thick. I grab him by the shoulder. He shudders and begins to shake violently. What's the matter? I've gone all to pieces. Stay here and wait for the medics. You shouldn't have come back up. No. You're no good in that shape. I'll come out of it. The hell you will. You can't let the men see you in that condition. I'll be quiet. I won't say anything. You're going to tell it to the doctor. If you think so, maybe I should. He rejoins us the next day. I curse him heartily, but he only grins. When we come under heavy artillery fire, that grin is quickly erased. His nerves collapse again. His mouth sags, his speech becomes jerky, and his hands shake so that he can hardly insert an ammunition clip into his carbine. This time, when I send him to the rear, I also send the colonel word to keep him there. A group of Germans surrenders to my company. A sad, muddy lot, they throw their helmets down and stand with raised eyes while we shake them down. Their eyes are dead and indifferent. They seem more exhausted than we. We are sprawling on the ground together when we hear the tanks. It is too late to run. I glance at the prisoners. Most of them sit with bowed heads, giving no indication that they are aware of the situation. I grab a German helmet and clap it on my head. Other men do likewise. 3 tanks, accompanied by a sprinkling of infantrymen, pass within 30 yards of us. We wave at the Krauts, and they return the greeting. For the next 10 minutes, I scarcely breathe. If one prisoner shouts, if one German eye examines the dirty uniforms beneath our helmets, it is the end for us. The tanks speed around a bend in the road, and the forest swallows them. I wipe the cold sweat from my forehead and thank God for mud and exhaustion. In a few minutes, we take up the pursuit. The bridge is in sight. One of the enemy tanks races across it to temporary security. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the bridge heaves and falls into wreckage. Enemy demolition has beaten us to it. As we crash toward Biesheim in the final phase of the assault, the fighting increases in ferocity. The Krauts are fully aware of their plight. If we get through Biesheim and take the communication center of Neuf-Brisach, their supply lines will be cut and the pocket sealed, making it strategically useless. On the approach to Biesheim, forward elements of the 7th fall into ambush. In the darkness, they unknowingly pass through the enemy lines. The Germans wait in silence until a number of men have got through. Then they turn a concentration of mortar and machine gun fire upon them. The trapped men leap into a ditch, but find it already occupied by enemy infantrymen. While rifle butts crush skulls, a lone soldier races through a hail of small arms fire to the rear. He secures 2 light tanks and climbs upon the hull of the lead one to guide it through the darkness. As it reaches the ditch where our men are fighting, the tank receives a direct hit. The soldier on top is killed. The tank set a fire. But the flames give the rear units their marker. They rush forward, guided by its light, and close in with the Germans. Fearing such an ambush ourselves, we creep as stealthily as mice through the strange territory. A brick wall rears before us. We pause, listening intently for the clink of metal, the guttural whisper, or the scrape of a boot. But except for the sighing of the wind through the trees, there is no sound. I roll over the wall and find myself in a cemetery. Some of the graves are covered with mica, and they glitter with the light of a sinking moon. We are in luck. The wall extends entirely around the place, and in case of an attack, the tombstones and grave mounds will be handy as cover. I signal the men, and they clamber over the wall. Though dog-tired and miserable with cold, they cannot overlook the irony of the situation. Jesus, the graveyard company finally gets home. Move over, friends, you got some company. Be funny to wake up here in the middle of the night. Think nothing of it, just say resurrection morning and I'm the first one up. We working in cahoots with the GRO? Keep your voices down. I've been telling them, Lieutenant, if they choked the chatted, they saved the Brit. With entrenching picks, we knock holes in the wall for our machine gun barrels. I post the guards and take the watch on the gate for myself. I dare not sit down for fear of falling asleep. Leaning against a tombstone, I face the gate. Once I risk closing my eyes and immediately drop off to sleep. I awake with a jerk. I cannot take that chance again. Removing my pistol from its holster, I hold it at my waist with both hands. The next time I doze, the gun slips from my fingers, strikes my feet, and brings me back to consciousness. Day is just breaking when Bergman calls me. "This is a setup right out of the books," says he. I peer through the hole in the wall. In an open field directly before us, a German sergeant is yawning and stretching himself. Then he barks something that is evidently a command. From slit trenches, his sleepy men arise. Bergman gauges the range and lines his sights. "Dying at Reveille is going to be easy," says he. "They can just turn over and go back to sleep forever." One of the Krauts gets tripped in his blanket. He stumbles and falls while his comrades laugh loud and jeeringly. "Okay," asks Bergman. I count 20 men. You think that's all of them? Must be. Okay, let them have it. The machine gun rattles. 4 of the Germans crumple. The others stare wildly about, seeking the direction of the fire. Again the gun clatters. 2 more Krauts fall. The others throw up their hands. Just like something from the books, repeats Bergman. Yeah, okay, men, go out and get them. Another day has begun. With the fall of Neufbrisac, German resistance crumbles. After the pocket has been completely cleared, we are sent to a rest camp. In 7 weeks, the division has suffered over 4,500 casualties. Chapter 22, the last chapter. The snow melts, the streams rise, and the earth turns into an endless bog as the winter closes. Our training program has been intense. A putting together of the maneuvers and maps gives us an easy tip-off on the forthcoming action. The emphasis has been on street fighting, river crossings, and the reducing of permanent fortifications. That can mean but one thing. We are preparing for the big jump-off into Germany itself. One day, the leaf buds appear again on the trees, and in the rear area, where we have been stationed since the fall of the Colmar pocket, French villagers begin spading their gardens. The men grow restless. With an uneasy eye, they watch the coming of spring. They see the fields drying in the warm winds and know that the ground will soon be ready to support armor. Hope and fear walk hand in hand. We can see the end now, but we are going back up, and always in a man's mind is that one lead pill, that one splinter of steel that can lose him the race with the finish line in sight. We argue a great deal about the attitude the Germans will take about fighting on their own soil. Some believe that resistance will collapse once we have crossed the Rhine. Others think the enemy will make a last-ditch stand, fighting increasingly harder as we drive into his homeland. There are rumors that Germany, pounded by bombings and attacked from all sides, is tottering. It is rotten internally and cannot hold out once the crust of its defense is broken. Equally strong rumors say that the entire country is a fortress similar to the Colmar pocket. It must be ground down slowly and agonizingly before the final victory. News has suddenly become important. The men cluster around radios and newspapers. Each bit of information is discussed, analyzed, and applied to our situation. With the vast pattern of strategy now clear, we no longer feel like an isolated group fighting on a lost front. Each movement of the British, the French, or the Russians directly affects our own destiny. The phrase, "if I live," becomes common. The early March sun hangs overhead, and beneath it men, carefully cleaning their weapons, again talk of home. I have seen too much to grow optimistic. The road across Germany is a long one, and each mile of it must be bought with somebody's blood. Why not mine? My luck has been extraordinary, but there is an end even to the extraordinary. So until the last shot is fired, I will go on living from day to day, making no post-war plans. Then the unexpected happens. Captain Hogan, returning from a special assignment, resumes command of the company. I am transferred to liaison duty, which virtually removes me from combat. There will be small dangers, of course, and moments of minor terror. With nerves schooled to uncertainty, the hair will still rise and the flesh creep as I sense the presence of the enemy in the ruins of his defeated towns. But the constant peril of the front lines is temporarily over. I receive the gift of life without inward emotion. I am so much a part of the war now that it does not matter. There will be other days and other orders. Eventually I feel that I will go back up, and somewhere, sometime, the bullet bearing my name will find me. Meanwhile, my job is to serve as contact man between the units of the division. When we begin the attack, I have a jeep, a driver, an interpreter, and a violent distrust of anything German. My duties should not take me to the front, but I have learned to prepare for the worst. In battle, lines often change swiftly, and those in the immediate rear are suddenly at the immediate front. To the 50-caliber machine gun mounted on the jeep, I add a few rifles, 2 German machine guns, and a case of grenades. The forward elements of the division move up at night. Crossing the German frontier, they reach an area that is heavily mined, and enemy armor crashes out to meet them in a counterattack. By daylight, the familiar roar of battle is rolling over the earth. At regimental headquarters, where I wait for orders, the phones jangle constantly. Staff officers grab messages, anxiously scan them, and turn to the maps. Soon we all know that part of the division has met major resistance at a point considerably east of the Siegfried Line. Outside, an armored battalion rolls up the highway. From the open turrets of the tanks poke the worn, greasy faces of men. A column of infantrymen falls out by the side of the road to let the armor pass. The soldiers huddle together in groups. I know the feeling. The loneliness of battle is already closing in. At noon, my regiment jumps off. Within a few days, the division has smashed through to the Siegfried Line. At headquarters, I learn of Captain Hogan's death. He was in a captured pillbox when a mortar shell got one of his men. Badly wounded, the man tried dragging himself back to cover. The captain crawled out to give him a hand. Another shell landed, sending a piece of steel into the captain. A lieutenant went after him. The third shell landed with pinpoint accuracy, and the 3 men died together. The remainder of the company reached a deserted enemy fire trench at the edge of the Siegfried Line. From the security of concrete pillboxes, the Germans zeroed in the trench with rapid-firing mortar guns. The company was pinned. Anyone attempting to leave the trench lived but a few seconds. For 2 days I brooded over the news while running official errands in the rear, but finally I could take it no longer. I had been with the company since North Africa, and it had become a part of my life's blood. Its lot was my lot, and to hell with regulations. At headquarters, I casually checked on the position, fixing the location firmly in mind. There can be no mistake, but I must not arouse suspicion. Officially, I am going up toward the front to check a telephone line. My communications sergeant drives the jeep, and he guesses my intention. "If you don't come back," he says glumly, "what kind of a spot will it put me in?" "I'll be back." "But if you don't make it, Lieutenant?" "You are acting under orders, my orders. Nobody can do anything to you." "Okay, but I still don't like it." "Just consider it none of your business, and don't act like you're driving a hearse. You're not going to be in any danger." "I'm not afraid. I was thinking about you." "Why, I'm asking for it." "Okay, so you asked for it." "Don't you ever break any rules?" "I've broken about every rule in the book." "So have I. One more won't matter." On reaching a point from which we can see the famed dragon teeth, I halt the jeep and crawl out. The terrain ahead is composed of barren, rolling hills and offers little cover. I check a field map to get my bearings. The sergeant is still worried. "You taking nothing but a carbine, Lieutenant?" "That's all I'll need." "Jesus, what I wouldn't give for a picture of this. A guy tackling the Siegfried Line with a pea shooter." "What would you take?" "I'd take off." "That's exactly what I intend to do. If the Siegfried Line isn't already busted, some track record soon will be." Able to see for hundreds of yards, I walk upright and in the open. If the Krauts are in the area, I want to draw their fire from a distance. The odds are in favor of their missing the first time. But nothing happens. I may as well be strolling through a desert. No sign of life appears about the zigzagged trench or the pillboxes beyond. Then my heart seems to jump from my chest as the idea strikes me. What if the entire company has been captured or wiped out? Dear God, no. I stumble forward. They do not see me as I stand above them. Bearded, filthy, and listless, they sprawl on the bottom of the trench, looking like warmed-over death. The sunlight glistens on a red thatch of hair. "Bergman, what the hell are you doing down there?" He casts a blank glance upward. "Come on, let's get out of there." "For Christ's sweet sake, how did you get up there?" "I just walked up. Come on now, let's quit playing groundhog." A shell screams overhead and crashes into one of the pillboxes. The men cower. "Nothing to be afraid of. It's one of our own tanks." "We got no tanks." "We got plenty of stuff left. Now off those fat fannies. Let's move across Germany." I walked on down the trench. "All right, Rusty, what's the matter?" "They done battered hell out of us, Lieutenant." "Well, let's batter them back." "They done throw everything over but the gun barrels." His voice sounds like that of a child who's been wrongfully punished. "Come on there, man. Quit saving the Brett. Fix it up so I can get a court-marcher. The stockade'd be a pleasure." "I'll speak to the general about it." Another shell passes over. Rusty cringes as it explodes against a second pillbox. "They be throwing Hitler and Preußen over in a minute. They done throw everything else." "It's our own tanks." "We'll thank 'em for nothing. We done got hell beat out in us." "It's all in your mind. Come on, Rusty, save the Brett." I continue along the edge of the trench, insulting and pleading. Of the officers, only a second lieutenant remains. He is very young, and his eyes are staring and haunted. I can see that he is in as bad shape as his men. "We got to get out of here while the getting's good," I say. "To the rear? No, you've got to go forward. I don't know whether the men can take it anymore." "They can take it, can you?" "I can take it." We coax the sergeants out of the trenches, and one by one the men follow. I've never seen a more thorough psychological beating. They glance anxiously about the terrain, and their movements are shaky and uncertain. It looks like a mass collapse of nerves. I would like to pull them back for a rest, but I cannot. They have to move forward. When the tanks drew no response from the pillboxes, I rightly assumed the Germans had abandoned them. We marched straight through the Siegfried line, and not a shot is fired at us. Nobody remembers when the Krauts left. Under the terrible punishment, reality had been replaced by a phantom. But in the minds of the strained and exhausted men, that phantom was real, a common occurrence in combat. I get the men under cover and tell the lieutenant to keep them there until contacted by other units. Then, retracing my steps through the maze of silent fortifications, I return to headquarters, where I find that I have not been missed. Beyond the Siegfried line, our forces consolidate, and the drive becomes like a great river pushing against a series of rotting dams. A dam breaks, and the torrent lashes onward until it hits another obstruction. Between the major points of resistance lie gaps protected by lines so thinly held that locating the actual front is often difficult. After we cross the Rhine, the dike crumbles, and a flood of men and arms pours over Germany. Even the most fanatical Nazis must now see that the game is up, but they still dupe the people with the promise that further resistance will bring a negotiated peace rather than an unconditional surrender. If they still want war, they can have it. With victory in our grasp, we do not soften. Our artillery levels whole sections of towns. Flames lick over burning buildings. Infantry and armor prowl rubble-strewn streets, and blood flows needlessly in the gutters. After the battle lines roll on, windows drip with white flags. If a house fails to show the surrender token, we do not knock on the door and say, "Please." We simply rip its windows with machine gun fire to point out the oversight. The method is most effective. Near Munich, my jeep pulls up to a prison camp. I step through the gate with pistol drawn and come face to face with a German guard. He flinches, but before I can pull the trigger, an American yells, Don't shoot, Lieutenant! He's a good Joe!" "Have you gone soft in the head or the heart?" No, I've been here more than a year, and he's always treated us decently." "A good Joe? Maybe he is. I cannot see men anymore. I only see uniforms." I return the pistol to its holster. "Tell him to turn himself into the American authorities," I say to the interpreter. There follows a brisk conversation in German. "He's afraid to go out on the streets," the interpreter explains. "He thinks he'll be shot. He wants to know if the prisoners will testify that he never mistreated them." "That's up to the prisoners." "He was okay," the newly liberated prisoner insists. "I'll testify to it if necessary." "Tell him to relax and wait here then. Nobody's going to hurt him, at least not yet." The interpreter translates. The German mumbles something and stumbles toward a pair of steps. There is something pathetically human about his odd hobbled walk. What it is, I do not know. Perhaps it is the knowledge that we carry in our hearts that nobody ultimately wins. Somewhere we all go down. Force used tyrannically is our common enemy. Why align ourselves with it in whatever shape or fashion? Now comes the picture of mass defeat, the most awesome spectacle of the war. It is in the bent bodies of old women who poke among ruins, seeking some miserable object that will link their lives with the old days. It is in the shamed, darting eyes of the defeated. It is in the faces of the little boys who regard our triumphant columns with fear and fascination. And above all, it is in the thousands of beaten, dusty soldiers who stream along the roads toward the stockades. Their feet clump wearily, mechanically, hopelessly on the still endless road of war. They move as haggard, gray masses, in which the individual has neither life nor meaning. It is impossible to see in these men the quality that made them stand up and fight like demons out of hell a few short months ago. Except for tying up the bag with formalities, the war is over. A number of us are granted rest leaves. The train on which we ride clackety-clacks toward the French Riviera. Early in the morning it halts in a little town, and above the wheezing of the engine I hear the ringing of church bells and strains of accordion music. Wiping the sleep from my eyes, I go to a station side window. On the platform is a group of American artillerymen wearing faded ODs and muddy combat boots. They wait with the patience of cows. A red-faced sergeant, leaning on a gerund, draws imaginary patterns with the toe of his shoe. "What's all the noise about?" I ask. He shrugs. "Guess it's the news of the German surrender." "It's official?" "Yes, sir. Haven't you heard the radio?" "No, I've been riding since yesterday." "We've been on the move for a week. Looks like the South Pacific. That's the big rumor anyhow." "Maybe you're going back to the States." "Oh, no. We've just been over 9 months." "Where are you headed?" "For a leave on the Riviera." "No kiddin'. That's where all them beautiful babes are supposed to be, ain't it?" "So I've heard." "Well, if you find an extra blonde, give her my address. General delivery, South Pacific." "I'll do that. And slug one down for me, Lieutenant. If you can't find a scotch and soda, I'll settle for some of the shellac that passes for booze in this country." "Well, take it easy." "I couldn't take it easier." As the train pulls out, I return to my compartment.
Where are we?"
asks a yawning infantry lieutenant. "Somewhere in France." "I've been somewhere in France till I'm sick of it." "Yeah. What goes on outside?" "It's VE Day." "Well, I'll be damned. Somebody ought to holler," says a pudgy quartermaster captain. "I haven't got the energy." "You shouldn't have from the way you've been snoring. Has anybody got an eye-opener?" "You shouldn't drink before breakfast. Ruin your stomach." "Who's got a stomach left? We ought to do something to celebrate." "Why? I don't feel any joy bells ringing in my heart." "We want to sit here like a bunch of clucks with the war over and everything?" "We still got Japan." "So what? How about some poker? Anybody like to pick up some easy change?" "I never play poker before breakfast. Bad luck." "Where the hell did you get that idea?" "From a one-armed madam in South Bend. She lost her life savings to a traveling salesman, had her cards before her coffee. I tell you, it's bad luck." "Speaking of women," says a graying engineer's captain. Clackety, clackety, clack. The train races onward. In the Cannes Hotel, I crawl into a tub of hot water and wallow around like a seal. Knotted muscles snap loose, and my eyes droop. "Hey there, you want to drown yourself?" My roommate, the restless lieutenant on the train, pauses in the middle of his shaving. "If you want to drown yourself, do it with champagne." I didn't know a body could get so tired. I'm out on my feet, too, but a few snorts will fix that up. "Yeah? I'm going to take this town apart. You want to come along?" "No, I'm going to hit the sack." "Well, get out of the tub, bub. We got a couple of beds with sheets and everything, you know." "I'll see you later." "Okay, but remember, this burg's loaded with soldiers. If you want a dame, you'll have to hustle." When I awake from the nap, it is mid-afternoon. From my window I can see the gulls wheeling over the Mediterranean and white breakers lapping the beaches. A hum comes up from the crowded city streets, and somewhere an orchestra is playing Lily Marlene. Turning to my pack in search of a necktie, I spy my service pistol. Automatically, I pick it up, remove the clip, and check the mechanism. It works with buttered smoothness. I weigh the weapon in my hand and admire the cold blue glint of its steel. It is more beautiful than a flower, more faithful than most friends. The bells in a nearby cathedral start ringing. I toss the gun back into the pack and seize my necktie. In the streets, crowded with merrymakers, I feel only a vague irritation. I want company, and I want to be alone. I want to talk, and I want to be silent. I want to sit, and I want to walk. There is VE Day without, but no peace within. Like a horror film run backwards, images of the war flicker through my brain. The tank in the snow with smoldering bodies on top. The smell of burning flesh. Of rotting flesh, too. Novak rotting in a grave on Anzio. Horseface. Knowed an old girl once. The girl, red-eyed and shivering in the Naples dawn. And Kerrigan. Kerrigan shuffling cards with half a hand. He was far luckier than Antonio. Yes, Antonio, trying to stand on the stumps of his legs with the machine gun ripping his body. And Brandon, dead under the cork tree. Dear Daddy, I'm in school. I'll never enter another schoolroom, says Elleridge. He was right. It is though a fire had roared through this human house, leaving only the charred hulk of something that once was green. Within a couple of hours, I've had enough. I return to my room. but I cannot sleep. My mind still whirls. When I was a child, I was told that men were branded by war. Has the brand been put on me? Have the years of blood and ruin stripped me of all decency, of all belief? Not of all belief. I believe in the force of a hand grenade, the power of artillery, the accuracy of a Garand. I believe in hitting before you get hit, and that dead men do not look noble. But I also believe in men like Brandon and Novak and Swope and Kerrigan, and all the men who stood up against the enemy, taking their beatings without a whimper and their triumphs without boasting. The men who went and would go again to hell and back to preserve what our country thinks right and decent. My country, America, that is it. We have been so intent on death that we have forgotten life, and now suddenly life faces us. I swear to myself that I will measure up to it. I may be branded by war, but I will not be defeated by it. Gradually it becomes clear. I will go back. I will find the kind of girl of whom I once dreamed. I will learn to look at life through uncynical eyes, to have faith, to know love. I will learn to work in peace as in war. And finally, like countless others, I will learn to live again. This concludes the reading of To Hell and Back by Audie Murphy. Copyright 1949 by Audie Murphy. Copyright 1977 by Pamela Murphy. This book was read by Grover Gardner. This unabridged recording of the reading of To Hell and Back was published by arrangement with Henry Holton Company, Incorporated, and was produced in 1998 by Blackstone Audiobooks, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audiobooks. If you would like to obtain a mail-order catalog or additional information about our growing line of audiobooks, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.